Good morning, gamers. Welcome to Tricky Jim. Thank you for tuning in. We've got an exciting day ahead, don't we? The North American International Championships. Let's freaking go. NAIC. It's going to be the first time that I've ever restreamed a big tournament like this, so I'm excited. Should be a lot of fun. We posted up here all day, and going to be watching the biggest North American tournament of the year here on Tricky Jim on Twitch and YouTube. So welcome, welcome. Hopefully y'all are cozy, settled in, and ready for an awesome day of Pokemon TCG action. As you can see, we've got the show is getting started right now. We got about 25 minutes until things get booted up on the stream. So I thought it'd be great to kind of do some predictions as we get this show on the road. Predict, what do we think? What do we think is going to be the top 8s? What do we think the meta is going to be looking like? Those kinds of things. Those kinds of things. That's what we're going to be doing. Let me see if... There, you got the background music there. That's cool. That's cool. All right. Getting things worked out. So then I can turn that off. Bang. Or I can turn it back on. Bang. That's pretty good. Technically speaking, that's pretty good, right? So that way I can toggle in between like myself chatting, and then if I want to like tap into what the commentators are saying, I can just like toggle that in pretty easily like that. Yeah. Beast. All right. Let's start with some predictions. I'll turn the internal music on. Yeah, let's go. Let that play. I mean, play. Goodness. Slot Box or Raging Bolt, you think? They won't lump it together like that. I think Raging Bolt will be number 2.
Everybody to the 2026 Pokemon International
Holy
Championships
snap.
for North America.
We're here.
Here to New Orleans. We can already see a full crowd in front of us and people pouring into the event center. This is going to be a fun one. What's up, everybody? We are here going to be doing your countdown show, talking about all the games are represented. I'm here with Rosemary talking about VGC, Chip talking about TCG, and of course we got Caleb talking about
Yo, the
Pokemon
pregame
Go.
show.
And I'm gonna be
We
talking
pre-gaming?
about Pokemon
We
Unite.
pre-gaming, chat?
It's gonna be a whole lot of fun this weekend. We have so many players, teams,
Cinema
of course,
mode.
Pokemon
Let's see.
trainers
Can you
competing
like?
for that championship
I don't want to
spot.
full screen it.
We're
Can I
gonna
like
start with some
pop out the
major
window?
storylines that are going to be going on all weekend long. I'm going to kick things off. with
What's
Pokemon
cinema
Unite,
mode?
Of course, we'll take the wheel on this one.
Oh, that is
Pokemon
nicer.
Unite,
I'll give you
This is
that.
the final stretch. The final world spot available in San Francisco later this year is going to be earned at this tournament. It is the only one left both in the east and the western parts of the world. So this is a very, very exciting moment. One more team will lock up their chance to fight for a world championship
Cool.
title
All right, that looks
here
good.
on the NAIC stage. How about you, Rosemary? What's going on in VGC?
I think that's the same vein for the rest of the games competing here this weekend. We only have a handful of slots left and a couple of championship points for our competitors to lock
I'm gonna say
up spots in
with like
leaderboard
10%.
and make it to the World Championships. And if you showed up this weekend and you don't have any championship points or you're outside of that realm, then you could earn a direct invite by placing in the top 4 of your respective games. So those are also
10%?
our competitors are fighting for. But I think the biggest thing for the Pokemon video game is that this is the first international championship on Pokemon Champions, and that is so exciting. We're
See,
gonna have so many mega
7%.
evolutions, so many new Pokemon, and I hope that the trainers are really going to get creative
Hydrapple.
with what they bring to this final tournament of the season.
That's right. And speaking of first, too,
It is the common denominator for the slop Raging Bolt, but I feel like there'll be an increased amount of like just like straight slop, like actual slop, right? I feel like it's like 5% slop, something like that. 10% haunch?
Chaos Rising, certainly going to mix things up. Special red card, a brand new powerful trainer card added into the mix.
I feel like Hydrapple will be slightly more represented than. All right, do we think Slowking makes the graphic? 5% Slowking? I think it's going to be like 10%. You think 10% Slowking?
Some really interesting decks and even tech cards. There's a
You
lot
think
to look out for in our tournament.
Slowking, Alakazam, your single prize decks?
There's these incredible players that have traveled from all
Where does
around the
Slowking
world
go?
to be competing in this event. We got some really
What if I say
exciting
7%
ones
Slowking?
you should all have an eye on to be watching over the weekend. Rosemary, why don't you start with some of our VGC
Yo, thank you,
players?
Eat Shadows, Abton, and
This first player
Monito
needs no
for those
introduction.
subs.
Wolf
Appreciate it.
Knight is the 2015 and 2019 NAIC champion, also won the World Championships in 2016, and just got second at the Indianapolis Regional Championships.
You think 7%
of
Alakazam?
Champions with one of the most off-meta picks we could have expected, Mega Steelix. Definitely not on anyone's radar heading into that event. So can he make it to a second NAIC championship title? That's to be
So we had 35, 45,
this weekend.
45,
Competitor Tampa Racy is
66,
also one of our competitors coming over from Europe that
71%
has
right
a
now.
shot to win a second NAIC as well, being our reigning
Beedrill? I don't think Beedrill's making the graphic.
He's coming back.
That's gonna be lopped in with like the
Show us what
others.
he's got for champions. And finally, last but not least,
Bolt
for
seems
Argentina,
worse with red card and hammers. I know that, but like people just will play it though. I could say 10% Hydrapple.
All right, players from all around the world competing at NAIC too. A very international players to watch. Interesting. Now, you picked just 3. With Pokemon Unite, I get to cheat a little bit. I have 15 players to watch. So buckle up, everybody. We did narrow it down to 3 teams though that are going to be.
Lopunny, I think Lopunny fell off bigly.
Root Dignitas, IX Gaming, and Deep Cross Gaming.
Haunch Crow, 3% Haunch.
Out of that team of 5 players, 4 4 out of 5 of those players have won the NAIC title already. 1 player left on that roster.
Saying like 2% Haunch Crow.
Added to their closet. But IX Gaming and Deep Cross Gaming are in a very interesting spot.
Zorark? You think Zorark really making the graphic?
So
I'll give you 5% Zorark.
a lot on the line that they are going to be playing for at this event. IX Gaming, in fact, was able to earn their world spot at this event last year.
That's right, and you know, this is what I love about internationals because people come from all
We're like
around the
25%
world.
left. I know. So we got to juice up some of these numbers. Yo, what's up, Matt Velasquez with the tier 2 sub? Appreciate you.
Leading it off, we have its accent, a 2-time North America
Give you 5 on Mega. You think 5% Mega Greninja?
as well as the World's 2023 World Champion.
You think there's going to be as much Mega Greninja as there is Zorark?
His claim to fame really started, and of course we got Beelzebub, the reigning world champion, coming from India. Already has his qualification locked for this year, but he's been traveling around the world competing. He got top 8 at EUIC this year as well, and looking to improve that finish in the final.
Yeah, let's just put it at 40% pull. Why don't we? That'll juice our numbers a little bit. Yep, that helps. I'm going 10% Slow King. I think Slow King is low-key going to be like the second most popular deck. And not even very low-key. Like, I think Slow King is going to be crazy. Like, actually insane.
Yeah, of course, tons of storylines in the trading.
I'm predicting a big Slow King show.
Competing this weekend, going to be incredible.
You could do 15 players.
Mega Lucario. All right, certainly Cynthia's Garchomp is more than. Well, what's the fun if I don't have a wild take in here? I got to have a wild take in here, right?
International champion from earlier this season.
I personally like Hops Trevenant more than I like Slow King.
Tech inclusions for whatever given metagame we approach. So cannot wait to
Haunch got to be higher than Zorark.
cards this
You
weekend.
think so?
Riley McKay from Canada, one of the breakout stories.
You want a 6%? 6% Haunch Crow is a lot.
He came in basically as an unknown player, made it all the way into top cut. He defeated Tord Reklev in top 4, did lose in the finals, but then propelled that momentum into the World Championships where he was able to take the World Champion title. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Riley has in store this weekekend, how he can back
Zorark,
up
Mega
last season's
Greninja, that seems
incredible run.
fine.
And then
So 40, 60, 60, 74, 74 plus 15. That's like 89. Like, we're almost there. We got to decrease some. We got to decrease some numbers now. We're gonna say 9% Slow King, 7% Alakazam. I think Hydrapple will be higher.
Real interesting to see what shows up. That's awesome. There's a lot of amazing players to watch, like we mentioned. But how about all of you?
6%
watching, especially at
Alakazam.
home? We got a whole lot of rewards you can earn.
7%
just by tuning into
Hydrapple.
the stream. So if you want to link your account, you
6%
can earn
Honchkrow. That's so
for each of
much.
our individual games.
We're going
So we'll start with
5s
VGC. Rosemary, what
on
can you earn
Honchkrow.
by watching your stream?
5% Slop.
After watching NAIC for only 6
3%
minutes, you get to
Zorark,
earn
3%
special
Mega
Blastoise
Greninja.
and a Cherish Ball. There have been a couple of different Pokemon distributions for Pokemon Champions, including Charizard. So now you get to add a Blastoise to your collection, and this is going to be really fun. It can
I don't
be
think
evolved.
that
You can get a really
Trevenant
powerful
makes the
ability,
graphic,
Mega Launcher,
to be
and
honest.
hopefully someone gets to show us what Blastoise can do. If it's not at NAIC, maybe it's you next season.
Ooh, all right. Make sure to get in there and get some early distributions for champions. Exciting. For Pokemon
Alakazam, I mean, 6% is a solid representation for Alakazam for sure.
Sticker you can add to your player card, as well as a platinum Blastoise emblem. So make sure to
You think Lucario makes the graphic?
to get those rewards for Pokemon Unite.
Which is gonna? All right, I feel like we should put
A lot of great rewards.
Lucario or Cynthia's Garchomp on here.
Watch, you can get his exclusive Seeking with Ice
Starmie,
exclusive move, which he used to win EUIC, but also it's relevant for this tournament and it's relevant in the Open Great League meta, where he just won in turn a couple of days ago. So really cool Pokemon to claim there. Of course, you get the Elite TM as well to get those very exclusive moves you can't regularly get with regular TMs, and then you get rare candy XLs, and of course a lot of fast and charged TMs. So you get a little bit of everything to help build your perfect team for the next tournament.
And for the Pokemon trading card game, there are lots of incredible rewards in the Pokemon trading card game live. Watching for just 30 minutes gets you for booster packs from the newest expansion, Chaos Rising. We go this weekend. 45 minutes. Get yourself some special illustration rare.
Verified says, as a Chomp believer, it's not good. Mercy asks, how do I feel about putting a second Badoo into Dragon Ball? Yeah, I mean, like, 2 Badoo is really good. It's just tough to, like, justify the spot, though.
What I'm most excited about are those sweet cosmetics. We've got
any Metal Maker? No, no Metal Decks, no.
Mega Blastoise card sleeves, the coin, and that avatar jacket. For tuning in for 60 minutes. I think I'm going to go backstage and make sure I have my laptop open so that I can collect these rewards myself this weekend.
Yeah, not a bad call. I mean, when there's that many really cool giveaways,
top 8 predictions.
Sure to get in on it, and here is how you earn those Twitch drops. So follow these steps, make sure to link your account, and make sure you don't miss out on these really cool distributions.
How many Pult in top 8?
One of the competitive games that are happening here live at
4
NAIC.
Pults.
We want to make sure people watching at home will also
except we're going to say 2 straight Pult, 2 Pult hammers.
Are truly so fun. I know people saw us on camera for a moment earlier on. We are dressing the part for this event today. Already a lot of festivities. Don't worry, the energy is going to turn up to 11.
2 Pult hammers.
Soon with the opening ceremonies. But with this countdown show, we get the chance to talk about our games a little bit before. We talked about players to watch. We make sure you all know what distributions you have in the game. With some of the major storylines.
2 Pult Nor.
We got some analysts on here. Let's get nerdy. Let's talk about
no Pult chicken.
That maybe people aren't expecting to see this weekend. A sleeper pick, a rogue deck maybe. What could be some fun stuff to look forward to?
1 slot box.
VGC, what's maybe a sleeper option in this Champions meta we can look forward to?
Well, I feel like I've got to set the stage a little
1
bit
Slow
from
King.
what we've seen so far in the Pokemon Champions meta. And so if you haven't tuned in to Turin or Indianapolis, then this is
1 Alakazam.
your primer for the weekend. Charizard Y, Mega Flow X
1
have been the 2
Hydrapple.
standout Mega Evolutions, and the rest of the meta has really centralized around those Pokemon. Basculegion, King Gambit, Sneasler,
My predictions.
those are all of them.
Crustle?
The
No.
popular Pokemon in Pokemon Champions. So when I think about sleeper picks that I'm really excited to see, definitely those.
Some Crussle's going to be in the meta.
Seeing some Mega Crabominable out
I-
in the field, or maybe a chance to see another Mega Steelix. Just those Pokemon that I think just will stand out amongst that field when we.
I mean,
have
like,
some
Crustle could
that
be
are
at, like,
so top-heavy.
What do we have? 40,
Interesting. Some cool options.
50,
I personally
59,
would love for Mega Crabominable. That would be so much
60,
fun.
Crab.
This is the early
6,
success, especially at a tournament this big. At
72,
NAIC. Pokemon Unite is in an interesting
77,
spot when it comes to rogue picks, just due to the
82,
rapid release we've had of new Pokemon added to the game,
86,
and now finally being tournament available
92.
for the first time here at NAIC. Pokemon like Feraligatr and Typhlosion, even Articuno having its first tournament of competitive availability. There's some really interesting options that these competitive teams, when they're practicing, often in secret, with their own strategies, will be able to showcase on stage. So that will be really exciting. But
Yeah, Crustle needs to dodge all the single prize decks. I feel like there's too many single prize decks. I'm not putting Crustle on there.
asleep for too long.
Yeah, that's like the
I'm always a
other.
huge fan of
The rest is
being able
other,
to
all right?
these top-tier events. Sometimes that on-stage environment that we have in Pokemon Unite.
Slop, same as Haunch.
High skill expression Pokemon that
I mean, Slop is fighting for spot with Raging Bolt. Really, it's 15% Slop Box because, in my opinion,
Pokemon. So
Raging Bolt
could see
is
some
Slot
availability
Box.
there. Would love to see that. Not exactly rogue, but it could be a really fun
Like,
option.
Raging Bolt is literally Slot Box.
You certainly have some
They are the
fun
same. That is
when it
15%
comes
Slot
to
Box.
these, creative team builders.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the same deck to me.
Like I said,
Yeah,
this
they
is
are
the
literally the
first
same
time
deck.
Ever meta, maybe the only time ever meta for this tournament. So even though there are some theoretical meta to it, no one.
So, yeah, anybody who's mad that there's only 5% Slop, like, no, Raging Bolt is also Slop. Sometimes, some Raging Bolt lists only play 1 Raging Bolt in there.
Trying it in practice tournaments, and the real question is, will it really rise to the top, or is it, actual?
Blitzel Slop picked up by a lot of people. I could believe that for sure.
Is one that really stands out.
15% Slop Locket. Listen, I got a Slop Box in top 8. I don't have a Raging Bolt in top 8.
I'm very excited to see the creative spin that these players do.
No, I'm definitely on the single Raging Bolt swag for sure.
Something special, and it's really cool to see them play it on stage.
What is Blitzel Slop? It's the deck that Emma Hagen played to top 8 at Turin.
It's going to be hard not
Right.
to this weekend. It is the card that is the most powerful in the metagame. But when it comes to new cards from Chaos Rising, I'm really hoping to see a little bit of just B-Drill EX, a new card added into
All right.
the mix. Does more
Now we get to predict on
drill you
Jesse
have
Parker's
to play,
finish.
something that can ramp up very, very quickly. You can theoretically
How do we
do
think
more
Jesse
damage
finishes?
and KO literally whatever your opponent has in the
Mr.
active
Parker
spots.
needs like a top 32 for his invite.
This weekend, but you do mention Dragapult. Our metagame has become pretty centralized around that card. It has separated itself as the most powerful attacking EX in the metagame. And usually when that's the case, even though it's a new expansion,
DNF? He's playing Slow King.
framework that players are working with.
Does he day 2?
Top end will make note of those things and find ways to exploit the way that people have ironed out their baseline deck list. Disruption, control options. Always
There aren't enough 80 hit point slowpokes in the venue for it to be 9%.
Interesting picks across the board. Us as casters, sometimes we have to make these calls. Sometimes we have to make predictions about what will happen in our tournament. And a conversation at these ICs always is what region is gonna get the international championship, right? Let's earn our paycheck here a little bit. Rosemary, what region?
You think
is
Jesse a
winning
top
the
128 king?
title here?
Oh gosh.
That'd be
this is
pretty
so
impressive.
popular. I'm gonna say Europe.
All right, okay.
Loses an
I
ASIN?
am gonna say Pokemon Unite will be one.
Heartbreaking 33rd for Jesse. Jesse is playing a very similar list to Brennan Camerman. The list that Brennan Camerman played. It's a very, very similar.
As well, so they definitely have to bring their A game to keep the title back on home soil.
And ever since 2022, this event has been won by a North American player. And I'm thinking that trend is going to continue this weekend. NA defends the home turf, takes it home once again.
All right, I like the home turf love. I mean,
All right, we're gonna.
the New Orleans festive spirit right now on this hometown stage, and I know a whole lot of people are, including this opening ceremony.
We're gonna give my boy some love. I think top 128.
Stage is gonna be a takeover. So it's about time we get out of here and set the stage for NAIC to begin. So
Does
thank you
JW
so
keep
much.
his invite?
See you later.
JW has like 720 points. Thank you, Arla TV, for that sub. I think he's at 720. Anything else we want to predict on? I thought about, yeah, Pulse on stream day 1. So what, they're going to stream 9 rounds today? Nine. Do mirrors count for 2? Yes. Mirrors count for 2. More like 11, 10. I think 9 is fair because that means like 1 per stream, but some matches won't have a pulp, but some will have 2. So that's why 9 just seems like very safe to me.
DJ solid gold.
Hops Trev in Hops Trev at ASIM.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers and fans from around the world. Welcome to New Orleans. Before today's battle began, we start with a sound that represents the modern heartbeat of this city. I am DJ Solid Gold, blending my beats.
Highest play in ASIM. Hops Trev at ASIM. All right.
To set the tone for this weekend. Here we go.
25-minute DJ set. Do we got a DJ set right now? That's pretty insane. Yeah, that's beast.
We now turn to the deep musical roots of Louisiana. Today, you'll experience the sound that defines the
All right, how many Hops Trev and ASIM? How many
born right here in New Orleans to
5 red cards, 5 unfair stamps
This is the sound of Louisiana.
in top 8?
Jazz was born here in New Orleans, and it remains one of the city's greatest gifts to the world. Please
Seems reasonable to me.
welcome one of its celebrated voices, Anais St. John, alongside her New Orleans Jazz Quartet.
Hello, Pokemon friends. My name is Anais. Are you ready for some jazz? Hit it, guys. A tisket, a tasket, a green and yellow basket. I wrote a letter to my mommy on the way I dropped it. I dropped it. Yes, on the way I dropped it. A little girlie picked it up. She put it in her pocket. She went to trucking on down the avenue without a single thing to do. She went pecking all around. Then she dropped it on the ground.
Jesse in the chat, bro, turn this corny music off and let me start my round.
Doesn't give it back. I swear that I will cry.
Shaman in top 8.
All right, y'all, I want you to put your hands together. Yeah.
2 Shaman in top 8.
Here we go. Here we go. I got a girl in Baltimore, Eliza Jane. Streetcar runs right by her door. Eliza
Any other off-the-cuff predictions?
gal in New Orleans, Eliza Jane. Christmas thing you ain't
Winning deck.
Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza Jane. Come on now. Oh, Eliza.
Gotta pick the winner, y'all. Gotta pick the winner.
Thank you very much.
That's what I call a good time.
Thank you, Blazing Killer, for the Prime sub.
Gospel music of spirit, strength.
Raging Bolt takes one.
that thrives across Louisiana. Please welcome with me one of the city's most dynamic ensembles, the Joyful Gospel Choir.
I'ma tell you about the couple I learned the name. Every time I face, I learned the name. Nobody said it was easy going for the goal. Gotta take risks, gotta be bold. But I'm here to run a race, here to run for, here to make names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top, the best of the best. Yeah, I'll be walking victory road. I'll be walking victory road. I'll be right there by your side. I'll be walking victory road.
We could call it Slop Box. I could see Slop Box winning.
Would you meet me there? Pokemon Fast House. That's good. Yeah! I'll be walking.
Do you think that there's enough Pult hate that Pult won't win?
I'ma walk the road of pride. Gonna hold my head up high. Gonna stop and stare till you find me there with my finger pointing to the sky.
All right, what if it's a slop win? All right, we're calling it slop win.
That's right. As we keep walking down Victory Road, our journey continues with the sounds of Cajun heritage. The French Acadians brought this vibrant music tradition from Canada. It features a live fiddle and guitar rhythm. I want you to welcome with me fiddle prodigy Amanda Shaw and guitarist Tim Robertson.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yo, this pre-show kind of gas.
Whoa, Santa Rosa, Grandmamu. Jolie blonde, mais jolie fille, mais je connais pas ça. Hey, hey, ha, ha. Hey, hey, Leon. Oh, maman, je m'entoure sans le Grandmamu. Why'd you go and leave me in Big Mamu?
All right, y'all, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick before we get rolling. Enjoy the pre-show. I'll be right back.
Blue, please come back. Shannon, come on back. Come on back and let me hear and make my
As you can see, in New Orleans, rhythm starts early. Many say here, children learn to dance before they can walk. Rhythm lives on through its world-class drum lines in a city like this. And now, as our Pokemon trainers prepare to begin their journey, we send them forward the only way New Orleans knows how. Through rhythm, energy, and for unforgettable sound, please welcome the electrifying Black Magic Drumline.
Let's go. I was curious, like, what they were gonna do with the whole pregame show, because, like, at this point, what is this, the third year they've done New Orleans? Yeah, the third year straight. So, like, they have to keep doing different kind of themed pregame shows.
Have enjoyed a taste of Louisiana music. We'd like to bring all our performers back to the stage to share with you something we only do in New Orleans. Pokemon fans, we gotta catch them all, and right now I want you to catch this vibe with us. This is called a second line parade, so join Pikachu, join me, and we're gonna parade out of here. Here we go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it's kind of beast. God, it never ceases to blow me away, the production. The production on these things is absolutely nuts.
All right, good morning, New Orleans! Yeah, what a way to kick off NAIC 2026.
New Orleans has set the stage, and now it's time for our Pokemon trainers to do the same.
That's right, Joe. Trainers from around the world have come here with one goal today.
To prove they have what it takes to rise to the top.
I like that, rise to the top. Very good. Over the next few days.
No, that is not Doob Snacks. No, that is not Kirk. That is Spriggles.
At a Pokemon International Championship.
Yeah, I get where your confusion is, though. No, that's Spriggles. That is not Kirk. You're thinking of the Unite caster. This is the... Spriggles does Pokemon Pocket, I think. Yeah, Pocket
That's
and
why
Unite.
every match matters. Every decision counts.
And it all starts right now. Welcome to the North America International Championship!
Dang, that's pretty beast. God, the production is so slick. It's so slick. Watching the evolution of these shows over the years, it's mind-blowing. It's crazy to think that the World Championships used to be a grassroots stream. Like Kyle Sukovic, the Top Cut. They just let Kyle Sukovic come in and stream Worlds. like by himself with a little webcam. Like literally. Let's see, what was the first year? I think 2012 Worlds was the Top Cut. And then I think 2013 they had like GameSpot do it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 2011, 2012 I think was Kyle Sukovic Top Cut.
And he is the North American International Champion.
Federico Camporisi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match.
And then 2013 I think they had GameSpot do it.
Federico Camporisi is your
2014
North America International Champion.
Was 2014 the first year they had Paperlight do it? Because then they started hiring Paperlight, right? I know
Welcome.
it's been incredible to see how good of a job Paperlight has been doing with these, because Paperlight is the company that the Pokemon Company International has hired to like spearhead
Here
these
we
productions.
are in the Big Easy, ready to kick off.
There's the
incredible
goat right
weekend.
there, Mr.
Chock full
Puka
of trading
Sukovic.
card
There he
game
is.
action.
It all
My name is
started
Joe
with
Biden
you,
here
my
at
guy,
Best Buy.
right there,
2009
Mr. Puka.
US National Champion Kyle Puka Sukovic. Kyle, how we feeling, man? Ready for a great weekend?
I mean, it's amazing, Chip. It's always great to be here at NAIC.
Dude, Puka.
I think it's bigger and better every year with those opening ceremonies, and very appropriate as well. That victory.
It's crazy because like
This is the
Puka,
last stop on our road to the World
Puka, like I was saying,
One last
he
chance
did
for the players to
grassroots
get
productions
that
of like the
invitation
2011,
to the
2012 World
For some
Championships.
players, they're just
And now
looking to
here
get
he is.
some
He's like
amount of
Pokemon
championship points this weekend. Top
international
66, top
employee,
512 even may be enough for some trainers.
getting to be on the
And for
productions
others,
again.
they're going to enter this weekend needing
Amazing.
to get top 4 if they want to earn that invitation.
Yeah, but that just means anybody has a shot this weekend to make it to the World Championships. Even if you come into this event at 0 championship points, if you go on the run of a lifetime, make it into that top 4,
Yes.
you can find yourself playing in the World Championships in San Francisco not that long from now. So there's tons on the line here this weekend, and thousands of players all trying to battle for these top placements and these
Tony
championships.
3XL says
For these
Puka
points, but
kind of
also
sounds like
for
Kermit the
some
Frog. Yeah,
incredible
that yeah.
rising up
That's
top,
the
tons of Pokemon TCG
that's part of
booster
the
packs, but also
that's his
tons
vibe.
of cash on the table.
That's his vibe. Always has,
$25,000
always will.
for the first
Yeah.
place finisher this weekend, paying out all the way down to the top 64, $2,000 for that finish.
Yeah, but you mentioned, back in 2009, I did win the U.S. National Championships, and the payday was quite a bit smaller than this one, Chip. The prizes have grown tremendously over the years, and
Dude.
there's just so much to play for now. Even
25
down to the top
Gs.
64
All right,
in the
chat.
Masters division. There's a
You
lot
win
to play for.
25
Yeah, even in our
Gs.
junior
You win
senior division,
NAIC.
those trainers will be walking away
What are you
with a
buying?
total of $7,000 up top.
What are you spending your 25 Gs on, chatters?
32.
You win the North American International
Prizes, but
Championships.
For many, it's all about the prestige, that opportunity to become a
Kevin,
champion. There's
minivan,
also the
Horsey,
travel
My
prizes that these
Mortgage,
players are competing
C-Corv,
for. If they finish
your
high
mom.
within these designated qualification periods, they are able to earn stipends, and travel
Fixing my
awards
house.
in
Paying off my
future
house.
international championships, and also
A tropical
of course, here,
beach.
most importantly, Kyle, the World Championships.
A single booster box these days.
I mean, this is a whole season. Chip, it's hard to believe we've made it through another almost whole season here. Again, getting all the way to NAIC. But yeah, these,
Paying off my debt, like, ain't
these
that just so
travel
real?
awards, these rating zone
One
placements,
RSPK
they
deck.
fuel, you to get to the next events, and the next thing can give you incentives to keep
All right,
going.
here's the
So,
next question.
all the big stuff, and that's definitely
I
some
think
of those
when you win, you
priority
get like a
registrations.
trophy card. Not a trophy card, but you get like a
with how quickly these events
you get like a card that has a stamp on it, right? At least I got a top 8 one when I top 8 at NAIC. Do you sell any of your stuff? Do you sell like the card, or do you keep it?
Being an international championship, there are players competing from across the globe. Let's look at our players to watch from North
Do you sell
America.
any of your
This is
champion
the
swag,
North American
or do you keep it?
National championships. And a couple of very notable names here. Karis Jones there in the
Players to
middle,
watch.
she
Yo,
just
Azul in the
won
house.
Indianapolis Regional Championships.
Karis
Liam
just
Halliburton
won
has had
Indy.
an incredible season. He is sitting number
Liam
one
just
on
went
top of
0-3
that
drop at
North
Indy,
American
but is
leaderboard
also
currently,
obviously
and
very
fan
cracked.
favorite,
So,
Azul Garcia Griego
but
competing in just his
coming off that
third
0-3.
event of the year.
thank you, Dill Dally,
those
for the
players
200 bits. Let's
needs to make
freaking
top
go.
30 at his World's End
Slaughter
Body.
home with the
Honestly, if there's a
sub.
player to make
Arla
that happen,
TV,
he is
Mech
the top
NL.
guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
He's
y'all
a
so
former
much. Appreciate it.
champion here at NAIC. And yeah, I think one of the greats. He's won so many different events. Like you said, hasn't been playing as much this season, but always fun to track. Those players who've had huge success before coming in. They take it seriously.
Listen,
for this big event.
I ain't doing the
Can
plushie
they make
on
this
the
big
on the
run
photo.
happen? Azul is
Yeah,
the player
I'm-
we're gonna be following just to see
Azul's
if
got
he
it
can,
right. Like, dude, we
deep
too
run
old
at
for
this
the
tournament
plushie,
and
bro.
make some magic happen.
Too old.
And honestly,
We too old for all
for
that.
These players, one of the most interesting things. Of course, I will be looking to see what happens in Karis' tournament run, but I'm also
Why
looking
no
to see
plush?
what happens
Too old.
Based on the metagame, based on her win
We are
in
adults.
Indianapolis, because she
Okay.
won with Alakazam. With
Ain't
a
gonna be
huge
over 30 years
innovation
old
for
holding the
Nighttime
plushie in my
Mind
picture,
and
dude.
Elgyem
No.
in her list. Liam, also a player who has played Elgyem in unsuspecting decks this year.
I had the same record as Liam at Indy.
EX, of course, a potential card
Listen,
on
I
the
have
Liam
Pokemon
has
Plus.
been
I
played,
own them.
Piloted that to great success throughout the year. So
They ain't going on the
he's
pick,
chosen
though.
To bring this weekend, of course, Dragapult is dominating our.
What do you mean too old? It's just it's not for me. It's not for me. Yo, what's up, Opti, with the $60 dono to the Trevor Project. Let's go. Got us over that $4,000 mark. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Opti. $4,000 raised for the Trevor Project so far this month. I hate Whimsy, really? You think I hate Whimsy? You think I hate Whimsy, really? Holy crap. Look at these championship point totals. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know Karis played in the younger divisions. Liam
That's a lot.
was a
Liam's
US
got a
national
lot.
champion as a junior
1,600.
back in
That's more than you need.
2016, and also a world champion in the seniors division.
You don't need that
Top
many.
16
Yo,
players
share some with the
currently
rest
in
of us.
North America. This will likely change up before the end of the weekend. Of course, the top 16 trainers at the end of the year do earn a travel award to the World Championship.
All right, what do we think? Does anybody know what Azul is playing today? What's our predictions on Azul?
In that 13-ish hundred championship point range, going to be trying to have a solid finish this weekend to lock up that travel award.
Yeah, and again, it's easy to forget how long this season has been. Aban.
He's on slop or Slowking.
Huge run earlier in the season, some big finishes back to back. Haven't heard from him for a bit, but those big finishes early on have really put him in top standing for the season.
He just top 32'd in a regional in
really burst back on
what, in Australia?
Lately with that Dragapult deck with the crushing hammers.
Yeah, so the goat still got it.
Another top 8. He's got a lot
Yeah,
of
he's
momentum
not even rusty.
NAIC champion. So, we have so many players to follow here. Like you said, there's over 4,000 players. So many things for us to follow this.
Yeah, I think Emma Hagen just top 8'd. Just top 8'd with the new kind of slot box, right?
This year, Emma Hagen, who has had also an incredible season, but yet still somehow not the highest championship point earner from Norway, as she does have to compete with Tord.
What is Tord holding?
Yeah, I know one of Emma's goals was to be
Nobody
#1
knows.
in championship points this year, and unfortunately sharing a country with the guy who makes that as difficult as possible. But yeah, as you mentioned, Edwin won EUIC, an incredible result there with that Mega Absol EX. Emma kind of
What's my take on the Ocarina of Time remake? Yeah, it's too realistic. Look, I'm not a fan of the shot of like the 3D model that I saw. Not the biggest fan of it, but I'm still holding. Yeah, I'm holding out hope that it'll look better. Yeah, they slopified it. I know, right? Like,
Tord Reklev won the first ever NAIC event.
I would have rather they like cell shaded like dude, what if they Wind Wakered it? That would have been cooler.
The old guard with Jason Kozinski.
Who do I have winning?
To Tord Reklev to where we are today.
Yeah, he has been the best player in this international era, without a doubt, winning that inaugural North American International Championships, going from a player who many did not know to the best in the game, a 5-time champion, and he does sit atop.
I bet you it'll be somebody that you'd never heard of that won.
Yeah, 1,770 champion.
Thank you, Joe Prospect, for the Prime sub.
He didn't win an international, did he?
He did win a regional, though.
Yeah, I know.
But no internationals.
It's funny to think that that's a down year for him, right? Didn't even win an international. But yeah, obviously won in Las Vegas and has had an excellent season, bringing all sorts of different things. But yeah, there's been tons of things. Drew got second at EUIC with that Golden Go EX, which we will not see
crazy.
And has rotated out of the standard
Crazy
format.
point totals here.
But we see a lot of players who have won regionals, and then I think a big name.
Yo, is that you, Ted? That's what I thought. That was. I thought you were Ted Tobin. I was wondering if you were Ted Tobin. I mean, your username sounds like Ted Tobin. But dude, congrats on the incredible season. Holy crap!
recognizing Slow King is something that has.
You're telling me you've got this many championship points,
Certainly has what
and you're still in my chat rage baiting me about Iron Boulder? That's crazy. If you have that many championship points, then you know that Iron Boulder is good, bro. You know that. You're good enough to know that.
Yeah, and Victor is someone who hasn't had a big kind of breakout performance yet, but is kind of knocking on the door.
You are good enough to know that.
Has been a big innovator.
My guy.
Different decks, and is kind of someone.
Well, congratulations on the incredible season, for sure.
Don't be surprised.
Amazing.
To see Victor's name as making a top 8 or winning an event sometime soon.
Yeah, congratulations on the incredible season. Yeah, I saw your tweets, and then I assumed that was probably you in the chat yesterday, but and I've seen you in the chat before. I just didn't, I didn't want to assume.
There really is. It feels odd, but such a concentration of
Henry Brand
players in Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the
well,
one
let's
missing
freaking
from this
go.
group that you think of as Natalie Miller as well. But yeah, kind of that core player. Matthew Burris as well. Yeah,
yeah, for sure. I'll see you at Worlds, dude.
Australian team has
I'm a big Henry Brand fan. I like his little posts that he makes on on like social media and stuff. Very well spoken, very successful player. Seems like a stand-up guy. I'm a big Henry Brand fan.
At this event, we'll look at our players to watch from Asia Pacific region.
He's just like extremely good at Pokemon cards as well.
These are no strangers to our
and also being the 2019 World Champion, Mewtwo and Mew.
Championships, Yoshiyuki himself has had an incredible year. Ryuki, a former international champion, and Daichi, a runner-up at the World Championships.
Yeah, also the greatest picture.
Daichi. Now, if you're gonna do a plushie, this pose kind of goes crazy. I do actually have to hand it to Daichi there. Yeah. That's definitely the best pose we've seen. Though Ryuki, hitting the blue steel though, I'm just saying.
Become eligible for a world
hitting the blue steel also goes crazy.
In the top 4 and get themselves that direct qualification. Yoshiyuki did that earlier at LAIC this year. He also did win a regional, so he's got a couple invites sitting in the pocket there. But
I'm with the blue steel pose. Gotta look tough. Gotta look tough.
Finish this weekend
You're playing Pokemon cards.
Which is wild to say. One of the best players in Japan. He's got one last opportunity to lock it up.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting story to follow. As you mentioned, he's had a lot of success and really burst onto the scene with that second place finish at the London World Championships back in 2022. Ever since then, he's kind of traveled internationally, coming out to lots of different events. But yeah, this will be another big
Listen, I got plenty of play. You want to see Plush?
At the World Championships, I think one of the biggest personalities.
Yes.
Very fun, very entertaining to watch. So,
as evident by his player profile picture here. And Kyle, we're just setting the stage here, getting ready for our first Swiss round of the event. The thing I love about these international championships is getting to see the action all day long from round 9.
We got to hit him with the...
battling throughout this tournament. Now, I do think we are going to see a lot of Dragapult EX.
There we go. Is that enough whimsy?
To anybody who's been paying attention lately. But hopefully we get to see some fun variety.
That was tough, wasn't it?
Players who have brought some pretty wacky stuff this weekend as well.
Thank you, RK Asterix.
Let's take a quick look at our caster predictions for the weekend. These cards that we are identifying as
caster predictions. All right.
You mentioned the Dragapult. Ethan, of course, choosing it there.
Beedrill?
And you and him linked up there on the Shaman idea.
Ain't no way.
Slow King's second place finish have anything to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, we actually did these predictions before the event happened last week, and I was like, oh yeah, Slow King looks like it's pretty good.
Shaman
might be a good
call.
Tech card for this event, and then the whole thing happened. And now it's actually a question of should we even bother? Will the threat?
Yo, big shouts, Pumpka Amy out here in the casting booth. Let's go.
Slow King matchup, but it does have other uses. The teal or the Wellspring Mask, Ogre Pawn EX. even seen a tiny bit of
Not the
Greninja
B
EX.
prediction,
So
dude.
there are
Not
some
the
things that are hitting the bench,
indefensible
having
chip.
that Shaman could be
Indefensible. The B drill deck is
good.
not
Talk to me
good.
about
It is
B-Drill
very
EX.
bad.
B-Drill, less talked about card from the Chaos Rising expansion. I love
Yeah,
those
sorry, Chip.
aggressive decks where you just make a big Pokemon and
Nah,
take
nah,
big
the B-Drill
knockouts
deck
and
is
force
not
your opponent
good.
to deal with it. B-Drill, I think, at the forefront of those archetypes.
Dill
have
Daddy
been,
saying the B drill deck is good if it gets set up. That's not a thing. Okay, that's not a thing. A deck is not good if it gets set up. Like, if the deck sets up consistently, that might help make it a good deck. If it doesn't set up consistently, it's not a good deck. It's just you can't be like, oh well, it's good when it works. Like, no, dude, it's bad because it doesn't work that much. It's just not good. I said Zam was bad. Get him! Get him! Streamer was wrong about something. Get him! Get him! Streamer said something that didn't end up being true. Get him! Freaking roast him! Roast the streamer!
Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes the top
God,
8
imagine
trainers and up to 8
if
additional
I had a
trainers fighting in
100% success rate on Pokemon TCG takes. Like, imagine that.
finalists remain.
Imagine if everything that I ever said was true. Like, that's just insane. If you're out here, you're swinging enough, you're gonna have some misses, okay?
Claim the trophy and the title of NAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
You're gonna miss sometimes. That's okay.
We have quite a ways to go to get there, though. And honestly, Kyle, I would not have been surprised to see this matchup on Championship Sunday, or at least in our top cut, as we have an incredible round 1 match lined up for those of you watching along.
No kidding. We have Henry Chow.
Holy.
Went on such an incredible run last season, winning 3
Henry Chow versus Daiichi. Oh, we're in for a treat. Let's freaking go.
That's a player we've just talked about, Daiichi Shimada, who needs a top 4 finish at this event to make it to the World Championships, and maybe no big.
All right, well, we already have 2 of our 9 pults on stream.
Yes, I'm sure everyone is excited to kick off the day with a Dragapult mirror, but whenever these 2 trainers are paired,
That's crazy. Well,
get this up on the stage, and some very interesting things going on in the deck lists here, as we do see prize cards going out for both of these players.
yeah, absolutely insane. Oh my God, Daiichi, no! No, Daiichi! Don't put those there! The F's in the chat for Daiichi.
Rough start, but we'll see how this first game goes. Some interesting builds from both players as we get into this match. I think Henry
F's for Daiichi.
of the two, which we'll see, I'm sure, as we get into
At least he's got a pult towards the bottom,
going with Dragapult with that
so he could
score,
take it.
you know, kind of a classic deck from last format, and now it's kind of resurged lately. We were seeing a lot of just straight Dragapult, but now Dusknoir comes back into the mix.
I gotta say though, I'm a big Pult Noir fan, huge believer in that deck. So I'm kind of like I'm predicting Pult Noir to have a very good day. I'm stoked to see that Daiichi chose Pult Noir as well.
Annapolis Regionals, we did see Justin Newdorf get a top 4 finish with Crushing Hammer Dusknoir build, and that is
Let's
what
get
Daiichi
into it.
is going with on his
Let's
side.
freaking
It is
go!
kick off our game here at the North American International Championships, starting it off.
The Badoo Open going first with Buddy Poffin. Like, dude, if I could just play Dragapult and guarantee that I open Buddy Poffin with some Dracloaks in hand going first with Badoo in the active spot, I mean, that's just what you want, right? That's just beautiful. But the problem is that you don't always do that. It's not how it always works. So yeah, getting that Buddy Poffin down, so crucial. The other thing that and it looks like preemptive Meowth, right? Because there could be watchtowers. But the thing we do see, darkness energy to the Meowth. That's really interesting. You just get the darkness down on the Meowth. I mean, I guess you could like crisp into it and pop it back, which is kind of funny. Oh my God, Daichi, no! Don't Ultra Ball the Pult! Don't do it, bro! No! Don't Ultra Ball! No! No, don't Ultra Ball it, bro! No! No, do not Ultra Ball. That's your only one. It's fine. We've probably he's got night stretchers. He's got night stretchers. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. Now, yeah, but what if he gets Itchy Pollen? Right, and that's the problem is that Henry kind of has Itchy Pollen queued up already so that Night Stretcher won't be able to bring the Pult back. So now Daichi is operating with no Pults under item lock currently, right?
Yep, so I think a different story for both these players starting off. Of course.
He's got the Night Stretcher.
Right
he's
away.
got the.
If Henry's going to key in on what
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, but a heads
Good
up,
move,
I mean, this is
Daichi.
part of why you
Good
do
move.
for what's
That's some
your
pro
prize
plays
cards.
right there.
If Daichi had not noticed that, maybe he wouldn't have done that. Maybe he would not have had access to Dragapult EX.
Good move. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Of this game. So right off the bat, you know, a heads-up play to give yourself the best odds of staying in this game.
Daichi does have a Lily's Determination in hand.
Should he just scoop? No, he shouldn't scoop. The thing is that Henry didn't get any Dracloaks preemptively. And the way that this mirror goes is like you could very easily just get yourself into the situation where you're like, okay, I Lily's looking for Dracloak and like don't find any, right? And we see Daichi actually had an incredible pull off that Lily's because Daichi found the Buddy Buddy Poffin and has got Dracloaks in hand. So Daichi's in like a really good spot. If he can go get like he's got Badoo already in hand, get a couple of Dreepy, he's got the Dracloaks already in hand. So like Daichi's start is actually looking very strong. Also worth noting that Henry did not, you know, attach an energy to either of the Dreepy. So like Henry is not like necessarily ahead in energy attachments, right?
In this Dragapult mirror match.
Now,
you need to get those Dracloak out, start drawing cards, and set up.
A big change from the Chaos Rising expansion, of course, is the addition of Special Red Card. And with the introduction of Special Red Card,
love the tape on the hat.
are no longer playing Judge in many of their deck lists. And so without the activation of a Special Red Card or perhaps a unfair stamp, there is
now
no
this is really interesting because we see that Daichi is not going Itchy Pollen, right? Didn't go Itchy Pollen there. Instead is just saying like, I got my energy on Fez. And this is really interesting because if you go turn to Crispin, you're popping Dracloak, right? So instead of going for the Itchy Pollen, he's queuing up the Cruel Arrow. He listened to Azul. For sure, he listened to Azul. All you mother effers are If you guys didn't see that Azul the Azul video, all you mother effers gonna miss the Cruel Arrow. It's definitely the funniest thing I've ever seen that man say. Yeah, absolutely unhinged.
Because Daichi had a Dreepy in his hand, he had Pheasantipity and chose to start the Pheasantipity because he knew Cruel Arrow would likely be very
See,
strong.
and Crispin right off rip. It's happening. And look at this. Henry Chow only has one Dracloak.
Crispin in hand, bringing two energies of different types from the deck. into play. One energy will be able to be attached from the deck directly. One will go to the hand, and he will be able to load up this Pheasantipity. Cruel Arrow can target down one of Henry's Pokemon.
Yeah, and who
Dude, the
needs Dragon
freaking
Ball
Cruel
EX?
Arrow. Here it is.
I suppose this is going to put Henry in quite an awkward position. He does not have access to Shaman to protect his benched Pokemon. Most Dragapult decks also are not playing Rare Candy these days, so you have to slowly evolve up to your Stage 1 and then your Stage 2.
Yep.
Dude,
So
Daiichi
can knock out
straight
this only
cooking
Dragapult
right
in
here.
play. He's going to be safe for another turn and just be able to
Absolutely
control
cooking.
what Henry's able to
3 Dracloak
Stockpile
into the
some
Cruel
resources. They
Arrow.
Cannot play that Crushing Hammer with the use of Itchy Pollen on the last turn from Henry Chow. No harm, no foul there.
And look at this.
I know. It's hard to believe that my dude is item locked considering how good of his setup is. It's like, I would have forgot that I was item locked too, to be honest, because I'm setting up like an absolute beast.
Dealing quite a bit. There's really no good response to this Pheasantipity EX's Cruel Arrow. You know, we talk so much about this card and its powerful flip the script ability.
Crazy,
it lines up very
absolutely
nice.
crazy to think that someone in chat was like, do you scoop as Daiichi? No! No! Look at this. Like, look at this absolutely insane start from Daiichi right here. I would say, like, it's close to a Henry scoop angle. Yeah. That's just where we're at. It's absolutely insane. Because right now, as Daiichi, you're just spawn camping, right? And this is kind of like pointing out the crucial weakness with a lot of Dragapult lists is that A, many of them aren't playing Shaman, and B, many of them aren't playing Rare Candies. So you can just make these calculated plays and say, I know what your deck has access to. I know you are playing the most popular iteration of the list, right? So I can make these plays with confidence. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And Daiichi's just going to get a slick 2-prize lead with a full board setup while pressuring Henry's resources.
Any Pokemon and add it to the hand. Ultra Ball, just a steadfast card in the Pokemon trading card game format for the last decade or so of the game. Continually reprinted and continually played in high counts, and many archetypes will find Henry a Dreepy at this juncture. He has gotten himself.
Now I had Chucky from the Turbo Blaze team. He's a friend of mine, Gym Leader Challenge player. I was telling him Poltnor. Anybody who would listen to me, I was saying Poltnor for this tournament. I mean, obviously I'm biased. It's my favorite deck, but I think it's just so good. I think it's slightly less predictable than other Dragapult lists right now.
Item cards on the right side of the table available this turn.
Let's see what Daiichi's got.
Yeah, so it might look like
it looks like Daiichi's playing something very similar to what Newdorf played to Indy with the hammers and probably 2 Dracloak or 2 Klops.
Knowing that Daiichi's already used a Crispin, so the odds of him maybe having another one plus a Dragapult EX may not be super high. And if he doesn't find that Crispin, he's going to have to make a decision on whether to attach, use his attachment for the turn, retreat, and attack with Cruel Arrow.
But speaking of Crispin, Kyle.
Ooh, Daiichi does have Shaman in the list. I think cut Moltres from Newdorf's list, slap a Shaman in there. That's a good call.
Dark, signaling perhaps the availability of a fire in hand, or perhaps he will just retreat this Dracloak and continue to use.
That's the one card I would have cut for sure from Newdorf's list. I don't think you need Moltres for this event.
Does basically walk right into the attack from Henry on this next turn.
Yeah, Phantom Dive really isn't that strong here, though. And you knock out the Badoo, but the damage counters you're going to put on your bench Pokemon are almost going to backfire if your opponent can set up the Monkey Dory, which is another very big part of this matchup. So the Cruel Arrow is actually stronger in this spot. And let's not forget, Henry does have that unfair stamp prize. That could have been a big, big game changer in this situation. Doesn't have access to it and is unable to punish, kind of this aggression from Daiichi.
He does, of course, play the new special red card, but unable to play it.
Afro King asked, would I have played Hammers and Poltnor? I think
prize
so.
cards so far, and is going to choose here.
Yeah, at a certain point, the Hammers are such a difference maker in the mirror that I feel like you kind of need them. I hate to say that, but it's kind of true.
On to, we know Dragapult's got to stay in the hand, that's for sure.
Yeah, now Daichi's got to make a decision. Do I value having these crushing hammers? You know, enough of the cards are important that he really has to make a decision here. He's got 2 crushing hammers. He's got a boss's orders. Deciding, okay.
06 machinations,
these are the ones
okay.
I'm going to have to part with. Interestingly, did keep 1 crushing hammer.
He just knows he's going to flip heads.
Yeah.
And there's the Buddy Poffin being played from Henry.
That's an interesting card in Henry's list. 06, like, that's actually respecting Alakazam, right? So it looks like Henry actually respecting Alakazam at this event. And that's kind of what my take was, is that you need to play Dragapult. And I said this on stream, like, I think actually I said it on the podcast, Tag Team Podcast. Shout out Tag Team Podcast. Released on Spotify, YouTube. But I think that my take from this event is that Dragapult was the play, but that you need to account for one of your single prize matchups with like a little bit of extra, with a little bit of an extra like tech, right? So I would say, like, if you're going to play Shaman to account for Slowking, cool. If you're going to play Zerosic to account for Alakazam, great. But, like, wait, there's a whole Alakazam in there, bro? Wait a minute.
Never
Real?
seen someone play it like this
Is there an
before,
There's
but it
literally a
makes
Alakazam in there?
bit of sense.
That was an
Henry
Alakazam
Dragon PX now
in
into the active
Jousting.
spot.
Wait, there's a
Will
whole
recover
Alakazam.
Dreamy put it into play. Phantom Dive does
Holy
take
crap.
down Fezandipity.
Okay.
Now Henry deciding
Think
to
of the
put
Alakazam like
it
this.
Up onto the true 2 Dracloak there on the bench.
Think of it like this. Some Dragapult lists were playing a 1-1 to Dunsparce, right? For just one more card slot, you have a single prize attacker that also is an answer to Crustle, right? No, because Crustle plays the Mist Energy, so no, not even an answer. All right, it's just an attacker. All right, he's just an attacker. He's an attacker. It's kind of like the 1-1. It's draw support, like the 1-1 to Dunsparce, but he also attack.
Found everything. Oh,
Here it
hold on,
is.
Chip.
Crushing Hammer. This is a big one, and it is going to be a Tails. Unable to remove an energy
But
from Henry's side.
Normally in this situation, you would be afraid of your opponent, you know, playing a Crispin, getting Monkey Dory down, using Adrenabrain, being able to move 3 damage counters over to your Dracloak on the bench, and then knock it out with Phantom Dive. Because so many Crispin have been used so far, so many energy have been gone through, your opponent probably just doesn't have the resources left to pull off a Crispin and Monkey Dory here, so you're probably going to be safe from that Adrenabrain, and it's going to be a huge swing in this matchup.
Daichi, of course, could
Yeah,
still
Daichi is
use
down a lot of
Burst
energy
Blast
right now.
to still deal with that Dracloak, but not doing it with the Monkey Dory does mean he would have to give up a prize card in order to do that, and that's a whole other level of consideration.
I think Daichi might have been able to win there, Chip. If
Did he have it?
If he had boss's orders, you bring up Meowth, and then you can just Curse Blast onto the Dreepy. Phantom Dive can knock out both the Badoo and the Dreepy. That would have been game. I don't know if he had access to boss's orders, but yeah, that could have been 4 prizes.
Wow, that would have been his 4 prizes. That Meowth that Henry had to play becoming a liability, but Daichi either didn't have it or didn't see it. Plays Lily's Determination as his supporter for turn and has Dragapult ready to go in his active, and now thinking through a Buddy Poffin, is it worth bringing down another Duskull to the board? That, of course, is a easy prize card for Henry to potentially take, though those Dracloaks, both already with 30 damage on them, equal easy prize cards as well.
And sometimes you just kind of get tunnel vision in these situations. You don't really think, oh, I can get 4 prize cards this turn. Normally, if you're going to use, you know, Dusclops, Dusknoir, It's got to be like a big splashy thing where maybe you're getting 3 prize cards at once or knocking out 2 Pokemon EX at once, but that just might not have been something he was looking for.
Yeah, Daiichi's at this weird point in the mirror, right, where like you like are thinking, do you put down Duskulls at this point? It's hard because it can feel tempting, but it is just a free prize card, right? Because your opponent can just knock it out. But it is at this point where you actually want to consider putting the Duskull down, because you put your opponent in a position where they have to choose between a Dracloak and your Duskull. So it is this is the safest point in the mirror to put a Duskull down. You could see that Daiichi was kind of like weighing that and thinking about it, because both Dracloak already have 3 damage counters on it. So like you're forcing your opponent, like, okay, you're taking one. I know it. You could boss and take a double knockout, sure. But like if I put the Duskull down, you can't take 3. So, that's I like that, kind of weighing it. Ultimately decided not to, but that is the point. That is the point in the mirror when you can really start thinking about putting those down. Aside from like early, obviously.
So Daiichi can still win with
if you're
boss
confident, you'll be able to get your
turn.
evolutions up.
Yeah, or even just attacking into the active Dragapult.
Yeah, that is fair as well. Yeah, just taking that out. So Henry will try to limit Daiichi as much as possible here with his unfair stamp, a spec of choice for both of the trainers in this game. You can only play it whenever your opponent
and right now
on their previous turn.
Unfair stamp, but like Daiichi has got win more or less set up. Just knock out the Pult and the Badoo, and that's game. So Henry, I don't know if Henry's playing hammers, right? Henry can't take 3 prizes, which is why Daiichi, like, I guess, not putting the Duskull down, you don't want to give your opponent an out to, like, be close to being able to take 3. I guess it would be possible with, like, a double monkey boss play, right? So, like, you can't make that, so that's why you can't put the Duskull down, because, like, double monkey boss would have done it. Yeah, so right here, I mean, Henry can't leave this damaged Pult active. Has to retreat. And it's just going to have to be an itchy, right? Just trying to, like, buy another turn, but without... Oh, boss, okay. But that's the thing. Without, like, a way to one-hit KO this Pult, without, like, a Dusknoir or any kind of, like, X factor like that, it's just going to be a harder route for sure. And we're seeing how much work those Dusclops are putting in the mirror, allowing Daiichi to kind of force that Dracloak off the bench, force that prize take. So obviously, it's very good.
Pumps up the damage on Dracloak. Draw for turn on Daiichi's side. Not going to reveal too much to us just yet. Sees a couple cards from the first Recon Directive. No help there from the Stadium and the Shaman. He does now find an energy card. Also unfair stamp offered up, but that is not going to be helpful at the moment. Item lock used. No KO taken. And honestly, unfair stamp may never be played from Daiichi at this position. Henry may just try to play from this position until he wins the game, taking a 3-prize turn.
Yeah, and I think if you're Daiichi here, you almost don't want to attack with your Dragapult until you find a boss's orders either. Like, you want to be able to win the game on your next attack if you can. Attacking into this Badoo really doesn't do a whole lot.
And from this board position, I don't think it's possible for Henry to win next turn. There's 280 damage onto the Dragapult EX. His bench is full. There's no way to get another Monkey Dory down, so I don't think Henry would have a way to take all 3 of his prize cards. He needs to buy 2 turns from this point, so Daiichi has a bit of time.
Yeah, now Daiichi did discard a boss's.
I'm working on trying to figure out how to get the audio to preview through to my headphones so I can listen and cast at the same time. So excuse me while I get that. Gotta get... Come on, audio.
Called out Kyle, but
there we go.
Looks like he
Okay,
will
that's
get
back.
this
Good.
attachment here.
Sorry about that.
Now Henry may be down a decent count of boss's orders, so he may feel like he needs to get the attachment here, so he has multiple ways to close out the game next turn. But he's gonna drop it onto the active. Is maybe keyed in as well that Henry does not.
I'm getting the sound
hand.
worked out. I
He
just
has not
I
seen
need
one
to be able
just
to
yet
make
in
it so
this
I
game.
can hear what they're saying too.
So still back and forth game here. Not over by any means.
Austin Charles didn't make
Really
it to
getting
NAIC.
scrappy
Dang, that
at
sucks.
the finish. Yeah, we'll see. Can Henry piece together some way to come back here?
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy, you know. Still, even
All right, you guys still
a couple
got.
Adrenabrains.
Yeah, for some reason,
Still, like 3 Adrenabrain away.
my nice headphones
Getting that Dragapult EX into range.
killed
and
the audio.
another boss's
So my
orders.
Pokeball headphones will have to do.
Energy attachment from Daichi last turn, getting punished by this extra gust on Henry's side.
Wow.
There we go.
Now Daichi needing to find another
Beautiful.
energy card and boss's orders still to win the game on this turn. Draw on his side.
There.
We're gonna
Now with
see
the
recon
headphones, I can
directives.
hear
There
what they're
is
saying.
The first one utilized, and now the second.
And you
Fun
guys
energy.
can
Does
hear what
he
they're saying.
have boss's orders? That would spell game, and does not look like he has it just yet. Still a turn away on Daichi's side, but Kyle, as you mentioned, yet again, no way for Henry to win on the next turn. And did Henry actually?
That's true. To those of you guys that say that I don't have whimsy, please check the Pokeball headphones. Please check. All right. Whimsy, check. Let's go.
Together.
I think Henry's trying to heal his Dragapult enough so that it can take a hit, and then you can wipe out both Dracloak at once. Maybe pair it with a special red card, put your opponent onto a small hand size. But it is an interesting situation, right? If your opponent had boss's orders, clearly they would have played it. And so, putting your opponent's hand to the bottom of their deck gets them closer to a boss's orders. So, I don't know, this is such a challenging situation. Henry might just have to go for it here.
And he's going with this clean Dragapult, breaking the item lock. And going to hope that he can just close out the game in a couple of turns. Now with this Adrenabrain moving some damage over here, pumps up the damage on this Dragapult TX. He'll get a little bit of spillover here as only 20 is necessary to KO the Dracloak on the bench.
Yep, right here. Henry just has to hope, like, no boss, no boss, no boss, no boss. Right? I mean, Henry played to his outs perfectly, right? But now Daichi gets to thin. If you can, like, bring back Fez. Oh, it's got unfair stamp. Okay, so you just thin the hand down, stamp. Yup.
Thinning his deck as much as possible. Get all this junk out that he does not need, and
Yep.
he's going for game on
Thin and
this
stamp. Thin and
turn. It
stamp.
is
Got to find the
boss's
boss.
orders
I don't know if
or
he's
bust
got
here for
unfair
Daichi.
stamp or not. If he's got Night Stretcher in deck to be able to get Fez. I don't think so. I think he's used them all.
Get them out of
So,
the
like,
deck
bench
and
them
get
all
yourself
and
the
go for it.
highest odds off of these 5.
Let's go. Does he get it? Does he get it, chat? Does he get it, chat? Does he get it? Does he get it? 1, he gets it. 2, he whiffs.
This situation of what Daichi needs to take his final 3 prize cards here. Hoping
Please,
for
please.
a boss on these 5 cards.
No way! You
One,
gotta be
Daichi
kidding me!
Takes the KO on Meowth, spreads damage to the bench, KOs Badoo, and that.
Just the first card, dude. The first card. The first card, bro. The first card. You gotta be kidding me, dude. That's absolutely nuts. That's absolutely crazy, dude. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Holy crap, dude. Main character. Main character energy. Dude, what an incredible first game of the tournament. I can't believe it. What an incredible first game. Absolutely nuts.
On the back foot very early.
Sheesh.
Kind to him on Daichi's side. We got Pablo standing by, ready to give some of his thoughts on what we saw from this game one.
What a way to start this NAIC, guys. A really cool game. That Serendipity start was obviously very strong from Daichi. I wonder if he had prior knowledge. I mean, in this metagame, you're probably betting on your opponent having Dragapult, right? And you're going to get a good response on that bet. But overall, I feel like his start was so strong, then he missed game, and he almost ended up losing. So very good from Henry to be able to stabilize. I want to see cleaner play from Daichi in this next round.
Thank you, Pablo, for your insights. As these players are setting up now for a game number 2, Henry will have the option of...
That right there is why Pult is BDIF. Like, dude, that's why. It's the lines are infinite. You just always have a chance. There's always a route. There are so many different things that you can do, so many different lines that you can play to. That's why the best players are choosing Dragapult. That's why it is the best deck in the format. You got the best draw engine. And you see Henry choosing to go second here. I think that choosing to go second is correct. I think choosing to go second in the mirror is the best thing you could do. After talking to Justin Neudorf at Indianapolis, after playing Dragapult, being able to be the one that inflicts the item lock and gets to play the first supporter, I think it's just so huge. Going second is really good. So, yeah, GG's, definitely. And we see Henry also choosing to play second here. So, big deal.
Looks like a pretty standard line in this matchup, as he is wary of Henry's Badoo over on the other side of the table. So,
good question in the chat. Do I choose second going in blind? I do. I do choose second blind because I assume, I mean, if you assume that you're playing a Pult mirror, which is like probably 30-40% of the room, I blind choose second, and then, you know, you can adjust. If you happen to be up against like a deck like Starmie Dusknoir, then like, sure, okay, game 2, go first, right?
Yeah, he did see a risky Ruins go to the discard pile in the first game. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean your opponent doesn't play Team Rocket's Watchtower. We've seen splits, like one risky Ruins.
No, I mean, Dragapult is definitely a deck that can go first, but I mean, talking to Justin Neudorf, who also played Pultnor at Indianapolis, he was saying second's correct.
Obviously, the
after playing all day. I was talking to him right before top 8, and he said that second is correct.
Why did I play this Meowth? So there is benefit to just waiting. But yeah, there is a risk if you think your opponent could be playing that Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Daichi will hold off now, adding a Duskull and Monkey Dory to the bench, holding on to Meowth, and I'm sure he is hoping for a top deck of Lily's Determination so that Meowth does not have to come into play. Henry will kick off his sequence here with a Pokepad, searching for any Pokemon without a rule box, and adding it to the hand. It will be Badoo eyed up.
The freaking Kadabra prize, dude. What is Henry going to do with the prize Kadabra, dude? Yo, shout out Triple B TCG with the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We're watching the North American International Championships today. Going to be watching all day. Yo, welcome, y'all. Welcome.
These mirror matches, you just want to have ways to find your evolutions. You want to find a way to get Dracloak and then Dragapult. And when your opponent is using Itchy Pollen, you can't use your item cards to find them. So Dawn is kind of a slow supporter card, but it lets you set up when you're in these slower.
Yeah, we got Gregor asking, remember from my indie video, yeah, Justin Neudorf said he'd been choosing first, decided throughout the weekend the second was better. Yes, that is exactly what Justin Neudorf had said. After playing all weekend, he said he was initially choosing first, but decided the second was better throughout the weekend, and second was correct. EDFM over on YouTube saying, I think there's a lot of decks where denying them first is just as strong as going second. That's the problem, though. I mean, we're talking like, sure, there are some decks that you want to deny going first. And I believe that it is correct to make that change in the middle of the best of 3. However, it is absolutely correct to be choosing second with no knowledge. Blind, second is the best choice for Dragapult. I'm very confident of that. Most of your matchups are going to be mirrors. It's the safest choice. You get into the most amount of games. But there are some situations where, like, sure, if you're up against, like, a Cynthia's Garchomp, or if you're up against, like, a Starmie Dusknoir, like, okay, sure. Like, then you can change course. But for the most part, you know, maybe if you're up against, like, a single prize deck, you could change course too. You could choose first into, like, Slowking. Maybe you choose first into, like, you know, Alakazam. But I think there's a significant portion of the decks that you want to go second against. Like a higher percentage of decks you want to go second against. Dylan is 1-0. All right. Yo, thanks for the update, Tony.
I think Daichi just having a nod to Alakazam there, discarded from Henry. That is the first time it has been revealed publicly for both players at this point. Having a bit of a laugh about the situation here, the deck list choice. And there's a nice setup here happening for Henry, and he is going to play Crispin now for turn. Can load himself up with a couple of energy cards into play, perhaps once again, as we saw in game 1, splitting them onto the 2 Dracloaks. No, we'll load up just the 1.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
There's the world of a Dragon Headbutt. Take a prize card, but it's a pretty costly trade to take.
Yeah, I think that one's a bit too aggressive, but yeah, also stacking.
No, yeah, you can't Dragon Headbutt there. There definitely are points in the mirror where you just, like, take that early knockout, but this is not that situation. Especially with Daichi having a Clops and a... Yeah, it's just a Clops and now a Dragapult. It would just be potentially disastrous to have him do that. So, yeah, you can't do that. Sometimes when your opponent is, like, a little energy dry and they are, you know, maybe only... Sometimes when your opponent's energy dry and they're item locking you, it is correct to just, like, pop a Badoo and take that knockout if you don't feel like that they can punish you for it. That sometimes feels right, but taking this knockout would be silly.
But also wouldn't feel good if Henry...
There's no energy again.
Ooh, Daichi's
8 more
dry.
cards for Daichi, and he is going to miss an attachment for yet another turn.
I was going to say, you know, it's also not great if Henry plays Boss's Orders, knocks out both the Dracloak and the Dreepy, then you pretty much lose. But this doesn't seem very good either, Chip.
No, not ideal at all. A bench of a Duskull, a play of the Watchtower, and a pass. Lily's Determination slammed as the supporter for Henry Chow.
I think maybe getting ahead of himself there. Had a Dragapult he could have played before that. But I think Henry's starting to realize I have a very real chance to win this game quickly. And if I'm going to win this match, I need to win 2 games.
Oh, yeah, Henry chose the Lily's Determination and slammed it, even though he's like, actually, I want to play this Pult in hand first. And then, like whoopsies, right? But does want to start, you know, upping the speed that he's playing at, right? Because there's only 15 minutes left. And I think that something that I've really enjoyed about these two players and watching them play is it feels like that they haven't been like dwelling over like their deck searches too long or whatever. They kind of are aware of like the time, the nature of best of 3 and things like that. Like at a certain point, like you got to just move, you got to go, right? I mean, we're playing 50 minutes best of 3. You got to navigate that.
Fly through and finish games with
Chip's
decks
talking
like
about that right now.
Gardevoir and Dragapult, decks that typically take a long time to play, you know, knocking out and closing out games in well under 10 minutes.
Yeah, but deciding to be patient here still. Did not go for a Phantom Dive, not wanting to risk, you know, big like unfair stamp, crushing hammers, those sorts of things. Your opponent does have Dusclops set up, so it is possible that you could be in a very difficult
EDFM 98 says, I haven't lost a best of 3 Pult Mirror since rotation blinding first. If you haven't lost a best of 3 Pult Mirror since rotation, then you should be at NAIC winning it right now. You should be here winning this tournament. You should get your $25,000 because if you're that confident that you've never lost a best of 3 Pult Mirror since rotation, you should be here winning this event. 100%.
For turn, pulling 2 differing types out. We'll load up this Dragapult onto the bench, and yes, just a pass.
Yo,
over
Mr.
now to
Parker
Henry.
with the round 1 dub. Let's go. Let's go. Mr. Parker 1-0 with the Mr. Parker 1-0 with the Slow King deck so far. Great starts, Jesse. Great starts. Excited to hear how your day goes throughout the day.
To get damage onto your board. There's so many different avenues you could take here, and this is where the games really do get complicated, and one mistake can punish you pretty badly. And we'll see what the thought process is for a top player like Henry in these tricky situations. How will he navigate it?
Did have himself Dragapult EX in hand, so now just has to debate. What does he do? And it will be another turn of the Itchy Pollen.
Yeah. That too. You don't have to rush. Your opponent has really limited their bench in this situation. Now, the more time you give, the less effective these Itchy Pollens are going to be, because you can eventually set up Monkey Dory and start Adrenabraining. But I think Henry is trying to prepare as best as possible for the onslaught of crushing hammers that could come his way after he breaks this item lock. Oh.
And he maybe was waiting for this. 0-6 Machinations, a painful supporter to be hit with after you've been item locked for so many turns, and Daichi will lose quite a few resources there. Looks like an Ultra Ball went down, as well as a boss's orders. And Henry will bench himself the Monkey Dory, gets the energy attachment, and just continue with the Itchy Pollen. Now, perhaps this game will go Henry's way, but the longer this game goes on, the much less likely it is that this set will conclude. Daichi actually just passed, Kyle. Did not have anything to do at all after being hit with the 0-6, and Henry back off to the races yet again. Just a breadth of options available in his hand. And he will go now with the boss's orders. He's ready to go on the move to get this first attack in.
Yeah, with this.
All right, now this is crazy because Daichi's kind of just getting routed here. But, like, you are at this very weird kind of position where do you, like, 11 minutes left. Is a game 3 even possible? Do you scoop this one up and try to win a game 3? Are you just accepting the tie? Are you accepting the tie? Do you just say, like, it's just tie, like, it is what it is, I just go through the motions in this game and make sure that Henry doesn't get the win in the set? Because at this point, Daichi can kind of just, like, play at a normal pace, and the set won't conclude, right? Yeah, I mean, like, so it's tough. This is a really tough decision. I don't envy Daichi in this position, because I wouldn't want to make this call.
I think the issue for Daichi is that where does he go from here? He can Phantom Dive, maybe knock out a Dracloak or something on the bench, but then his Dragapult will go down, and his only.
If I'm Daichi, I'm thinking that you just play this game out and let it conclude naturally, and that you just take the tie. Because you can't really afford, like, what if you scoop this one and then you brick? You're up against one of the best players in the world. I think you just, like, take the tie and you say, like, all right, I'm just going to farm everybody in the tie bracket and go from there. I think, like, that seems fine. I'm with Daichi here. I'm on a no scoop angle here, and I think you just see how it goes. And also, if another thing for Daichi, if Daichi can draw this game out long enough and prevent Henry from winning, then you win, right? If you could go 1-0, you can win the set. So I think that Daichi 100%, you don't scoop here. You just play, because there's no chance game 3 concludes. So if you There's no chance game 3 concludes unless it's a brick on one end, and you don't want to be the one on the receiving end of that, and you don't want to wager that your opponent's going to be the one who does it, right? So you just hold.
Generate damage infinitely with this deck, right?
That's true.
Put it into play, bounce the damage counters over, and then use that teleporter ability to send it back in.
All right, that was kind of cute. I liked that.
As Henry will promote his Dragapult, he needs to find a Psychic Energy. Got a couple damage counters over onto his opponent's side. He'll bring back another Dreepy. That's a couple more damage counters. We could see a 4-prize turn here from Henry, should he want it. Taking down Duskull and the Dreepy. And he will play Rosa's Encouragement as his supporter for turn. A supporter that came out from Perfect Order. You can only play it whenever you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent. But if you do, you get to attach 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile onto one of your Stage 2 Pokemon. A perfect
thank
partner
you, Julia
for
collects
EX.
cards
We
over
see
on
it
YouTube.
most
Appreciate it.
often
Yeah,
in
I did.
Dusknoir
I called a couple
builds.
of the 30th
He
anniversary.
does also combo
cards. I was
this
stoked on
play
that.
with an Unfair Stamp.
Not bad, Chip. Not a bad turn at all. But you could see Henry was building up to this, right? This was a masterclass in patience and not attacking too quickly.
Love patience.
Setting yourself up for a long-term board position rather than a quick advantage. You can see now the Unfair Stamp coming in. He's going to be able to use Flip the Script, build up so many cards in his hand. He's going to be able to knock out the only Dragapult EX in play and the only Dreepy in play. Daichi will be left with no attackers for several turns. And I don't know what the path to coming back would be at that stage. There's Monkey Dory set up already. There's damage counters to move. So, you know, you bet.
God, I'm not going to lie. I'm so stoked that I'm sitting here getting to watch like Pulp Mirrors instead of having to be here and play it. This is so stressful to watch. Like, I'm good. I did this all at Indy, right? And like it was so stressful playing Pulp Mirrors nonstop. I think Daichi is just going through the motions of playing as many cards as he can to try and take as much time as he can. I think that's what Daichi is doing. Daichi is right now is like kind of saying like, okay, I'm on a no scoop angle. I'm just gonna like, you know, if it's a tie, it's a tie. Maybe you do something that awards like, I don't know, a double game loss, like or a double prize penalty or something like that kind of angle. Like,
He can bench the Abra, he can retreat the Dragapult into it, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. Get himself out of the confusion, teleporter away.
that's
and
sweet.
Doesn't have to worry about any flips. Henry Chow takes
Amazing.
game 2, tying this set.
Yo, that's beast. Okay, so I did that with Pultnor at Indy. I had this play where I had this confused Dragapult, and I got an extra energy onto it, and I retreated into Dusclops, blew up the Dusclops, and then got like the free pivot back in. Abra allowing you to do that all the time is really freaking sick, actually, because there are so many different situations in the Pult mirror where you do end up getting confused. Obviously, because any player on the back foot in the Pult mirror is going to be going for that mind bend, because it can just it can just stall your opponent out. I mean, like 50% chance if your opponent can't attack with a fresh Dragapult, they're just going to fail the attack. So having the Abra in deck is actually really cool because it allows you to just retreat and get a guaranteed attack. So I do like that a lot. And then you kind of think of like the Alakazam as like a little draw engine too. It's interesting. I'm not totally sold on the Alakazam in the Dragapult deck. I mean, obviously Abra is also a huge liability with only 40 hit points. So like you can't ever really keep it on the bench. You like can't even realistically evolve it up in the Pult mirror, right? So I almost just don't like it for that, because like what is he doing really? I mean, the Abra is there to get out of confusion, sure. But is the Alakazam pulling enough weight in other matchups to be worth those 3 spots? Probably not better than a probably not better Yeah, it's probably not better than hammers, right? The hammers have got to be better ROI in mirrors than that, I think.
Game number 3 is just going to have to be the clock. We're approaching 4 minutes remaining here. It's probably very likely to see this one end in a tie, but what are the outs for both of these players here? What is the most likely scenario where one of these two would come away with 3 match points from this round 1?
It would probably have to involve someone not drawing a good hand, not being able to play very.
All right, one of our locals, Dylan Ryan, who is also our winningest local league member, by the way. So like Dylan, he's our winningest local league player for standard nights, and is a good gym leader challenge player too. He's one of our Full Grip Games locals. He is 1-0 right now with Poltnor in New Orleans, but he is playing Sparkling Crystal as his ace spec. I had talked with him last week, and I was saying like, no, I don't think, Crimson and I don't think Chaos Rising really kind of affects the metagame too much, except for the fact that you've got the special red card. So like, I was like, one of the things that you could do with Dragapult is really experiment with the ace spec and try something different. And I think that is really cool. He's trying the crystal there as kind of defense against crushing hammers, right? Because you could just go 1 energy crystal and you can attack with Dragapult so much easier. You're not as weak to hammers that way, right? And then you still got the special red card to disrupt your opponent's hand. So I think that the crystal seems like a really cool card for Poltnor. So, I'm stoked to see how he ends up doing. He's 1-0 right now. Just cooked a Polt Hammer round 1. So that is pretty cool. Big props to Dylan, our local Dweesh, 1-0. And, of course, Jesse Parker also 1-0 so far. Good stuff. And this one here on stream, it's got to be a tie. I mean, it's got to be, right? Yeah. So long as both players establish anything resembling a board, it's like over, right?
We don't pick up the deck there. That would lead to some prize penalties most likely. Henry making sure that does not happen. Daichi will try to slow Henry down as much as he can with his boss's orders, bringing up the Dreepy, attaching for turn to his Dracloak, trying to gear up for an attack on the next turn. 90 seconds left on the clock, and
Gwen with the Prime sub. Yo, thanks, Gwen. It's a pleasure having you on stream last week.
Should Adrenabrain just knock this out, but then you give your opponent access to flip the script?
Yeah.
With the Pheasantipity EX.
And no question about if it would be available, as Pheasantipity was the starter for Henry. Boss's orders now from Henry after a energy to retreat. We'll try to continue to slow this pace here. There is the Dragapult in hand. Should Daichi find his Crispin, he could still attack with this active. He will evolve his Dragapult up and is going to play Lily's Determination, shuffling the hand in, drawing 8 cards, just giving himself the best chance to find an energy to continue his setup here. And the way this one is playing out, Kyle, now under 60 seconds to go, does very heavily lean towards a tie. Of course, after time expires, these players do get 3 additional turns, turn 0, 1, 2, and 3, to try to finish a game, though I don't know that either player will be able to satisfy one of the win conditions of the Pokemon TCG in that time frame.
Not if you don't draw an energy card, Chip. There's not going to be any attack happening this turn from Daichi. And yeah, I think you are right on the money there. It is looking like time will expire in this one, and unfortunately we probably won't come to a conclusion here, but we did get to see some excellent games to kick off this event. We're going to see yet again the Zerosix Machinations has been a very annoying card for Daichi to deal with, always having to discard some amount of important resources.
It's one of those cards in the format that I think everyone recognizes like is no fun to play against. Like just being hit with a Zerosix at any random time is going to make you question what you're supposed to do is going to put you in a tough spot, but it's a difficult card to slot into a deck. It's a difficult card to justify one of your 60 spots too, and it has put Daichi in a tough spot in all 3 games.
Daichi is turn 0. I mean, it's 6-6 prizes. Like, what are we doing? It's a tie. I mean, Daichi, like, could wipe all these Pokemon. It's, like, possible. It's, like, close, but... Thanks, Hazebug, for that Prime sub. Appreciate it.
Henry was turn 0. Daichi will be turn 1. He does have Crispin
Daichi turn 1.
to juice up this Dragapult here. And if there is a player who could win this game, it certainly would be Daichi from here. Henry's board is much weaker. So with 2 turns remaining, I mean, Daichi's only chance to win would be to clear all Pokemon in play. He cannot take 6 prize cards, so he has to rely on Henry not finding more Pokemon to put into play. So he'll play to that out at least, which is, of course, commendable. He'll bounce a damage counter over there to take the first prize card here. He's unable to KO anything off the bench. Played Crispin for turn, so Boss's Order is not an option. And I think the players may be recognizing the situation and will extend the hands. We do end round 1 here at NAIC with a tie.
Tie game, folks. Tie game. Tie game. Yup. GG's. That was a fun one. All right. My prediction on the 9 Pults on stream day 1 already looking kind of tough. We've got 2 already. Yikes. That is a lot. So hopefully we get some non-Pults. Got updates. Azul's 1-0. See how quickly does this update? All right, let's go. See anybody we recognize here? Caleb Rogerson, Rogerson. 1-0. Truin. 1-0, regional champ right there. Karis 1-0. Cal Connors 1-0. Piper, Liam. I should use Limitless Labs instead. Really? Ooh, that's cool. How do I add someone to my favorites? That's not Jesse Parker. And where's Jesse Parker, dude? International Championships, New Orleans. Oh, top 5 filters gotta be off. Okay. There we go. Jesse Parker. Favorited. All right. Yo, this is hype. Okay. Limitless Labs. God, dude, they're crazy with the Limitless Labs. All right, who else? Who else we gonna follow today? Dylan Ryan. Full Grip Local. Let's go. Azul. Who else we want to follow? We follow Azul. Azul GG. Let's go. Favorited. Who else we want? Tord. We can follow Tord. Ian Robb. You want to follow Josh Marking? All right, you got it, Kevin. Z10, welcome to the follow list. Piper and Karras, you got it. Oh yeah, this is beast. Put the favorite filter on. How do I turn my favorite country filter? This website is okay. There we go. There we go. Nice. You can tell there's a lot of people on this right now. That's cool. Brooke Peacock. Oh, yeah. Brooke English. She just got second at the Gym Leader Challenge event. Also featured on the Pride stream that I hosted last week. That was awesome. Alex Holtz. Alexander Holtz, our base Neo Retro champion. 0-1, Mr. Holtz. No! Ben Peacock, also one of our locals here. Mr. Peacock, making us proud.
I don't know, guys. I mean, it was right there, but also it's not that obvious, right?
Yeah, and that's what Dusknor can introduce. So many different paths to close out games with that Cursed Blast ability. You find yourself in these situations
Chucky
very
Davis.
often with these decks, so bet you did
It's one of my buddies.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think we want to
Featured
harp
him on
on this
stream a couple
too
weeks
much,
ago.
right? Like it happens to everybody.
Oh, one,
It happens to
no!
the best,
Mr.
but,
Chucky
It led to
Davis,
this exciting
no.
moment, right? The on first stamp, first card, boss's orders off the top. Really cool to see, and I mean, we live for these moments.
You guys
right?
wanna
These
follow
are
Rahul? We can
what
follow
gets
Rahul.
our nerves ready to go throughout the whole event, and I mean, pretty exciting
All right,
game
who
one
else?
for sure, and then game two also had its moments for sure. I want to say Henry played it out perfectly, slow and steady, wins the game, and this was a key turn. Choosing to not take prizes, right? Like, you win by taking prizes, but you don't need to take them immediately or as soon as they open up. Not taking a prize card on the Drippy, not taking a prize card on the Duskull, not giving your opponent Serendipity access, not giving on first stamp access, not opening up a bench space for them for future Drippies as well. All of that really came into play. I think Henry's patience was obviously rewarded with that game to win.
What did I do?
Yeah, I think if you're a Dragapult player and you find yourself frustrated and losing a lot of these mirror matches and feeling like, oh, there's so much I can't
No,
control.
I'm Hagen
maybe
with the
watch
round
this
one loss.
game
Yeah, exactly.
and learn how, you know, the best of the best do it, because I think, you know, not every player would be able to find this way to win that Henry found, and just being patient is a great lesson.
Yeah, being patient and then completely wiping.
Yeah, thank you, Rhombus Trough, for the sub.
Yeah, Drippy is a prerequisite.
Yeah,
to,
pretty important
to
part
getting
to your
Dragapult.
Dragapult decks working properly, right? But
Dragapult's
yeah.
even got 2 Drippy joining him, you know, on the card.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, plenty to highlight from this game. Really high level game. I love that this is how we're starting the last tournament of the season to determine who
Danklin.
makes it into the World Championships. Really amazing play by both players, and as you guys mentioned, I think both players will walk away happy.
Mr.
after
Danklin's not
what
there.
transpired in both of those games with a point. You, of course, want to start with a win, but against such a high caliber opponent, I think you'll take the point.
Well, Pablo, thank you so much for your time
Yeah,
and
Chris Hill, my buddy.
insight. It is
GLC
always,
player right there.
Valuable. Appreciate everyone tuning in.
What's
for
SBO's
our
government
first
name
round.
again?
What an incredible way to kick off our weekend here at NAIC. Now, Kyle, it is time to take a look at what I am always most excited to see every single tournament weekend. Let's break down the metagame. What decks have these trainers chosen to play this weekend?
Oh my
and
goodness.
to no one's surprise,
Austin Charles-
Dragapult EX
Austin Charles,
leading the charge, 35% of the room, 1,300 players choosing to pilot the deck. Do you remember how many players were at that 2009 U.S. National Championships?
It was a little under 1,000, I think. Yeah, there's more people playing Dragapult EX at this tournament than there were in the 2009 National Championships. Yes, it is interesting to see. I think everybody knew coming into this event.
We were almost elite, dude. 1334? You're telling me we couldn't have gotten 3 more? Are you kidding me? We were almost elite. 35%. What did I predict?
The big shock here, right? Seeing the Dragapult leading the charge, but
40%.
no, really here, I think the deeper story is the other 5 decks represented
Slow
here,
King.
and also their meta share. Alakazam to Dunsparce after Karis's win in Indianapolis, surging up to 6%. There was cause for concern for Alakazam coming into this weekend. Special red card available in the card pool now, but players not seeming to be bothered by it.
Brandon asking, do the kids still know what Lee is? Surely they have to, right?
Add up those 5 decks, it doesn't add up to the percentage that Dragapult has.
Yeah.
it is crazy the concentration that this deck has.
Everyone knows Lee, right?
Try to beat it. And I think most players chose to just play it. The general feeling was that it doesn't have any truly bad matchups.
Everyone knows Leet speak. Come on now.
Now, a lot of these other decks have put themselves in positions to have favorable matchups against.
Pra says if you're under 30, you won't.
Let's say 60-40. You have to keep beating them over and over and win very close matchups. But I'm really excited to see, more of these kinds of decks like the Meganium, Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX. Of course, a big Meganium fan over here.
Jack just had to look it up.
The shift over to the Hydrapple EX has been
Anyone born after... All right, I'm going to do a poll on Twitch.
It's a huge Pokemon EX that can one-hit knock out anything in the format, pretty much. It's been a really effective strategy, and one of the things that can really deal with Dragapult when it gets fully set up.
Something I cannot say I would have predicted, Kyle, is a surge of In's Zoroark. This is a deck that I think has an okay time into Dragapult, but seems to struggle
Riley the
mightily
Goats.
against so many of the other
With a tier
decks
2 sub in the 89 months. Let's freaking go.
EX, the second best attacking Pokemon EX in the format is Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. It seems like that card has made its way into many different archetypes, big basics decks, Raging Bolt EX, of course, its own grass archetypes as well. Zoroark surging, what do you think?
I think Zoroark EX is pretty underrated in this format. It does have a weakness to grass. That is a big negative in this format right now, but you can deal with Teal Mask Ogerpon, right? You're basically just trading back and forth, and Zoroark EX can knock it out in one hit. And you can be in situations where you keep yourself at kind of a 1 prize board until your opponent attacks, and then you take the first 2 prize knockout and you can kind of win that
All right,
way.
we're getting
Now,
some
EX,
flack.
That's a tough
in the
one
chat.
to deal with.
Call in the chat a bunch of old farts. Dude, the Tricky Gym stream has always been a millennial safe space, okay? That's what it is. Always has been, always will be. Yes. Old farts congregate here. We do. It's the Unk Club. All right, let's see predictions, right? I said 6% Alakazam, money. 7% Hydrapple, money. 40% Dragapult, pretty good. I said 3% Zoroark, it's 5% okay. I did say 9% Slowking, it's 4% okay. Raging Bolt is not as high as I said it was. I think you just got like a lot of stuff that's like kind of just making up the other category. I mean, look how steep that fall off is. Not a single other deck at like 9% is crazy.
Curum and Trifrost to have an advantage against those single
I got the
prize
energy
decks
jinx flowing through
where
me.
you
I'm
can
going to hit
knock
the
out 3
restroom
things at
for round
once and
2.
get a
Leave the
prize
stream up.
advantage there.
I'll be right back.
And then against all the other decks with Pokemon EX and even Mega Evolution Pokemon EX, it gives you an option to trade favorably there. But it does have some weaknesses. It's very vulnerable to hand disruption, those sorts of things. Can be soft against Crushing Hammer, discarding your energy sometimes. So it's definitely got some flaws, but if anyone has found the right combination of cards for this deck or is able to just go on a good run, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Slowking deck, make the top 8 here.
It'll be a wild storyline, a wild world that we live in. Raging Bull DX falling off quite a bit here. It was second most popular deck in this format for quite some time. It seemed like that was going to be the truth after the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Of course, Ian Robb really popularized a really solid 60-card list for that deck, but it's fallen down just a bit here. We're also going to move on and take a look at the best of the rest, the other decks featured here in Phase 1, and a hero, or maybe I should say anti-hero, of the Indianapolis Regional Championships was definitely Crustle. Tell me about this deck, Kyle.
Yeah, very simple. Just, Pokemon EX. Can't do anything to it. You get a big Crustle up there, you get a Hero's Cape on it, some Mist Energy, the Growing Grass Energy, play a bunch of healing cards. You say, can you deal with this? If not, I win. If you can, well, good job. But, yeah, it is really an anti-metagame call, and it really kind of comes in and out of the standard format based on how much people are respecting it, how much people are devoting spots in their deck to be able to knock it out, seeing various types of fire-type Pokemon get added to Dragapult and other kinds of decks, but yeah, you're really just hoping to run into the right matchups.
Mega Greninja EX we see represented here. 3% of the room. That, of course, is, I would say, the biggest new archetype to come out of Chaos Rising. Brand new expansion. Quite a bit of a callback here with the Mega Greninja EX as well to that Breakpoint Greninja, that Breakpoint Greninja break card that were so strong for such a long time in the game. And also a nice benefit, that Fighting type Greninja EX lines up really nicely into a lot of different decks out there. A nice tool for this archetype to use. Are you surprised to see it be only 3%, Kyle?
Not particularly. I think a lot of people had high hopes for this deck.
Greninja?
It's very flashy. It looks very fun. We actually did see it on stream last week at the special event that happened. So you can see kind of the highs of that deck, but it is another kind of
2% Beedrill, dude. Some people are just cruising for a bruising, dude. 100 poor souls out there playing the Beedrill deck. I cannot believe it. And 100 other poor souls playing the Mega Greninja deck. Absolutely not. No Mega Lucario. I said, dude, Mega Lucario, nobody cares. Nobody cares about freaking Mega Lucario. Mega Lucario, fraud watch.
yeah, it's the 70 HP Froakie that actually was a big difference as well. Having 70 HP against Dragapult EX is a big difference. And
No Chomp either. Crazy, right?
so we'll see if that pops up at all. I could see it happening, but that's one of those decks where someone really has to figure out the right build for it. It's not like a standard traditional deck where you just kind of setting up your Pokemon, attaching, attacking.
Yeah.
You have a lot of moving pieces, so it might just take the right person to unlock that kind of strategy.
And it's also one of those cards that I feel like is maybe missing a piece right now, but there's always new TCG cards being made. Who knows in the future if something could come out that makes it much, much stronger. It's new this weekend.
Who knows if something comes out? You know who knows? That freaking man right there, Kyle Sukovich, knows. Kyle Sukovich, look in that man's eyes. That man knows the cards that are going to be released in the upcoming year. He knows. He knows. Kyle Sukovich knows. You can look into his eyes and tell what the next meta deck's going to be. All right? You just got to look close enough. He knows. He's got the information in his head. He's seen it. He's read the cards. He knows them. He's got a front row seat to the newest cards.
Battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes the top 8...
Yes, this is how... Yo, is this...
finalists
Is this
remain.
Pumpka Amy?
These final 2 trainers in
No,
each
let's
age
freaking go.
division will compete.
Nice. Anyways, yes, this is how top 8 works. All that. All right, we got Jesse with a dub so far, looking good. We're not using that website. We're using this website. All right. Anybody else we want to add to the favorites list? Any other gamers to watch? Right now I've got a bunch of locals and personal friends of mine on here, okay? Not everybody is LDF there? Obviously pulling for Mr. Parker. Sanjay is one of our locals, yes. Sanjay starting on with the 0-1. No, Sanjay, no. I don't think Tim Franklin is there, right? Unless I'm mistaken. Is he there? No. Tim Franklin not there. Wait, is he there? Well, it's not looking like he's here. None of those are Tim Franklin. LDF. 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 Dude, if LDF won this thing, that'd be so sick. I tried Danklin and Franklin, okay? Neither of them are there. Look, no Danks, no Franks. He's not there.
Gonna conclude that earthen vessel.
Plus, our on-screen
Tim is in Australia. Yeah.
every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokemon TCG.
And we are ready to go.
Oh, Ross.
With Swiss round 2 here in the Big Easy. It's been anything but an easy
Ross
start today
Cawthon.
for these players. Every match.
What about Pram?
Every opportunity to try to
No, Pram's not there.
phase 2 into day
Dang
2
it.
eventually.
Any old heads here?
Top cut, and we've got 2 excellent trainers from North America here on the stage. Josh Frink
Look
on
at
the
pairings.
left, James Kowalski on the right. Both of these players coming off of respectable top 32 finishes at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, but a couple of weeks ago. Very much looking forward to seeing this game play out, and especially, you know, Kyle, we've talked a lot about Dragapult. We'll continue to talk
Yo,
about
Jeff
Dragapult.
Sock?
There's no Dragapult here in Swiss round 2.
Jeffrey
We've got
Sock
some
is here?
very interesting choices for both of these players this weekend.
This is about as far away from Dragapult as you'll get this weekend. We'll see what these 2 players have brought. This may be a tip. Beldum on one side, some Dusk Balls on the other.
Top 8 Nats.
I think no
2015.
surprise for anyone who knows James has been playing this deck quite a bit lately with just lots of big basics, basically. But
Here we go.
this deck is one that you just kind of talk about for Josh.
Is this All Out Blitzel on the right? Josh Frink on the left. Josh Frink showed up to one of our Full Grip Games $6,000 cash doubleheaders. Had a great time. Played GLC too. You know, shouts to Josh Frink. All Out Blitzel. I believe Azul called All Out Blitzel the best online player of all time. I believe. So pretty cool.
Many different tools here, and one of the biggest.
Let's get into it, y'all.
Is the new Metagross. re-energizing.
All right, here we go, kicking things off in our second round here at NAIC with a card that we used to see quite a bit of, the Genesect EX with metallic signal.
Holy
and it will no longer be
crap! Frink's got the metal deck?
Matang
Holy crap, bro!
every turn, you get to just search for 2 evolution metal Pokemon, but you don't really want to be attaching to Genesect without any Beldum in play.
No Beldum in play turn 1 for Josh. That is not what he would like to see. James, though, will have a early option to find some Pokemon through the use of Dust
James
Ball.
could win. James could win.
Bottom 7 cards.
I think he's
of
got
his
Moltres
deck,
in
finding a
deck,
Pokemon
right?
and
So he
adding
literally
it
has
to the
game.
end.
It's game.
Kyle,
It's
game.
game.
Over. Kyle,
Game.
this is it. The
Game,
is
game,
over.
game,
James
game,
has game.
Game. Holy crap, dude. Oh my god. Game, bro. Game. Woo! Dude, let's go, bro. They don't call him all-out Blitzel for nothing. Yo. Any percent game dub speed world record. Oh, there's Pram. There's Pramawat. I was just looked up Pramawat. There he is, right freaking there. All right, Frank. Let's go, Frank. Come on, Frank. Rally. Rally, Frank. We need content. We need content, Frank. Content. Think of the content. The content is dry without you. We need you to perform. We need this metal deck to look good. Can he come back from the frink of defeat?
As you will see. Oh, no, Chip.
Interesting start here. So James
No!
has got a Ultra Ball in his hand.
Oh my god!
Find out maybe a Kangaskhan into it and start.
No! No. Say it ain't so, bro. It's all energy, dude. No. It's all energy, bro. It's 6 energy, bro. No. No, dude. You've got to be kidding me, bro. No. You've got to be kidding me, bro. No. Dude, All Out Blitzel. It doesn't matter how bad All Out Blitzel's start is, dude. He's literally up against, like, coughing baby over here. Beldum, 6 energy hand. Like, this is crazy. Come on, Frank. Top deck. Top deck. You've got to be kidding me, bro. You've got to be kidding me.
Credit. Josh's deck is built around this. Max is out on the Team Rocket's Transceiver, Team Rocket's Petrol to get the precious trolley. The entire deck is built around this. It gets you all of your basic Pokemon, which gets you Genesect EX, which finds your evolution Pokemon. So it's a 1-card instant setup. And that just completely changed how this was going to go.
Yeah, the best card to find here in this.
Who said secret box? Not a knower. Not a knower, dude. It's a trolley deck, baby. You go Petrol for trolley, and then Genesect gets all the boys, and then you're schmoovin', dude. You're freaking schmoovin'. That's the whole deck. Top deck.
Steel Burst Attack. Uncapped damage potential here. I guess capped at whatever 17 times 50 is. As there are 17 energy cards in this list here for Josh. 50 damage for each metal energy you discard from that Pokemon.
Yeah, it is really your best tool against things with tons of HP, and it should really give Josh a big advantage against these big Pokemon EX that give up multiple prize cards. It can knock out Mega Kangaskhan EX in one attack and have a very favorable, like 3-to-1 prize card exchange if he's able to get enough energy cards. So I'm glad to see we're going to see a game here, and we'll get to see a bit more about how these two decks operate.
Dusk Ball as the play for James to kick off his next turn.
I can't
Looking at the
believe
bottom
freaking Dusk Ball is like, I mean, it just is more outs to get your guys into play. It makes sense. I mean, one of the biggest issues with these decks.
By his opponents, why are you not playing Great Ball? He had to inform them Great Ball is not in the standard format currently. Just one of those cards that feels like it's always legal. Dusk Ball being the best.
Yeah, Great Ball is not legal. So it's Dusk Ball is like what you got. And honestly, one of my biggest beefs with like the big basic decks is having to like waste your turn playing Serrano for turn just feels so bad. So I do really like the construction of this deck, that we aren't just like having to go Meowth for Serrano just to get our board going, right? Like you've got the Dusk Balls, you can kind of just like churn the guys out. Feels good. So yeah, that's cool. I'm into it. Though it is extremely annoying to have to look at the bottom 7 cards of your deck. Oh my god, and the turn 1 Moltres boss knockout. Like, bro. Not the turn 2, I should say, but still absolutely nuts. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, just absolutely insane. And you just see how favorable of a matchup this slot box deck is going to have into Pokemon with Fire Weak Pokemon EX like that, right? Crazy.
Metal Energy is going to take a note here, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, it is. Matang is interesting. We have seen it before, I think last season or a few seasons ago with Andrew Hedrick used it quite a bit. It is interesting because you know what cards are going to the bottom, and you can kind of track where certain cards are and make decisions on whether you want to shuffle your deck, things like that. So that's what's going on there. Do see a knockout, but Josh is in a really tricky position here where now every turn he's really going to have to hit off of those Metal Makers to keep up.
He needs a top deck as well to perhaps try to cycle his deck a little bit, still holding on to a grip of Metal Energy from his opening turn. James will use that Pheasantipity, which he did start, flip the script, drawing himself 3 cards.
Yeah, this was kind of like Jesse and I's major conclusion about this metal deck is it's just a freaking pile. Like, it feels like a pile. You are literally playing like, 15 to 20 Metal Energy in the deck. You have very few actual draw supporters, and you're just kind of hoping that the cards show up at the right times. It's really a clunky mess, right? I mean, when it pops off, it's incredible, obviously. But it did feel like you just don't have that kind of draw power that you need to refresh your hand. You're playing off the top deck like way too much. Yeah, I'm not a super big believer in this metal deck. It just seems like, especially for a player of Josh Frink's caliber, like I do admire his willingness to try something new and different. But also, like, I fear that the metal deck was not it. I do fear. We'll see how this game 2 goes. But yeah, it feels like it was too much of a risk for such a high, such a high stakes tournament.
This card though for his efforts now down to just 3 remaining.
Yeah, the burn does introduce something interesting. I don't know if there's
Triple
gonna
Thread
be a way for
says,
Josh
yeah,
to take
just
advantage of it.
probably already got the... Obviously, Frink's already got the invite locked up, yes, but every single tournament is an opportunity to become North American International Champion. Like, that's not... Like, how many years of your life are you going to get to compete at the highest level in the Pokemon TCG? Like, think about that, right? I mean, it's not infinite. Surely you're going to have other things in your life going on, right? So, like, how many years... What's your window looking like? Years to be able to compete to be international champion. So, like, yeah, I don't know. To me, it's like you got to really capitalize on the amount of years that you have at your peak, right?
But that's 180, and that would still knock it out with damage. So I don't know if there's going to be a way for that to come up.
The beam KO. Honestly, we may see it happen right now just anyway. As it is available here for Josh. He'll spread a couple energy out into play from the next Metal Maker. Still yet to play a supporter after that opening Petrol. Still a ton of energy cards in the hand. He will evolve into the Metagross in the active spot. Gets that additional attachment, and we do see Metallic Hammer online. It costs 4 energy, 150 base damage, and then he can discard 3 metal from that Pokemon in order to do 150 more. Say that's not necessary right now.
Yeah, and the Metagross is kind of annoying to deal with. It's got a good chunk of HP, 180, not trivial to deal with. So we'll see what attacker James will try to follow up with after this.
All right, I mean, Josh is getting this knockout. Clefairy is weak to metal, so you don't actually have to, like, you don't have to discard here. Metagross is annoying to knock out. You've got James kind of maybe having to cook up a Pokemon to respond to it. But again, this only going down for a single prize is so annoying, right? Because you want this Metagross to be going 2 for 1. That's how you, like, win as this deck, is that you go 2 for 1 with the Metagross. But then also having to get rid of one of your Metang and turn it into the Metagross is also very bad for your board state. So it's really tough.
Don't rely too much on what's in hand, and you're really playing. You're hoping to draw Lily's Determination at some point, but otherwise, you know, you're really just relying on Metal Makers to power up your Pokemon.
And just 1 prize card here for Josh, as that Lily's Clefairy is KO'd by damage from an attack. Lily's Pearl adding that boost there for James. James, I do believe actually should only have 3 prize cards remaining here.
Correct.
The KO of that Genesect plus the KO of the Heatran, which we saw brought back. So now just 3 prize cards left in his map to close out this game. So Josh could win the game in 2 turns. James is going to need the full 3.
Yeah, and it's, again, not going to be trivial for James to keep up with attacks here. Now, this deck is set up with, you know, 4 Meowth EX. You know, you have the Mega Kangaskhan, you have the Pheasantipity. You're going to be drawing tons of cards every turn to keep yourself in a position to keep using stuff like Crispin, keep finding Wondrous Patch, ways to power up your Pokemon. But there's always a chance you do stumble on one of these turns, and if you do, you may find yourself in trouble.
He's got Lily's Clefairy in hand. Not much of a surprise with 4 of them in the list. Looks like he's eyeing up a Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Combos, of course, extremely nicely with Mega Kangaskhan EX's Run Errand ability. He can place any 2 cards he would like on top of the deck in any order, and then he'll be able to just draw directly into whatever combo pieces he would like. Looks like both Wondrous Patch and his A-Spec Prime Catcher primed for the taking here.
Yeah, interesting to see him going for the Prime Catcher. You got to wonder which Pokemon he might be going after with this. You know, it's kind of nice to see Prime Catcher back. It has been out of the format for so long now, it seems like. Other A-Spec's been used over it, but it is still a good reminder that this card is extremely powerful. Just an item card that allows you to go after one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. So yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to use it here, just kind of prepping it for future turns.
Prepping it for the future.
Yeah, having Prime Catcher is nice, but you got to take out the Metagross here, right? I mean, because the Metagross is like the existential threat to the game. You also are just putting pressure onto Josh's resources, saying like you have to whip up a new attacker that can handle a Clefairy. I mean, Josh could win. He just needs to take two prize knockouts. I mean, but he cannot miss a beat, right? Cannot miss a beat.
Josh will have access to 2 Metal Makers here, but the energy's running thin in the deck.
He needs to find 2 energy. He can attach 1 for turn, and he needs to find another one off of this next Metal Maker.
Uh-oh.
It could literally come down to this here for Josh. This could make or break this entire game, these next 4 cards.
All right. There's the other Matang.
Let's go. Hit the
metal Maker for 1 metal energy.
Just needs only the 1, not available in the first 3. And
No!
he does miss! No metal energy in those top 4. Too many drawn.
It's cooked. It's cooked, brah. It's cooked. Oh, it's over. It's over. Yeah, it's over, dude. It's over. That's it. And that's why, like, that's why I'm almost wondering, like, why?
His deck that's big enough to withstand an attack.
Like, why? If you're this, you're this good at the Pokemon TCG, why would you play a deck that's like that has the whiff potential like this? A deck like, it's tough. And you see if Extend the Hand, man. I'm sure that when this metal deck sets up, that it does take a lot of favorable matchups. I respect Josh for sending it, but in just saying like, I want to play this single prize deck that's unexplored and maybe catch some people off guard. But from my experience playing it, is that it is just a little bit too bricky. The draw engine isn't there, right? And you just don't see enough of your deck. You don't see enough cards, right? I don't know. To the people saying like, oh, he's just out here having fun. Did that look fun to you? Did that look fun to you? Are you guys sickos? Did that look fun? Did that look fun? Did that look fun to you? That looked not fun to me. That looked not fun to me, bro. No, that did not look fun. In fact, Josh looked actively like he was not having a good time, okay? Yes. No, that did not sound fun. So the people in the chat being like, oh, it's a fun deck. Like, no, bro. No, bro. Getting put on stream and having that happen to you is not fun, bro. No, it is not. There's nothing fun about that. That sucks. Yes. So I'll be pulling for Josh to have a better run. Obviously, you want a deck like that to have a good run because it's cool, right? It's cool. So I'll put Josh on the follow because I want to see how his run ends up going with the with the metal deck. But yeah, to me, I would be fascinated to hear from Josh how he ended up on that deck for this event, because I mean, Jesse and I did it on our Deck Busters show for like a few games, and like, yeah, it popped off, but then the bricks were like so bad, right? The bricks were so ugly that it just felt like it felt like it disqualified the deck. How hot and cold it could be, right? Like, surely you would want something that's like a little bit of a smoother ride, right? That gives you the ability to leverage your skill as a player over whatever your opponent is doing. That's kind of what I would, I mean, personally, that's where I would be leaning. But like, ultimately, I love seeing what other people choose. I'd love to get his input as to why he chose it. And of course, I would love to hear like, how he feels about it afterwards. Maybe he'll post something on
Putting a card in your
Twitter
deck
to give
that
us some
won't
insight
always have
into
a
why
big
he chose
It's
the
one of my
Metagross
favorite
deck.
parts about deck building in the Pokemon TCG is kind of a numbers game of how likely am I to run into a situation where I need this card. Sure, there is in theory a card you could play that's an answer for everything that you could come up against, but at the detriment of your own deck's setup potential, at your own consistency. I've played plenty of decks at League Cups and challenges that I teched out way too much and had early
Nice. We
exits
got
from
Chris
due
Hill,
to the lack of
Mr. Ghouls, Chris Hill, also 2-0 on the slot box. Chris Hill was our Mega Evolution Gym Leader Challenge 3K winner, which, by the way, folks, we do got some amazing events coming up at Full Grip Games this summer. Check them out right here. We got an event sneak peek. Everything coming up this summer. We've got a 2004 throwback event happening on Saturday, June 27th. We've got our Pitch Black 6K doubleheader happening on Saturday, July 18th and Sunday, July 19th. That is $6,000 up for grabs. Let's see what Blitzel's got to say.
But luckily I was able to win the flip, go second, kind of just, I mean, my deck isn't very good technically, but it's just like fast and consistent, so it wins a lot of games because most of the decks in this format are not very consistent or fast.
Right, well you said not very good, but straight into that round one, or game one I should say, sorry, well, it just ended very quickly, right? I mean, that must give you a great bit of confidence into exactly what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, when I say my deck's not very good, like you just like look at it and it's like just 4 Clefairy, 4 Kangaskhan, 4 Meowth, which are not like really broken cards, like something like a Dragapult or a Dusknoir is. So it just like feels like, I don't know, it just like feels like it shouldn't work as well as it does, but I mean, it kind of works. And I mean, getting the donk there was pretty huge. I was pretty happy. As soon as you drop past, like I knew I could just Cypher Maniac, get the knockout, and that felt awesome.
Yeah, it's got to be feeling pretty good. I mean, talking about feeling pretty good, especially with the deck, because you've come off a pretty good result, right? With something obviously very similar. You've been playing for some time now. Just give everyone a little bit of an idea, like why Lily's Clefairy. I mean, of course, we can talk about the big bad Dragapult the whole time, but just why the deck in general?
Yeah, I think like I always kind of gravitate towards whatever the most consistent deck in format is. I just hate losing to dead drawing. So like I played Control for a while, that was really consistent. I played Raging Bolt after that, and Clefairy is like the deck that I found that just like doesn't really get bad hands very often. Like, you at least can do something. Like even in your like lower end hands, you can still like apply pressure to your opponent and force them to draw the cards that they need. And I just want to be Dragapult, and it's like kind of the deck that I found that is best against Dragapult that doesn't just like get completely cooked by the rest of the fields.
You never felt like you wanted to join the Dragapult army like everyone else?
I mean, a lot of my friends wanted me to play it, pressured me, bullied me to play it, but nah, I gotta win my way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you talk about your way, right? Because everyone knows you, you know, online with a sort of a good presence, especially playing a control archetype that you've already mentioned. We know you obviously haven't brought it this time round, but have you tried to figure out any way to do it again?
I mean, really nothing that's like left like the Theorycraft stage. I just don't think the format has the tools for it right now. The card pool is still pretty limited. Not so like a ton of good control cards right now, so I don't think it's really viable. But if it is viable, I would love to play it again.
Yeah, I'm sure if there's anyone out there with any sort of ideas, just let him know, and I'm sure he'll try and pick it up, try and improve it as well. Right, well, just kind of thinking back now to the actual deck itself, like, is there anything out there that you really just don't want to be facing up against? You mentioned the single prizes, but is there anything else? Did you even test against anything like Metagross coming into this matchup?
I ran into a few on ladder. I do most of my testing on ladder, so you get like a good range of good, bad decks, meme decks. It's really just anything single prize I don't want to hit, so Alakazam, Crustle, Honchkrow, Festival, any of those decks, stay away from me. I'm pretty sure anything else, like any like big base.
Yeah, that would have been the disqualifying factor for me, to be honest, in choosing a deck like Slotbox, because there are just so many single prize decks. It's like the second most popular thing. You've got like Dragapult, but then like single prize decks are like the next most popular thing. If you group all of them together, single prize decks make up probably like 30 to 40% of the room. So to me, I would have had a really hard time justifying a deck like Slotbox.
My goal is always to win, so yeah, but like at minimum, I want to get top 128 for my Worlds invite. That's like the bare minimum. Anything else would be awesome, but yeah, I would love to cut. It's been a while since I've made a cut, so cut, cash, anything like that would be awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, top 128s. It's probably something that's very attainable as well with this kind of deck, with the player that you are. You know, it's very well and accomplished. I mean, for everyone out there, I just want to get some thoughts from yourself. For anyone out there who maybe sort of wants to kind of get into the game and really kind of try and improve, I mean, you say you test a lot online. Like, what advice would you give to those out there?
Yeah, so I think like the big thing is if you're trying to get better. I mean, there's like the cliche advice to just like play more Pokemon. Really, to do that, I think playing ladder, like the TCGL ladders, is the best way to do it because like even if you aren't super well connected, you can still play against some really good players without having to like know them. Like, I mean, before Indie Regionals, like me and Henry Chow were like two of the highest people on ladder. I hit him 6 times in a row, which like I don't really know him like that. I don't like not in like a testing group with him, but I still can get some really high quality games just by like spending a lot of time. I mean, there's really just like nothing that replaces time and experience, and I think like the ladder is like a great way to do that, even if you aren't like connected with a bunch of friends and have a bunch of really good players you gotta talk to.
All right, thank you very much for all of that. Like you heard it here first, everyone. Just spend a lot of time grinding those games in, getting a lot of that experience in. It's
Gotta lock in on TCG Live, baby. That's how you do it. That's how you be the very best. Gotta lock in. High ladder, dude. High ladder. Gotta lock in. Where's my #1 TCG Live fan hat? That's how you do it. Grind to high ladder.
2-0 start, the deck that he very much believes in, that he has spent so much time in. Very cool to hear him talking about the Pokemon trading card game live as well. You know, I think back even to the days of the Pokemon trading card game online. You know, I heard so many players talk about that being just such a strong resource, talking about hitting other great players, some of the best testing you can get, just available on your phone. Very nice.
Yeah, it's great. You can find matches at any time of the day, no matter where you are in the world. And,
all right, I need my hat.
Yeah, and when you get high enough up, yeah, you will play against some of the best and really get to test your skills and figure out, you know, what are they thinking too.
Well, speaking of what are people thinking, I want to know what Pablo Meza is thinking as we are going to bring him in now. 2 very interesting decks in round number 2, Tablemon. Quite different from how we kicked off the show, I would say.
Yeah, I'd like to think it was quite the opposite of a Dragapult mirror match, right? 2 very aggressive decks. James's especially with all the options with the aggressive Clefairy.
All right, we evened out the prediction of Pults on stream. We evened it out, which is great because round 1 it was looking scuffed for my prediction of 9 Pults on stream. Because obviously if we have too many Pult mirror matches, it's going to be really tough. But there we had 0 Pults on stream. So we're predicting an average of 1 Pult per stream match for the rest of day 1. So far, we're still on our 2 Pults after round 2. It's looking good. Slop. I mean, Blitzel on the slop.
Single Pokemon ends up being interactive and you get wrecked. Now, game 2, however, of course, we have a different situation, right? We have a much more stable board over on this side, multiple threats. The price count is also, in theory, in Joshua Frink favor because of the single price board. However, if we, like, I wish I could zoom in here to his hand at this point because it was all metal energy. And once again, this deck, like it needs this self-sustaining like Metang engine, and it needs to rely.
Yeah, this deck, it's just it's not consistent enough to be able to make a deep run at a tournament like this. And we kind of got to see like 2 sides of the same coin here, right? Because where we have Josh Frink kind of chose like the high power level inconsistent single prize deck, but Blitzel chose the deck that has a bad matchup into single prize decks, right? I mean, like the slot box deck, but it is just snappy, speedy, and consistent. It works every single game, right? And that's kind of what you need in order to have a deep tournament run. When the pressure's on, you just need your deck to operate. You need to be the one asking the questions, and that's such a powerful thing about this deck. I'm actually curious about Blitzel's. Let's James Kowalski. I know James is an extremely accomplished online player. I know he was tweeting that he wants to get like a very good tournament finish. I'm curious what his page looks like. Dang, he's been playing since he was a junior. Sixth place OCIC 2017 as a junior. That's beast. And then obviously kind of popped off during the pandemic online era. He got top 4 at San Antonio. Okay, that was a really big finish there with Pidgeot control. He got top 32 at Indy just recently with this deck. So it's kind of like hot off of the finish there. And then Emma Hagen went and took this deck to top 8 of the most recent special event too. So yeah, Blitzel could be making a deep run here. Obviously, really strong finish there at Indy. You know, has the chops to finish in top cut of a major event. Could be your slot boxer. Could be your slot boxer that makes a deep cut.
Is that right?
We'll see.
You got it.
There's the Team Rockets Watchtower coming into play for Anil. Looks like we're picking this one up in early turns here. It is game number 1. Anil taking an early KO, maybe on a Badu or something like that.
Yeah. Does knock out Badu.
Yeah, the Moltres Fighting Wings. Only 20 base, but yeah, Badu. You don't really think about weakness coming up very often on a 30 HP Pokemon, but being relevant here. Nelson here with an Ultra Ball. Can search out any Pokemon to add to the hand. Gets rid of his own Moltres. Perhaps would have loved to have found a Meowth to get out of this situation, though the Watchtower limits those options. Dracloak will have to do here.
All right, who wants to hear from Jesse Parker?
Directive.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a very strong hand from Nelson here. Big Recon Directive.
Oh,
and that's probably the one card you'd want to find.
Hello.
Yeah,
Yo.
that is not bad. Energy attachment is...
Dude, man, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you live?
I am live. You are live. Yes, we are live.
We are live. All right.
Yes, can you
Sweet.
say hi to
Can
chat?
Hear me?
Say hi to chat.
I love that you're doing a watch party. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I'm really stoked about it. I'm really stoked about it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's just way too many people here. But I found a little nook off to the side, like near the top tables, because that's where I plan on staying the whole day. So yeah, but I won my round 2 versus Pulse Nor, and they were playing Shaman, which is a little spooky. But my Spectrier tech carried me, so. They used one of their Pokepads to get Shaman, which meant that they got one less Dracloak, and then I was able to use Spectrier to snipe their Dracloak that had an energy on it to force them to find Crispin and another Dragapult. And they whiffed it, so I was able to go ahead 2 prizes. And then from there, all you got to do is just knock out 2 Dragapults. So, which you can do with Slowking and Clefairy. So, pretty easy games. One of the rounds, one of the games, she prized for Shaman, so that was an easy game. But then the game where she got out Shaman, I was able to win with the Spectrier, so looking pretty good so far. It's a little spooky because I looked around and I saw Pulse, and I saw a lot of Shamans floating around, so I think a lot of people are hip, obviously, to the Slowking, so yeah, it's a little scary, but I didn't come completely disrespecting the Shaman, so
yeah,
a good shot against it. So.
The Spectrier is a really cool choice. Can you talk to us just briefly? I know I'm not going to keep you too long, but I would like a couple of updates throughout the day. You talk to us just a little bit briefly, like what was it about Slowking that made you really want to play it for this event?
So it's the deck that I have been testing the most since Indianapolis. Actually, when you were in the car with me, I discovered that the Metagross does the bonus damage without discarding any energy. And I was like blown away by that. And then ever since I learned that knowledge, I've just been putting in a bunch of time with Slowking. And then I was like, this actually seems really sick. Like as long as it'll be really sick if not many people are hip to it come NAIC. But I knew there was going to be like that one event before NAIC at Turin special event. And I was like, as long as it doesn't do good at that event, I'll feel really confident with this stuff. And then it did, obviously got second. Brandon Cameraman got second with the deck. And so at that point, I was a little worried, obviously, because I'm like, well, Slow King's a deck that's very easy to tech for. You just throw a Shaman in your deck, and immediately the matchup gets a lot better for you. And then I kind of panicked. I was actually deciding maybe to play a different deck. I was thinking of playing Hydrapple. But I tested Hydrapple a little bit. It just wasn't feeling great. I just kept hitting Dragapult that still had Moltres in their deck. And I'm like, yeah, this just, I don't know. I wasn't vibing with the deck. So I just went back to Slow King, and I was just owning people on the ladder. And I was like, this is sick. Like, and not everybody's going to tech Shaman. Not everybody's going to play it. So, and even if they do, like, you're still just like a really powerful single prize deck. You can still just take big one-hit KOs with a single prize Pokemon. So at the end of the day, like that, even if you can't get off the Kyurem attack, it's still a really strong deck. So yeah, it's just the deck that I put the most time into. I also think it's really fun deck to play. It's really fun. You're putting together these like big combos. You know, you play Secret Box, you play Cypher to stack the deck, and then Academy of Night to stack the deck. You do these really cool plays where you can like if you don't have an Academy of Night in hand, but you have a Cypher, you can Cypher to put the Kyurem or the Metagross on top of your deck. But then the second card can be like a Secret Box. So that way you discard for your attack, and then your top deck is going to be a Secret Box. So you can if you have the luxury, sometimes you can just do that, and then you have like a cracked card on top of your deck for the next turn. Unless they stamp you, of course. But so you can do really cool plays like that. It's a really fun deck to pilot. So it's not the easiest deck. I'm definitely it's really easy to fumble and get lost in the sauce. With any deck that plays Cypher is going to take a little more skill, just because you can go get any card you want out of the deck. So you gotta lots of times when you don't know what to get, you just get Secret Box or you get Lucky Helmet. Lucky Helmet's just a good vanilla card to get because it guarantees you draw 2 cards even if you get stamped. So
yeah, that's sick, dude.
Yeah.
All right, so talk to us a little bit about how do you deal with the fact that you're discarding your energy a lot, like off of Kyurem and off of Spectrier? How do you mitigate that?
Well, you have Boomerang energy, so as long as lots of times you're ciphering for the Boomerang energy. You cipher for the Boomerang and then the other card that you're missing for the combo. And sometimes you don't find Boomerang and you just have to discard both your energies, which isn't the greatest, but you do play a lot of switch cards. You play a Surfer, you play a Switch. So if you need to move Slow King out of the active, back into Kangaskhan, to play a Wonder Patch, you can do that. But yeah, Boomerang energy just lets you, even if you're using Spectrier says discard all psychic energies. So you don't even have to discard the Boomerang energy.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No, wait. I think it does say discard all energy.
It says discard all, yeah.
Boomerang goes back on. So it doesn't matter because Boomerang goes back on. So, if you draw Boomerang, it just makes it that much easier. There's not really much that they can do if you still have 1 energy on Slow King. You're just 1 energy away from attacking. So, yeah, the Boomerang energy is just the MVP. I thought about playing, I was testing a Power Glass list, because Power Glass is a tool that kind of does a similar thing, where, it pops your energy from the discard pile back onto your Pokemon. The problem with Power Glass is it just takes up way more deck space, because to find a Power Glass consistently, you have to play 2 to 3 copies, and then that also means you need to play more basic energy. So you need to play at least 5 psychic energies, and even then you're playing the Boomerang's kind of just all in one. It counts as your energy attachment, and it itself goes back to the Pokemon. So it's a little weaker to Hammers, but Hammers can be a little sus. But if Bolt does hammer you, that's what the Smoochum is there for. You go into the Smoochum, you smooch them, turbo 2 energies out, and then from there it's really easy to launch an attack. Smoochum's really, really good card in the deck. It's kind of your way to, if you're running energy drive, you just go into Smoochum, and then boom, you got 2 energies on a Slow King ready to go.
Oh yeah, I love the Smoochum. It's just a great card, free attack, free retreat, love it.
Yeah. I thought about playing Badoo, because Badoo is another way you can stop the energy disruption against Bolt, because it makes it so they can't play items. So, but Smoochum is a more universally strong card. It's better against just the field, whereas Badoo is more just better against Hammers in itself. So I tested so many different things, but in the end, I just went with the list Brennan played and then just cut one Latias for a Spectrier, and that's basically it.
Sick. Now, round 1, you played against Meganium. How did you win that one?
Yeah, I played against Arbeliva, and it's a really sus matchup. But at the end of the day, if you take 6 prizes before your opponent, you just win. So that's just what you got to do. You just got to play as it lies, figure it out as it goes. Like, he had one turn where he had one game where he just kind of like bricked pretty hard, and I was able to just go up 3 prizes, and then he just scooped. There was another game where it was actually game 1 where I had to scoop turn 2 because I had an Ultra Ball in my hand, but I saved it, not knowing he played Badoo in his deck, and I didn't know he was going to play Badoo.
Oh.
You know, 'cause not most Meganium lists don't play Badoo.
Right.
So I held the Ultra Ball in my hand, and then he Badooed me, and I had a completely dead hand. And I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. So I just scooped, and then he kind of dead through, and then game 3, it was a little back and forth, but there was a really key turn where he played down his Smoliv, he played down his Chikorita, he lilied for 8 with a Stadium turn 2, and he really needed to just evolve up to his Arbeliva and attack. He missed that. He had the Itchy Pollen, and then that I was able to get a Cure him off for 3 prizes. And I was able to just win off that because I just won the prize race at that point.
Sick.
So it's really tough. That matchup's really hard. But sometimes they don't hit everything they need, and you just take advantage of that. That's kind of what I like about Slowking. If your opponent just stumbles at all, you can just run them over with the Kyurem. So kind of feels like Iron Hands in that way, where you just have this Pokemon that just takes a million prizes at once. And if your opponent stumbles a little bit, you can just run them over. And the telepathic energy and the Kangaskhan just make this deck feel so consistent.
For sure.
But, sometimes you get stuck with sus hands too, but no deck's immune to that. But, yeah, so we'll see how it goes. Still a lot of games to play.
For sure.
So far, so good.
Hey, man, well, proud of you for the solid start. Thank you for taking some time out of your day to check in with us. We'd love to continue hearing how you do throughout the day.
I'll keep the stream updated.
Appreciate you. All right, good luck.
All right, see ya. Bye.
All right, that's the GOAT himself, Jesse Parker, one half of the Deckbusters duo, checking in with us to let us know how his run is doing at the North American International Championships. He's playing a list very similar to what Brendan Kammerman did at the Turin Special event. So very cool to hear from him in the field, talking about how rounds 1 and 2 went. I could say, yeah, from coming home from Indy, I was talking to Jesse about, Slowking, because we were talking about this Metagross in the interaction with Slowking. The fact that Metallic Hammer, it says you may discard 3 Metal Energy and do 150 more damage, but you don't even have to discard the Metal Energy off of Slowking. You just do 300 for 2. So that, to me, is the thing that really elevates this deck and makes it a top contender. You have this kind of 2-pronged approach. You can either Metagross your opponent for 300 damage, or you can spread with Trifrost to do 110 damage to 3 different things. Just a really cool deck. And then, of course, Jesse said he played the Spectrier, which may be a card that people are not expecting out of the Slowking deck. So very cool. Thank you, Doug Dimmadome, with the Prime sub and the 9 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Let's freaking go. Let's go. All right, let's check in with the stream. See how things are going over here.
Target down Dracloak on Nelson's bench.
Let's see. Do we find any more crushing hammers?
All right, this doesn't count as our Pult mirror. Does this count towards our Pult tracker, chat?
Yeah. He just drew
I don't think so, right?
Well, there is a judge.
Pults on stream. Is this 2 more Pults on stream? No, right? It's the side stream. That doesn't count.
Gonna make things a bit more awkward for this game,
All right.
unfortunately.
Yeah, special red card, you draw 3 cards, right? Unfair stamp, you draw 2. There's a lot of things to consider, but you gotta always make sure you know which one your opponent just played. Now, I don't think it should have much of an impact on this exact situation. Nelson knowing the next card, right?
Thank
He's
you,
gonna draw for turn anyway. He's not
Zenu.
gonna have any decisions
Appreciate
to
you.
make
Thank you so
before
much for the sub.
Pokemon are gonna have to be
In 63 months.
here. But most often when a player draws a card they shouldn't, it does lead to a double prize card penalty, which would mean Anil would need to take 2 less prize cards to win the game, which would mean that he's very set up to close this one out.
Yeah, it does seem like that might
The
be
prediction
case.
doesn't
That
say
would not be over by
mainstream.
any
You guys are
means.
killing me.
No.
I think Nelson still would have a route to
All right.
potentially
We got
win this game.
some
Be
people
much
in the
more
chat that
challenging,
are
though,
saying they
that's for sure.
disagree with the interaction between Slowking and
Yeah,
Metagross.
looks like I think either way, Anil's in a pretty
Yeah, thank you,
strong
Murtog, for that sub in the 63 months.
close out
Appreciate
this
it.
game, especially after the unfair stamp.
All right.
Now if you take
You
it out-
disagree. You disagree with the interaction between Slowking and Metagross. That's, well, first of all, too bad because you're wrong. But second of all, I can tell you exactly why you're wrong. Metagross says you may discard 3 Metal Energy from this Pokemon and have this attack do 150 more damage. Pokemon is a game where you do as much of a thing as you can. It does not say you may discard 3 Metal Energy. If you do, this attack does 150 more damage. If it said you may discard 3 Metal Energy from this Pokemon, if you discarded at least 1 Metal Energy in this way, this attack does 150 more damage. That is what it would have to say in order for it to work the way that you would think it would work. But that's not what it says. It says you may discard 3 Metal Energy from this Pokemon, and this attack does 150 more damage. That's what it says. So think of it like this. You have a Slowking. Your Slowking has a Psychic and a Colorless Energy attached to it. Slowking reads, discard the top card of your deck. If that card is a Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box, choose one of its attacks, use it as this attack. Very good. So what you will do is you will use Slowking, and you will discard the Metagross off the top of the deck and choose to use Metallic Hammer. Let's read Metallic Hammer. You may discard 3 Metal Energy from this Pokemon. Okay, so I'm going to discard 3 Metal Energy on my Slowking. I inflict my Slowking with discard 3 Metal Energy. I inflict it with that. Okay, great. I choose to inflict discard 3 Metal Energy on my Slowking. Correct. I inflict it, it does nothing to it. And then it does 150 more damage. If Slowking did have Metal Energy attached to it, you'd have to discard as many as you have. So, like, I mean, Pokemon's a game filled with do as much as you can. And the thing is, this attack is not an if-then statement. It's not an if-then statement. It doesn't say, if you discarded any Metal Energy, this attack does 150 more damage. And there are cards that are read like that. Let's see. Let's check and see what... Because you got Ogerpon, right? Ogerpon. Shuffle. You may shuffle 3 energy attached to this Pokemon into your deck. If you do, this attack also does 120 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So, this is an if-then statement, but it's like a... If you do. If you inflicted shuffle 3 energy attached to this Pokemon into your deck. So you do as much as you can. Like, what if you had something that could copy Wellspring for free, right? If you were doing something that could copy Wellspring for free, you could inflict Shuffle 3 energy onto your Pokemon that has 0 energy attached to it because you're using it for free, and then you'd still do 120 damage because you inflicted the Shuffle 3 on it. And the ruling in Pokemon is that you do as much as you can. So, like, Wellspring Mask works. Even if you have a Crystal and you can only shuffle 2 energy, it still works, right? Because you do as much as you can of the shuffle 3. Even if you only have 2, You still use it. Yeah, I do. Well, and they also said, let's see. Yeah, I mean, Pokemon's just a game where you do as much as you can if possible. Is there an example of a card that you guys can think of where it's a where it says like if any energy were discarded in this way? Here, let me search card text in this way. They do this kind of thing all the time, right? Like here. Once during your turn, you may use this ability. Your opponent shuffles their hand and puts it on the bottom of their deck. If they put any cards on the bottom of their deck in this way, they draw 4 cards, right? So like they add that extra there. That says like they had to do this first, right? Boom, here. Discard 4 basic fire energy cards from your hand. If you can't discard 4 cards in this way, this attack does nothing. So this attack here, right? Pokemon is very specific about their wording. Like they could very much make it. Don't act like they made a mistake. It's not a mistake, right? Because they do this kind of stuff all the time. You see? Discard 4 basic fire energy from your hand. If you can't discard 4 cards in this way, this attack does nothing. So, like, literally, there's no way to get around that clause, right? Heal all damage from one of your Mega Evolution Pokemon EX. If you healed any damage in this way, put all energy attached to that Pokemon in your hand. So you can't use Wally's Compassion just to bounce the energy back to your hand. You see what I mean? But Metagross does not have that. You may discard 3 metal energy from this Pokemon and have this attack do 150 more damage. It does not have that. They could very easily say, if you discarded 3 metal energy in this way, this attack does 150 more damage. That is how they would fix it. Now, they didn't do that. Presumably because they wanted it to be able to be copied by Slowking. Presumably, right? Presumably, they wanted it that way. I don't know. Doesn't that make you think that they want it designed that way? Because you can look at all the ways that they check that. It makes me think that they wanted it that way. And Brain says it's funny that Metagross can't use its own attack that way, but Slowking can. Yeah, well, that's because Slowking is copying it. It doesn't have metal energy attached. Rep Mars, I'll be commentating the 6K at Full Grip Games. Which, by the way, yep. We've got our $6,000 cash doubleheader coming up in July to celebrate the release of Pitch Black, the newest Pokemon TCG expansion and also the only Pokemon TCG expansion named after a Mountain Dew flavor. That's right, it's Pitch Black release weekend doubleheader $6,000 up for grabs for top finishers. We've got a standard 3K happening on Saturday, July 18th, and a Gym Leader Challenge 3K happening on Sunday, July 19th. There are no championship point awarding events happening in the month of July. It's never been a better time to book a trip to beautiful Akron, Ohio. Play some Pokemon cards. We've also got our Throwback Series events, 2004 World Championship format happening on Saturday, June 27th.
It's still going on. What am I missing out on? Back then, a regional was just the people in the region, right? But nowadays, you know, we got Tord coming over from Norway. Tord Reklev, I mean, he's the best player in the game. Playing against Tord, it's always got something fun cooked up. Would just absolutely love to do that. Some point this season, that's definitely going to be one of my goals.
Henry Chow here, taking things down in Baltimore with Gardevoir EX.
Having like the surprise factor in an event can just straight up win you games. And I definitely surprised some people this weekend. The name I put out online and that I just say is Aggro Gardevoir. So all these cards are meant to go really, really fast, and my only attackers were really Drifloon and Screamtail, and I played 3 Earthen Vessels. So the goal is just to discard as many energies as possible, and then just go in and one-shot stuff. This event and NAIC, like with the list I locked in, I felt like, you know, I had the right deck, it was just up for me to perform. And I felt pretty confident going into the weekend, a lot more confident than Worlds, which did not go as well as I thought, but you know, I just felt like I had something to prove here.
Can we add Joe Omnipoke to our to our followed players list? You got it.
Hasn't like sunk in that much yet. It's just playing is just so fun. Just competing against other people who really put a lot of work in, just brilliant people, and just going against them head to head. What more could you ask for? Anytime I lose, I want to play more, and anytime I win, I want to play more. So I always just want to play more.
Joe Bernard.
The first Worlds invite of the season. I feel like I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder because I didn't do great on this Worlds. I'm going to come in with a surprise. Even if my deck looks normal, expect a surprise. I got Worlds. I will win.
Who's going to be the top finishing? All you do is yap on Twitter. You do not count, bro. You are not a content creator. You are a yapper. Someone who does streams or YouTube videos. That's content creator. So like,
My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined by the one and only Emily Foreman as we get into our third Swiss round.
Could be Ian Robb. Does Jesse count? No. Jesse, I mean, like almost, right? I mean, like Jesse doesn't have a channel, but he also is like a major feature on mine. So like, yeah, I guess, right?
And I think that's pretty kind of what we're used to at this point in the TCG.
More than
Remember when legitimate journalists suddenly had to defend themselves against bloggers competing for the press convention? Yeah, Jesse isn't the creator, he's the talent. That's true. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, rage baiting on Twitter doesn't count. Yep, that's true. Oh, Rahul's a content creator, yeah, for sure. You got like Rahul, you got Azul, you got Ian Robb, you got Lil Dark Fury.
On Pokemon TCG Live, of course, one of the best ways to practice and play the Pokemon TCG, and Golden Go's here to celebrate, but I'm not so sure he's here to show some action this weekend.
Unfortunately, we'll be sorely missed by a lot of players, but speaking of our
Piper makes some YouTube videos, yeah. Could be Piper. There's been a lot of people making. If you're a podcaster, you're a content creator. There's a whole bunch of podcasters.
But like we said, Ethan, this is the best way to practice for this game.
Yeah.
It's really reliable in
Tord is a content creator for sure.
Wide variety of decks.
Of course, for tuning into the stream this weekend.
There's a lot of people creating content these days, for sure.
Be sure to check out all of the details for our Twitch drops that include some new cards from Chaos Rising.
Zapdos.
Cosmetics for the Pokemon
Yep, Zapdos TCG.
Live. 30 minutes gets you those booster packs that you can open.
All right. The Mega Blastoise International Championship jacket. Is it tough or no? Oh, this is on TCG Live. All right. Would you wear this IRL? Yes or no?
Who doesn't love the exclusivity of it as well? Being able to just tune into the stream can get you all of these.
No, yeah, it's no.
But if you want to be able to get these Twitch drops, we have instructions for you right on the screen. You're going to start at rewards.pokemon.com. Then log into your Trainer Central account.
Gatekeeping content creator? I don't know. I'm not a very tough gatekeep. It's just that if you are just someone who posts on Twitter, that to me is not a content creator. You actually have to be on a platform like making videos of some kind or audio of some kind. Like, I don't know. Just like firing out tweets while you sit on the toilet to me is not like content.
Coming to these events, regional championships, international championships, of course, culminating later in the year to the world championships as well.
Yeah, we call that a poster. Yes.
Learn a little bit about what the competitive scene is while earning some rewards. We've got all of that set up very nicely for you all this weekend.
And not just the
Like if you're an article writer, that's content. If you are a blog or like if you're like a blog poster, sure, that's, you know, that's content. If you are a streamer, YouTube creator, podcaster, is Henry Brand a content creator? I would say no. But I like his social posts though. I do like his social posts. I don't know. Does Henry Brand make the puzzles though? And doesn't he have a website where he makes the puzzles? Because then we're getting into content creation. Because I think Henry Brand makes the puzzles, right? That to me is like, yeah, that's content creation. Anybody who makes content for MetaFi is a content creator.
NAIC pre-show kind of gave a nice spotlight into everything that's going on, especially with Pokemon Go, as they are starting to now kind of inch towards their world's meta, and this Grumpig Pokemon is actually legal for play this weekend. So I'm excited to see what's going to be happening in Go, but of course, Ethan, you cannot deny the hype.
You hope artists are exempt from the content creator title because I don't like it. I mean, I feel that. I don't like calling myself a content creator, but it just is what it is. Here comes the content.
Too much love currently in the standard format, but maybe Rose Tower will have some inclusion.
I made you your favorite. Open wide. Here comes the content. Yeah, I mean, like, you definitely get kind of sick of it, right? Never ends.
Effects, of course, the old Rose Tower from Sword and Shield drew on. You got 3 cards in your hand. This new one, of course, lets you discard 2 cards from your hand to then draw a card, and those discard effects could synergize well with some decks in the future.
Yeah, Prism Tower finding its weird way through the perfect order meta for Europe, but we're here in North America, Ethan. And it's actually going to be the first time that our players are playing.
Yeah, MetaFi makes everybody a content creator. Well, I mean, everybody is a content creator. It's been that way forever. I mean, YouTube made everybody a content creator. Right? You don't have to have any talent to pump out YouTube videos.
During the November season, that was of course where we saw, you know, the development of the standard format, development of some of our older decks. Gardevoir's Last Stand have such a strong finish at that event. And as we went into Europe, we saw the development of decks being built to counter around Gardevoir.
No, I mean, like, literally anybody can be a content creator.
Who knows,
for sure.
right? And it feels
Which
like
is
this weird puzzle
kind of like incredible, right? Because it does just make it so that there's no barrier to entry, really, as far as like putting your ideas out there. That comes with good and bad.
And a bunch of counter decks that feel like
Obviously.
playing to play just to handle Dragapult.
But the good of it is that you have no barrier to entry for people who are talented to be able to like start producing their ideas and their concepts and to reach and connect with an audience, right?
Tune into that event, as these are the only 2 events we have left. You see all of these events grayed out, of course, coverage throughout the year. And I'm really curious to see how the impact towards the end of Indianapolis, sort of the rise of Alakazam.
Well, now we've made it to the point where you don't even have to have talent, actually, to pump out YouTube videos. You just have to have good prompts. Yeah, bro. I don't even have to have any good ideas anymore. I just have to have good prompts, bro. And then I have prompts that make Yeah, I'm a talented content creator. I've got a black book of all my best prompts, dude. Chris the Hedgehog wants to know, am I going to watch the U.S. World Cup tonight? Yes, actually, I'm going over to my parents' house to watch that tonight. You don't even need good prompts. Yo, shout out to Pokemon XP World Championships. I'm going to be there as a featured guest. Huge thank you to the Pokemon Company International for inviting me out, paying for my trip, putting me up in a hotel. Me and the family are going to be visiting San Francisco for Pokemon XP, the first ever Pokemon XP happening this summer. I'll be hosting a couple of meet and greets while I'm there, and I'm very excited about it. So anybody going to Pokemon XP San Francisco, I'll be there.
Using that mortal shuriken to spread the damage counters around and find those really big knockouts. And the way that it's able to kind of go in and out of the active position, thanks to Surfing Beach, a new stadium, I feel like, yes, there's a great idea of going into it. It may just feel a little bit unsafe going into something like the biggest tournament of the year.
Of course, Latin America as well, plenty of events and special championships taking place. Lima, the last to happen at the end of May. And these are all regions that have sent their best representatives over to North America. Now, lots of invites are on the line, lots of championship points, but there's also that race you see.
Yo, what's up, Joa? How you doing, dude? Yeah, I mean, all you need now is a phone. You can get going. All that. I'm consistently impressed by the kind of content that I see made on a phone. I mean, this is the best. Like the best camera, really. Your phone, an incredible camera, incredible piece of equipment. Everybody's just got this like very nice piece of camera equipment now in their pocket. It's insane.
As a region mixing ground.
It truly is a culmination of talent between all of the players and competitors in the Pokemon TCG. We've seen Cinderella runs. We've seen the top players perform and show out. This year, that question always has to come up in a format that's very top-heavy.
God, what a terrible stream match pick. I think like the Blitzel Frink matchup lasted like 5 minutes, bro. All right, let's see. Did we get our get things updated yet? Yes, we did. All right. Let's see. Who's doing well? Friends. GLC friends, Ethan and Brooke, 2-0. Lil Dark Fury, 2-0. LDF win. LDF win. Mr. Hedrick, 2-0. Mr. Jesse Parker, 2-0. Justin Newdorf and Piper both got ties. Ian Robb with the L. Azul lost. Yo. Cool, we got Ross Cawthon on stream next. Ross is the only player to have ever qualified for every single world championship, yo. Every single world championship ever. So check this out. You want to see something crazy? Ross Cawthon did. Okay. 2004 World Championships, or 2004 West Coast Stadium Challenge, got 5th place as a senior. 2005 World Championships, got 2nd place. 2007 World Championships, 13th. 2009 World Championships, 16th. 2011 World Championships, 2nd place. 2016 World Championships, top 4. I mean, Ross Cawthon is one of those players. Oh, got 2nd place with Sarah Ledge at San Juan. Ross Cawthon's one of those players that that people, you know, have up there in the GOAT conversation. He's in many people's like top 10 of all time. And the fact that he's still out here cooking, still out here qualifying for world championships, absolutely nuts, right? It's absolutely insane. Ross Cawthon. He got 2nd at San Juan. Has been just performing really well lately. Like, he's got a full-time job. He's a teacher. Still out here qualifying for Worlds every single year. He's qualified for every single World Championship ever. He was really behind this pioneering of like the Turbo Darkrai deck that got popular in 2023, which was cool. He got like top 64 at NAIC with it, and then it popped off. Like, everybody started playing it after that. Top 16 Worlds in 2022. This deck was crazy, by the way. Ross is certainly a player who's known for he's known for like very creative decks. This deck, he top 16 Worlds with a deck that is like, this did not exist. This is not a deck. Like, he literally is like, I made it up. It's just a Radiant Charizard deck with Inteleon. That's crazy. You know, if you like go to the World Championships that year, right? 2022 World Championships. Like, that's like Arceus Flying Pikachu, Palkia V-Star, Mew VMAX, right? And then you got Ross with his funny Charizard deck. Like, bro, absolutely insane. That's a big question, Brandon. Who is on my Pokemon Mount Rushmore?
So it's a good plan,
It's
right?
a really
but
hard,
we've seen that a lot of players are trying
tough
to
question.
take advantage of using multi-prize knockouts thanks to something like Wellspring Ogerpon. So I'm excited to see what is actually going to kind of make it through this phase.
Yeah, it's a really tough question.
And try and head towards Championship Sunday.
Players getting ready, of course, aforementioned old school versus new school. This will be an excellent matchup. We've had 2 great matches so far, and I'm sure this third
That's a really
match
tough
will
question.
not disappoint. Of course, talking about Ross, we've mentioned, you know, giving him his flowers, a World Championship invite every single year throughout the Pokemon.
Toward Jason Azul and Pram.
But it was at this exact tournament last year that Greg was able to go about with a super strong finish, top 4 with Gardevoir EX, but he does not have that deck again at his disposal.
I don't know. I don't know.
Gone into the sunset. We'll have to
Pram is up there. Puka is up there. Ross is up there for me.
Find ways to work around Dragapult. I think in the beginning of rotation, it truly felt like join or just kind
We'll
of
see, but then you also have like
just something that's not as good. And now players have really done their due
there's a lot of modern players who are like, you know, really insane too. Like Stefan Ivanov, right?
Be taken down in multiple regions.
Yeah, so like
Championships and special championships. It's just a matter of finding that right matchup.
Players are almost ready. I know the anticipation is building, and we of course have an excellent match as headphones are on, and once we get confirmation as we do.
let's get into this. Slow King versus Pult Chicken. Oh yeah.
We did see this last week.
Slow King is absolutely a Ross deck if there ever was a Ross deck, right?
Just everything going on. It was Brennan, Cameron Shaman going undefeated in day one, playing 7 Dragapults and finding 0 Shaman. But it's, of course, going up against Dragapult Blaziken. Now, just like there's tons of ways to not only play different decks to beat Dragapult, there's tons of different ways to play Dragapult itself. And this Dragapult Blaziken has really kind of fallen to the bottom of the Dragapult meta share. I think players are just not that convinced right now that it is the best partner for it. But when you use that Blaziken Seething Spirit, especially because Crushing Hammer right now is in the format, it's interesting to see where exactly Greg is thinking on which archetype he goes with.
A lot of this matchup does come down to one inclusion for Greg, and it needs to be pointed out. He has opted to run this Dragapult deck not only with the Blaziken EX, but with a helpful friend in Shaman with that bench barrier ability. Able to shut down the Kyurem's Trifrost attack is such a crucial impact early on in this game.
It's very interesting to see how many players actually put Shaman in post-Turin, just because so many of those Trifrosts wouldn't actually have happened if Shaman was in the deck. So Ross taking a note from Europe here.
Yeah, I clocked that from the last one. You got to put a tie option in there, yeah.
We'll see how exactly
yep. I clocked that after the last one. I was like, this sucks, man. I had people bet on it, and then, like, couldn't even pay anybody because they freaking tied.
Matchup. Of course, have to note, Greg's got 2 Pokemon as his 2 cards, but this Slowking deck would not be possible without that Academy at Night Stadium card.
Well, let's take a look at Ross's accomplishments before we jump in. He has the record for the most Worlds invites, we know that. And still, 2011 Worlds finalist, 2014 Worlds top 16, 2015 Worlds in getting 12th, and 2016 top 4. I mean, the accomplishments speak for himself, where we're not even quoting the regional finishes for Ross. It's just how he does at Worlds.
Let's see how these 2 decks fight against each other and how Ross is able to adapt to that Shaman.
Bro, didn't Greg's got like a regional top 4, I think, right?
Trifrost twice, knock out Drapey and Dracloak in play, and snowball from there. Without that option,
you can't just
Dragapult gets put into play. What is that response going to look like?
You can't just give Ross's you can't just give Ross's credentials and then not say anything about Greg, dude.
The prizes, always a great card for Dragapult to have access to draw more cards. And an interesting inclusion, we keep seeing sort of these fun tech Pokemon in Slowking. It's that Zeraora with that Thunder Ray.
Yeah, it's got
attack at its disposal.
A regional top 4.
It's
got
sort of a
top 4. Actually, no, NAIC last year.
Oregon. Those 2 cards kind of clash.
Yeah, Greg top 4 at NAIC last year.
A couple of pieces there as well for Ross. That Cypher Maniac's code breaking is so important.
That's right. I was like, I know he did something. Yeah, it was top 4 at NAIC last year.
It's a great way to kind of work around the stadium and put your desired attacker up on the top of the deck. Gonna see how Ross has to work around it, but still, here we go. It's gonna be our round number 3.
Unfortunate starter for Ross, starting that Kyurem. Of course, you need to have that in the deck and in your hand with the Academy of Night, and with there being no way to pick Pokemon up, that Pokemon will be stuck in play for as long as Greg chooses to maybe go about avoiding KOing it, as there's no Buddy popping for Ross, and contemplating an Ultra Ball early on just to try and get a Slowpoke into play on turn number 1.
Granted, he does at least have the telepathic energy to get at least some Slowpokes out onto the field, but also not only can you grab the Slowpokes, Ethan, can also grab your Latias EX as well to be.
Yeah, starting the Kyurem's not that bad because you got the Latias. Looks like Ross has got Ultra Ball, and with the telepathic, you're chilling. Now, the real bummer for Ross is going to be that Shaman. If Shaman, I think the casters were saying that Greg is playing Shaman in his list. I think Shaman is definitely like a card that a lot of Pult players should have been heavily considering for this weekend. To me, Shaman was the play over Moltres. I feel like a lot of Pult lists were playing Moltres in at previous tournaments to kind of give themselves like maybe a slight edge against those Hydrapple decks and Teal Mask decks, but I feel like Shaman would have been a good call for this weekend, as I feel like Slowking is a deck that kind of was picking up a lot of popularity and steam. Yo, and with the just switch in Ross's hand, he's actually able to just push the Slow King active. Has another really awkward Ultra Ball, actually. I mean, things are just not kicking off very smoothly for Ross here in game one. He's going to have to Ultra Ball away some things, including a Slow King. I mean, just a couple of really ugly Ultra Balls. You really hate to have this be your opening in your stream game, right? You would much rather have a Buddy Buddy Poffin, obviously. Or right now, Buddy Buddy Poffin, or like a like Pokepad. This deck doesn't play Buddy Buddy Poffin because the Slowpokes have 80 hit points. So, I mean, that's not an option. You do have the Telepathic, though. Obviously, it's very good. Go get a Latias. Go get another Slowpoke. But still, just kind of like an awkward lead. It does put pressure on, though, because if Ross can draw into the pieces to attack with a turn 2 Kyurem, then it does put the pressure on Greg to have to get a turn 1 Shaman down, right?
The start nature of the resources, Ross has gotten himself off to a pretty solid setup on turn number 1.
Will also be able to at least get back some of these resources as well, thanks to Wondrous Patch and Night Stretcher.
When I got 9th at Worlds in 2015, I played against Ross at that Worlds in my second to last Swiss round, and we tied, actually. And then we both won our final round, and we both finished in the top 16.
I just wish that lucky helmet didn't have to go down, because this Mega Kangaskhan sitting at 300 hit points would be able to soak a couple of Itchy Pollens, and their Ross would be able to keep grabbing on to some more cards here. But you can see, Ethan, I mean, Pokepad for the very obvious choice.
Immediately getting Shaman, showing how important that card is in this matchup
Shaman.
to prevent against that Trifrost attack, as the second Pokepad will almost certainly grab Dreepy. We do need to get those in play to evolve up into Dracloak. It's these two cards, it's a bit of aggressiveness against passivity. It seems very metaphoric at that.
Well, if you're looking on your screen, that's how the meta, or that's how this matchup goes, right? Unfortunately for Ross, Shaman is going to be blocking this Trifrost from the Kyurem, but not only that as well, this Zera Aura.
Thunder Raid, what the heck? Discard all energy from this Pokemon. They attacked us 210 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon EX. That's crazy. I feel like you don't usually see the Zera Aura in these Slow King decks. That's pretty cool, though. Just gives you an option to just bop a Pheasantipity or a Meowth or something like that. That's pretty cool. Nice Pheasantipity Slayer. I'm really curious to see how this matchup plays with the Pult deck just having the Shaman, right? I mean, this is crazy. You know, Greg's got just like the dream here, like literally the dream. You go turn 1 Badoo, board full of Dreepies, 3 Dracloak in hand. I mean, like, it's nuts. This is exactly what you want. I mean, it's incredible. No energy drop. That's like the one thing that he's missing, but like an absolutely insane start for sure.
Down the line wouldn't be falling too hard at the wayside here, but back on over to Ross.
Yeah, thank you, Blurry Flame, for that Prime sub. Appreciate it.
Maneuver a couple of ways around here to find Slow King and at least get something going, potentially taking that prize card.
Big run errand. Can he find some sort of help, a supporter card, some way to continue to filter through the deck? I see a Boomerang energy. It's not going to do much good when you can't really just give yourself a send and discard the top card of your deck. It seems way too risky. We'll see Kangaskhan retreat into the Slowpoke.
This is interesting here.
Slowpoke can take a KO.
Slowpoke takes the knockout, dude. Tackle for 30. And I think, like, Ross just saying, like, you know what? I'm going to get this prize card, and I don't think that you're going to punish me for it. But, I mean, Greg's hand is absolutely insane, though. It's literally 3 Dracloak and an unfair stamp. Like, holy crap, man. Absolutely insane.
So fresh 5 cards for Greg, and then a ton of Recon Directive to go with.
Now, of course, Ross was not working with too much, so he may unironically be okay with being unfair stamped in this spot. You do lose, of course, some cards and some pieces, and got a little hope with that Cypher Maniac being drawn off the prizes, but You know your opponent didn't do too much. It really seems like Greg is digging for, like you mentioned, some sort of aggressive way to deal with Slowpoke this
I feel
turn.
like on the production, like the digital counter that they have in front of the match is like a little high. Anybody else notice that? It looks like when you show the shot from like behind the counter, it looks like their heads are just barely like peeking up over like the over the wall. You see what I'm saying? Look for it when they switch shots, you know? It's kind of funny. I'm like noticing it because we just ordered one of those counters. Like we ordered a custom counter. It's not as cool as this one because it's not digital, but we ordered a custom counter for our stream setup at Full Grip. But ours is the same height as the table, so it like kind of matches. But you can see this counter here is like a foot taller than the table though. So like the players are kind of hiding behind it. Looks funny.
All 3 recon directives being used. It seems as if Crispin is the supporter lined up for the turn. Will allow Greg to accelerate energy into play, but no Slowpoke KO on the horizon means that Greg will have to decide where he wants to put these energy cards. There is an Ultra Ball in the hand as well. Wonder if Combuskin is potentially an option to evolve this turn. Does seem like there are some resources Greg may want to avoid having to discard.
Yeah, unfortunately, Greg going to be just a little bit short of being able to pop this Slowpoke with the Dracloak. Dracloak does 70. Slowpoke's got 80 hit points, so not going to be able to be targeted. The Crispin off the unfair stamp is about as good as it gets. I mean, that's like ideal because, you know, you missed the energy drop there early. But being able to shuttle 2 energy into play this turn is kind of perfect. Definitely like Ross's decision to go on the aggro and take that knockout. He kind of understood that his start was like a little too slow and he needed to have a little bit of something in order to get going. Also, I think his hand was so small and bad that it just didn't really matter if he got unfair stamped, right? Like his hand was stinky, so like whatever. Like what's the difference between the 2 bad cards I have and whatever 2 random cards I get next, right?
This deck, but you gotta love to see that, Ethan. I mean, the evolution into the into the Slowking and the Lily's determination for a fresh 8 cards. Can Ross find Academy at Night and an attacker to go with?
Doesn't even need Academy at Night.
Yeah, you don't need no Academy at Night. Super Cybolt, yeah. 120 damage, going to be knocking out this Dracloak. All right, Ross going to 6 off of the Lily's determination. Absolutely insane. And you can see why Ross decided to go on the aggro there because, like I said, his hand was pretty bad. He got the Badoo out of there, so now he can play his item cards, right? He can play his Pokepad. He can play his Night Stretcher. So, I mean, he's in a pretty good spot.
Another Slowking ready to go, because you can only imagine what Greg is planning for the next turn with something like this Phantom Dive here. Might actually have to be the play.
Always have to think about the risky Ruins Stadium card to drop damage onto play, which then can allow Monkey Dory to get involved and have Phantom Dive essentially spread 8 damage counters on the bench instead of 6. Ross, of course, a seasoned player, will take note of what pieces are available, how many cards Greg will have to work with, though that number will change very quickly thanks to Recon Directive. Just thinking about, as you mentioned, whether or not to play the Pokepad. It will instead be opting to hold on to that card for now. Super Cybolt will take the KO. Ross has jumped to a 2-prize card lead as Greg decides which Pokemon to promote, and it will finally be Dracloak as Dragapult EX seems to be on the horizon thanks to another Ultra Ball top deck. Can Greg pair this with some disruption? You saw...
All right, we got Chicken, we got Judge, Recon. Dude, that hand shot is so nice. Dang, the production looking real slick. Now, Ultra Balls, you've got Dragapult guaranteed. You've got enough energy now. You can ditch the Crispins. Also of note, Greg is playing more than 1 Crispin. I think that's the 2nd Crispin that we saw. One of the weaknesses of Dragapult lists, Dragapult Blaziken lists that I've seen is that a lot of them are only playing 1 Crispin. And I really don't like that. I really like having multiple Crispin in the deck. It just allows you to consistently get your energy out and into play, which is so important in the Dragapult mirror. So seeing Greg is playing 2 copies of Crispin, I mean, it could even be a third for sure, right? Could be a third in there. Would really like to see that. Judge, also just a good card, gives you access to hand disruption outside of the unfair stamp against a lot of single prize decks, which is very good. A couple Buddy Poffins off the Judge. We'll be able to take this knockout. And basically, the ball's going to be in Ross's court to see if he can, like, come up with a crazy knockout here, because he's not able to utilize his Curum to take 3 knockouts at once with the Shaman coming out so early, right? So, ooh, with the Watchtower, I mean, just absolutely nasty. The Watchtower shutting down the Kangaskhan too is going to make this sequence just really hard. We see Ross has got Meowth in hand. I mean, that Watchtower is putting in some crazy work right now. Going to shut down the Kangaskhan. Going to shut down the Meowth in Ross's hand. Yeah, things are looking really scuffed here for Ross.
Aggressive on the following turn
let's
to
see what he
target
does.
down these attackers.
Ross is just going to have to hope that he finds a counter stadium in play. I do believe that is a Cypher Maniacs code breaking in the hand for Ross. So what could have been kind of tailoring the deck to find what Ross needs, unfortunately not going to be able to actually draw anything this turn. Might just have to throw that Curum in the active, Ethan. But if you do that, I mean, nevertheless, this Slowpoke is probably going to go down this turn. Does have the telepathic energy in the hand as
Thanks,
well,
Sir
but
Kippington,
still, those
for
early
that prime
discards may have hurt
sub.
Ross.
It is tough. You can, of course, play that down first to search out some Pokemon, then stack the deck with that Cypher Maniac. Is just kind of considering where to put this energy. If you put it onto Slowpoke, it's almost lined up as a guaranteed target to be KO'd. And the energy doesn't do much good on Latias. You've got to pair that with a few Wondrous Patch. Will be the attachment onto Slowpoke, allowing Ross to search some Psychic Pokemon and place them onto the bench. While this Lily's Clefairy can be solid, it is, of course, a huge liability with just that 190 HP. If Greg could pair something with a Phantom Dive, he could set up a 2-turn clock to close out game number 1.
And the thing is, Ethan, as well, we know from behind the scenes that Greg does have a boss's orders waiting in the wings as well here. So it's really about how Ross wants to go about which attackers he really goes for here. I mean, Greg, if I was about to say, putting down Lily's Clefairy is definitely a very easy target for a 3-prize Phantom Dive, but it might just have to be double Slowpoke here. At least one would be able.
Yeah, this is really not looking good for Ross. It's looking bad. With the Watchtower, Judge there is about as good as it gets. I mean, Ross can stack his deck now. He does only have to take 4 prizes. That has 2 knockouts, right? But you have to survive, right? And that Slowpoke is already kind of a goner.
May just be setting yourself a little too far behind.
Yeah, really bad, right?
We haven't even talked about Ross's A-Spec yet, and that is going to be the secret box there. A A-Spec that we commonly loved right before rotation, before Unfair Stamp really kind of came in and dominated which A-Spec players were taking. But you can't cherry pick more out of your deck thanks to Secret Box, a great A-Spec where you're able to choose an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium. So it would be Ross trying to pick the pieces together here to go on ahead and being able to potentially get Latias set up for a knockout or being able to get into Slowking next turn.
So we'll see those 2 cards placed on top of the deck. Retreating into the Slowpoke and trying to at least put on some sort of disruption. It is going to be the Dragon Tail to put a Pokemon from the discard pile back into the hand for Ross. Recover.
Dragon Tail? Ethan, you mean Dangle Tail? Slowpoke does not have a dragon tail. Silly. It's Dangle Tail. Slowpoke. 1 energy attack allows you to put a Pokemon from your discard pile into your hand. Also, Ross kind of seeing that line and saying, okay, I need to retreat into the Slowpoke because If you don't have boss's orders, then you won't be able to take a double prize knockout. So that's super clutch from him. You don't want that Mega Kangaskhan to eat 200 damage. I mean, obviously, if the Mega Kangaskhan gets knocked out, that's just a significant chunk of the game. All right, this line is actually pretty cool.
The appeal of Dragapult Blaziken for a lot
Interesting.
of players.
I mean, because you're not like taking the double knockout. You had the double knockout with Dragapult if you want it, but also acknowledging that Ross has just 4 prizes left. You would proc Fez by doing that, right? And Greg is sitting on Monkey in hand, so Greg could go bench Monkey, you know, retreat to Blaziken, bench Monkey, but I don't know. It might not have the damage to, like, fool around, right? So, I mean, you could just take, like, a crazy 4 prize turn next turn. We'll see if this line ends up working out for Greg. It's pretty cool, though. I mean, I get it. Dragapult's a deck that can play like this. You don't have to take the knockouts. You can just put the damage on the board and then just clean it all up at once. It does make it so that Ross doesn't get any Kangaskhan draw, which is that's really important, right? So by bringing up the Latias, swinging into it, you're denying the Kangaskhan draw, which is that's significant for sure.
Really decide, but like you had mentioned, Ethan, the Brave Bengal as well, a great tool card that does help hit those higher HP Pokemon.
The cam shot there,
so would
that's sick.
Use
Love
this
it.
Final Psychic Energy to attach to the Slowpoke already that has energy on it, and would have to use something like Metagross to get this Blaziken out of here.
Can even get things done with the Cypher Maniac, not needing to search out a Pokemon. Can use Cypher Maniac's code breaking, put the desired
Ross
target
can very
on
much
top of
win
the deck.
this. Like, very much can win this, right? Yeah, because he's already got the king in his hand. All he needs to do is stack the Metagross. He's secret boxed for the Bengal, right? And then all you have to do is take this knockout on Blaziken. Then Greg is not going to have the chicken set up, which I think he was not anticipating the chicken going down. And then all Ross would have to do is go Lily's Clefairy to win, right? So Ross has like a real line here. He's actually got everything that he needs, and then is also stacking the exact card that he needs off of the Cypher next, right? So he's stacked like the Metagross first, and then like the next card he needs is the next one. So like he could just win this. Like he could very easily win this, which is absolutely insane. Holy crap. You've got to be kidding me, dude. This is nuts. And now this hand is like looking really bad.
And Ross hasn't used a Wondrous patch just yet. So now it's on Greg. Are you going to find a way to take multiple prize cards this turn?
I think Greg has like
But
used
there's still
all
an
of his
attacker ready to
disruption.
go. Would be able to at least get rid of the Brave Bengal on the board, so would require a little bit more to hit all the way up. But still, we haven't seen the Wondrous patches used by Ross, and we haven't seen Lily's Clefairy EX hit the board as well. So it's all about Greg trying to play a little bit of defense.
I'm feeling like Greg got punished by that Blaziken line. I can't help but feel like Greg would have been better off just chasing the pokes, right? Like just take out 2 Slowpoke, and then like you put Ross in a spot where maybe he can't chain the Slowpokes, right? So
Get a bit fancy to try and potentially take a KO with Dragon Headbutt to not leave a 2-prize Pokemon in the active spot. However, it just feels as if that secret box for Ross found all the pieces, and now with that Risky Ruins still being in the prizes, it means Greg has no counter stadium for what is a crucial card in this Slow Kings deck strategy, that Nighttime Academy.
Nighttime Mine Academy at night.
Everything's happening at night. We can't have any action during the day, ladies and gentlemen.
So many of our stadiums really kind of coincide one another that sometimes it's hard to keep track. But yes, that Academy at night still sitting on the board here. And like you had said, Ethan, it just feels like everything's in place for Ross. And now it's just all about maybe, like you said, attacking with a Dragon Headbutt instead of evolving all the way up into the Dragapult EX. It would at least require Ross to use something like a Boss's Orders to bring Dragapult into the active here. As the Ultra Ball is being used, I mean, potentially bringing Meowth into the hand for next turn if this Dracloak stays in the active?
It's tough because if you decide to not put Dragapult EX into play in your active spot, you're still on a 3-turn prize map to win the game. You can't close the game out on the following turn. You need some sort of combination of double Monkey Dory and your opponent leaving damage on your side. So we'll forgo putting Dragapult EX into play.
Yeah, that's a cute little knockout there for Greg, but it does still feel scuffed, right? Because you still have 4 prizes left, right? And because you didn't take that double knockout on that turn with the Dragapult, right, and still lost 2 prizes, and you don't have the Blaziken. I cannot stress enough, like, the Blaziken going down was, like, not good. I mean, really not good for Greg, because that's, like, so much board stability exists with the Blaziken. Being able to just instantly charge up the monkeys and all that stuff, it's rough, right? But now, curious to see what Ross does, having 2 prizes remaining. All right, Can Ross take a single prize here and still win? So say Ross goes up with Slow King, right? And just knocks out the Dracloak. He's got a 200 damage. Latias on the bench only got 10 hit points left. And Greg would have a very easy route to taking 3 prizes because you just knock out the Slow King, knock out the Latias, that's 3. Taking 4 would be a lot more difficult. You'd have to, like, get the Risky Ruins down, but apparently the Risky Ruins is prized. You'd have to go Risky Ruins. But then you can't, right? Because you need the Fire Energy on the Dragapult. You need a Dark Energy on the Monkey. So, like, I don't think it's possible for Greg to win next turn regardless, right? You'd have to... Yeah, it's not possible for Greg to win next turn, I don't think. Which is one of the reasons I just really didn't like that Gust Latias play. I mean, that just... it didn't feel like it was advancing the game state enough. Like, you took one of your precious turns of attacking and you didn't place the 6 damage counters, right? It just didn't advance your game state enough. So Ross, I mean, it would still be on Ross to be able to, like, knock out whatever the final Pokemon is. And then just using the Kyurem for 1 with the Shaman. Obviously can't take multiple prizes. Still taking that knockout, though. It's huge for Ross. Absolutely huge.
1 prize card away from closing this game out. Here's the Recon Directive.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Greg scoop. He knows he can't win this turn. I mean, it's pretty bad. I mean, I guess you still force Ross. You still force Ross to, like, build up another attacker. Probably you're already 25 minutes into this game, but
cards to be drawn at their disposal, and all they need to do is find a Slow King, a Wondrous Patch, and a way to put a Pokemon on top of the deck.
It's coming down to last turn, Ethan, where Greg did at least have the Torchic and the Rare Candy in hand. Could have been able to use a acceleration boost to try and get something going. Did have the Risky Ruins in hand as well. Could have used something like the Boss's Orders and then using Risky Ruins to move some damage counters over to Pheasantipity.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Greg build up another Blaziken for sure. Yeah, I really would have liked to see that. Not having another Blaziken has been really bad. Losing the 1 Blaziken, put the Blaziken in harm's way was really bad. Oh, here's Risky Ruins. I mean, there's definitely a piece, but, like, still not being able to charge up. You can't charge up the Dragapult and a Monkey while also using boss. You can't do it all, right? So like you're just a turn behind in that regard. And now with Ross only having one prize remaining, you're just putting the ball completely in Ross's court. I think all of Greg's hand disruptions down 2. I mean, I would imagine Judge. Maybe there's a red card in there, maybe. But still, red card still puts the opponent to 3, which at this point, like with Kangaskhan there, it feels like it might be enough. But Ross will have to find the Wondrous Patch, and either Clefairy. It's still like a multiple card combo that Ross needs, but he's got the Fezandipity down, right? So he's just going to have a significant amount of draw regardless if a knockout is taken, and you have to a knockout has to be taken. So Ross is gonna have the chance to win. Thank you, Solid RK, for that sub, the 38 months, as well as Rusked for that sub. Appreciate it. Thank you all for the support.
Pieces are still available.
All right.
With Ross already having 5 cards at hand, plus Flip the Script and that Run Errand ability, it seems that his deck will have to be oh so cruel to him if he is going to miss an attack this turn.
It's not even just the Ultra Balls, right? The Night Stretcher in hand as well to be able to manually
Boss
attack.
KO Latias to try and trap it. Interesting, but Ross does have Night Stretcher in hand. But, you could go for it, right?
But like you had said, Ethan,
also, a lot of Slow King lists are playing 2 Latias just because it's that important.
Also, all of the pieces that Ross would be
but
able
Jesse
to find
is being a little greedy. I think Jesse's only playing 1.
At least grab a Slow King out of the
1 Latias, which seems greedy to me. Does that seem greedy to anyone else? It seems a little greedy.
But it's a matter about finding all these pieces and putting it together. There's the patch, Ethan.
That may be everything right there. If there's something like the Zeraora, that could be copied even from the Slow King.
Zeraora
in the hand as well. Ross believes he's just got everything as it stands. Ultra Ball, discarding the Zeraora and the Pokepad. Lily's Clefairy can be grabbed, and it can be powered up in 1 turn, placed onto the bench, attachment for turn with that Boomerang energy, and the Wondrous Patch means Lily's Clefairy EX swings for the KO, takes the knockout on Dragapult EX, and after a hard-fought battle, Ross Coffin is going to secure game number 1.
Also using the Night Stretcher as well to guarantee the bench.
Bruh. I cannot believe that Ross won that game. I cannot believe it, dude. I cannot believe it. I definitely feel like that was Greg's game to lose. I mean, he had the Shaman down early. He had energy in play. He had Ross on the ropes. I mean, I think Ross did take 2 prizes pretty quick. I mean, he took a knockout turn 2 with Slowpoke. He tackled a Badoo, and then took a turn 3 knockout with Slow King, just using its second attack. But it felt like, Greg had such a powerful board state after the Judge with the Watchtower, and it felt like not being able to capitalize and win off of that swing and momentum felt really bad. I feel like that there certainly was something that Greg could have done, probably just leaving the Dragapult active and attacking with that, putting a little bit of extra damage into play. But at a certain point, I mean, Ross just was able to string together. He was able to piece it together exactly what he needed to win. Prize mapped that perfectly. Yeah, I do think that Greg's loss really boils down to the choice to attack with the Blaziken, right? Because you could have just, I think you just barrel forth and just say, like, I'm not worried about my Dragapult going down because I have Blaziken to power up another one, right? So you just say, like, okay, well, if I go Pult, I'll just win because I'm going to pile so much damage on the board that it doesn't matter. Also, like targeting down the Latias and swinging for not a knockout, that felt bad because, I mean, you could have just taken the double prize knockout on the Slowpokes. You put a lot of pressure on Ross's resources if you do that. because then Ross only has one Slowpoke, right? So not only does Ross need to build up the Slowking, he also needs to build up a backup Slowpoke. But then you also have the option that next turn to potentially go Risky Ruins with the Darkness Energy on Monkey, and you could still take double knockout on Slowking Slowpoke, right? But I guess then there's like you still have the option to like lose the game to Lily's Clefairy. It's just I feel like the game would have been closer if you stuck it out with Dragapult on that turning attack with Blaziken, though.
Really just Greg trying to kind of thin the deck down. Let's see what Ross can do. And like you had said, I think it's just energy attachment and then using Full Moon Rondo on just a little Badoo.
And that's
Holy
all
crap.
Ross needs. KO on Badoo, taking a prize card, and oh, so close to taking that secret box.
Wait, Greg's
No
hand
help
is
for
bad
Greg off
too?
the top.
You've got...
It's just an energy card, a Dracloak Stadium, and a Dragapult EX that cannot be evolved. Ring around the rosy for Greg, but at what avail? Ross will continue to take prize cards, and does he find help off the top of the deck?
Not item locked either here, so we'll be able to at least try and sift here.
It's a Cypher Maniac, Emily. That means a guaranteed
Cypher. Ross wins the set. Ross wins the set, bro. Because at this point, I mean, Greg might be playing a rare candy or two, right? Probably is playing 2 rare candy. Maybe, yeah, 2, I would say. Probably seems right. I mean, so it's possible Greg could get like a Lily's and like get into, yeah, I mean, Greg has to like top deck Lily's and get into like rare candy Pult. I guess even top deck rare candy gets you there because you just have the Pult in hand. But at this point with Ross going up 2 prizes early again, and there's not a single Dracloak on board. But, I mean, really, there are so many live top decks here for Greg. Greg can find Pokepad, Ultra Ball, Dracloak, any supporter card, right? I mean, like, just think of the live top decks for Greg. The deck is packed with them. Absolutely packed. All right, let's see.
Rondo and keep going. Will the card help?
Shaman! Oh, how poetic!
You would love to see in this
how poetic! It's the Shaman! And that could have been a good card. That could have been a rare candy. Could have put that could have been the 3rd rare candy. You could have gone rare candy, Dragapult. Wow!
Just continue to retreat, but what's the point? That energy will be discarded.
Could have been anything. Dang, dude.
Continuously think about attaching
hate to see
cards.
it. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
The turn will be passed over as Lily's Clefairy
Not the Clefairy sweep, dude. Not the Clefairy sweep.
Board.
And there's that secret box, Ethan, and it's all about setup at this point here. Going to be able to find that item, tool, supporter, and stadium. Still will be able to also stack the deck as well with more Cypher Maniac if he so chooses to, but it's all about what he wants to find here. I mean, I think Ross understands what's going on Greg's side of the board here. So like you had mentioned, it will be that Lily's determination to refresh the hand, because as good as Ross has it right now, there's not much setup aside from this one Slowpoke, right? Would love to realistically see something alongside the Latias and the Mega Kangaskhan to continuously draw cards here, but maybe just attaching that lucky helmet onto Lily's Clefairy just in case Greg may find a Budew and try and keep Ross under item lock.
Grabbing another Lily's Determination, that lucky helmet, stadium card, and a Pokepad to get some more Pokemon into play. It will be Slowpoke number 2 coming down. Ross is going to go down to 3 prize cards as Greg is just struggling to find any help from his deck as Ross will build the board up, build attackers up, and it's now or never for Greg if he wants a way back in this game. He's got to find a Lily's Determination off the top. He's got to draw the most perfect 8 cards, and he's got to hope Ross draws into the worst combination of cards for the rest of the game. It is that dire. It is that serious.
So true, Ethan. So true. Yeah, Greg's got to draw really hot from here. Greg's going to have to draw really hot, and Ross is going to have to draw really not. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts for sure. Yeah. Let's see. I mean, No, it's still very doable for Greg. It is. I mean, things aren't looking great. But still, I mean, you are playing a Dragapult deck. You can still do it, right? You can still do it. It's not over. It's not over. All right, the Lucky Helmet makes things a little bit worse, that's for sure, right? Because the Lucky Helmet does give you a little bit of extra draw. But you can still do it, all right? You got to go Rare Candy, Dragapults, Unfair Stamp. Yeah. First things first. I do feel like, personally, the Blaziken variant of Dragapult, I feel like, is the worst kind. Of all the different kinds that you could be playing, I feel like Blaziken brings the least amount to the table. It just isn't doing enough, I don't think. I mean, really, the Dusknors, I feel like, give you so much more more play into, like, these single prize decks. The top deck was not it, though. It was a Night Stretcher. Goodness gracious. I mean, okay. I think this turn needed to be the top deck. I was a Pulp believer up until right here. This is now looking very, very bad. It needed to be like Pokepad off the top, or Ultra Ball, or like something. This is not it, though. Okay. Can you win with Ross going to 2 prizes? I'd say probably not. When do you scoop as Greg? Nah, you play it out to the bitter end. There's no reason not to. There's just no reason not to. Yeah. Greg's already down a game. Yeah, there's no reason to scoop. You just play it. Yep. You're just here. Not having fun. I don't know. I get it, though. So, like, I do hate just, like, taking a whooping on stream. I mean, nobody wants to see that, right? So, like, there's a certain part for if you're, if you don't want to deal with it mentally anymore, I get it. Just like, hey, I'm going to go get some lunch or something.
Needs help desperately from the top of his deck. Otherwise, this game will be curtains.
The thing is, Ethan, even if
oh
Greg is able
my
to find
God.
Dragapult, that's a Lily's
I
Clefairy
can't believe it, dude.
Need
Not the buddy pop. It's so over, dude. It's Jover. Oh my goodness. Can you scoop in a feature match? Yeah. What do you think, they're going to hold you there against your will? Of course you can scoop. I quit. I quit.
And composed as a veteran of the game,
Yeah, you can scoop. Of course.
More Pokemon coming into play, but all they are at this point is fodder for this Lily's Clefairy that's taking these Pokemon down with cuteness and style.
Yeah, they ain't paying you to be up there. You could scoop. You could leave. You could walk right on off that stage. Absolutely.
Doesn't matter what you promote. That Lily's Clefairy will take a KO. As Ross continues yet another.
Holy smokes, dude! I can't believe it, dude. All right.
Greg has one opportunity.
The Clefairy 6-0.
If it's not a helping Pokemon or a supporter, this game will be all over.
I mean, Ethan, you got to think about the way that Greg started this game with all the energy.
There's the Pokemon. You gotta be kidding me, dude. No shot. Like, okay, here we go. Yeah.
One full moon rondo away from really taking this game. What is even Greg looking for at this point?
Oh my gosh. I mean, Greg could go Dracloak into Lilies into Rare Candy Dragapult, Rare Candy Blaziken also. Lilies, like I said, gotta go Lilies to 8. And you gotta go, this turn needed to happen like 4 turns ago. Yeah. It did, yes, for sure. Okay. And then we find unfair stamp. Okay. Let's go. Pheasantipity. We flip the script. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go. Okay. Fez. Pheasant skibbity. There we are. You thin the deck a little bit, All right, there are rare candies in there.
Greg will play to his outs, however, grabbing this combustion with the Pokepad, playing Ultra Ball prematurely before the flip the script. Just trying to do everything to maximize the odds of finding the perfect hand-picked 3 cards from Flip the Script.
And like you had said, this is the most amount of thinning you can do, right? Using the Pokepads and using the Ultra Balls to try and find one rare
Thinning
candy
do be winning,
here.
chat.
We'll have to take the Blaziken at least.
It's a small decision, but if Greg had
Yeah,
chosen
it's gotta
to
be double
promote
candy.
Torchic this turn, it would have been one less piece he'd need to attack. Would just have needed rare candy on the Blaziken to then use the Smoldering Somersault to take
True,
a
actually,
KO
promote Blaziken
on
was,
Luis
or
Clefairy.
promote
Now
Torchic
it
was
just
correct.
seems a little too
I
far
didn't
and out of
consider
reach
that.
for
Yeah.
Greg to be able to find a KO on Clefairy EX.
Might just have to put a Blaziken into the active if he's able to find rare candy, and then just understand that Ross is going to tap into it.
Promote
with
chicken
full
was
moon
correct.
Rondo here because Lily's Clefairy unable to hit.
All right, let's flip that script.
Flip the script 3 cards, Ethan.
Flip it.
Yeah, none of that's
Flip it.
possible
Flip
without rare
it.
candy,
Flip it.
so we'll see the
Flip
draws.
it.
If Greg can find rare candy,
That
he'll
ain't
have a
it,
shot.
dude. No. All right, scoop her up. Scoop her. Yeah. I've seen enough, bro. I've seen enough. Yeah, give me at it. Give me out. Give me out.
Since as it stands, Full Moon Rondo would cap out at 200.
Get me out.
with their
No,
remaining 4
it's
bench
chalked.
for Greg. That's just another energy card you're going to lose. Here is the Recon Directive, still no
Bop.
rare candy, and now you've also lost that
Extend.
combustion with Ultra Ball discarding it, meaning you'll still need to find rare candy on the following turn to have a shot.
Can't even put the Dragapult into play either because of the Fairy Zone
the
ability
hand.
onto Lily's Clefairy as well.
Extend
so
it.
I think it is just Ethan going to have to be the attach and retreat into the
Retreat into
Pheasantipity and hope
Fez.
Ross doesn't find the combination to get Boss's orders here.
Playing this run around
It's
game
so
flying
cooked.
by time, but time is ticking. Ross is 1 prize card away, and there's only so much running you can do before there's nowhere left to hide. Top deck for the turn. With the Cypher Maniac, it was expecting a potential
nowhere
KO, putting
left
that
to
Pheasantipity on the top. Can't play it as it stands.
I'm wondering if there's going to be a way for Ross to get the Slow King up and running this turn. I don't think the cards are in the hand to enable it.
Maybe close if there's a way to retreat Lily's Clefairy with that 1 retreat, use this Cypher Maniac, grab 2 cards with the Kangaskhan, and then use a switch that was found in the hand. There's a world where Ross can get the KO. We'll see if he has the pieces to do it. Needs a Pokemon to copy. There's the Metagross. Wondrous Patch already in the hand. Emily, the pieces may be available.
Might just have to be finding the stadium at this point. Like you had mentioned, the Wondrous Patch is going to be the key card here because you can only attach 1
Get it,
energy
Ross.
per turn.
Get it.
Has Ross found the pieces to use the Metagross
Let's
attack
go.
to be able to take out this Pheasantipity EX? See if he sees it.
2 cards on top of the deck. There it is. The manual retreat will put the Psychic Energy in the discard pile. Kangaskhan EX, run Aaron to draw into the perfect 2 cards. There's the Stadium card and the Energy.
Do it
Ross
to him.
with the Evolution.
Sauce him.
The Energy
Sauce
card.
him.
And the Wondrous Patch will be able to copy Metagross, take the KO on Pheasantipity, and win a convincing Game 2 to advance to 3-0.
You love to see this from Ross and the Academy at Night, as you can see showing, and then seeking inspiration
Bang.
into going 3-0 here for Ross. A great win there to show.
Ross Cawthon with the dub. Let's freaking go. Absolutely insane. Slow King, dude. Okay, that's a pro play. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do they give you earplugs? Is that a thing now? Wait, they give you earplugs? So you're telling me you don't have to have white noise blasted into your into your brain? Wait, the whole time? You can have the earplugs? Man. Holy crap. You have to wear them under the headphones. Yeah. Cool. Still, though, it's deafening, dude. The white noise is deafening. It is horrible. But, yeah, that's cool. All right, earplugs. I'm into it. Yeah, having to perform with, like, the white noise being blasted into your ears is not great. That's for sure. It is not great. It is far and away the worst part of playing on stream. Yeah. Dude, crazy dub from Ross. I can't believe that. Game 1. I mean, Game 1 won that whole set for Ross. I mean, really, it was Greg's game to lose, and Ross just played it like a pro, and made the lines look flawless, even when he was looking down and out. And then obviously with Greg just bricking game 2, not much more to be done about that. Just insane, really. All right, so Ross 3-0 with the king. All right, Jesse got a tie. He has 1 prize left to his opponent's 6. He hits 2 hammers to stall it to a tie. That is terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, Jesse. Oh my gosh, in game 2, Jesse 1 prize left to 6. Don't tilt, Jesse. Don't tilt. Don't tilt, bro. Don't tilt. No tilt. No tilt, bro. Crashing out. Don't crash out. Don't crash out, Jesse. Don't crash out, bro. Don't crash out. Don't crash out, dude. That does suck. I mean, yeah, the double hammerheads. I mean, I would be reeling, right? I would be reeling for sure. Sounds like Jesse was up against a Dragapult with no Shaman. Won game 1 handily. Was up 1 prize to 6 in game 2, and his opponent hit double hammers. The board was 1 Fez, 1 Meowth. Wait, then how did he... So was that game 3 then? So your opponent won... Oh, game 2 you bricked. I was going to say, all right, so game 2 you must have lost. Yeah. And then game 3 you were routing. And you probably couldn't have scooped... Yeah, couldn't have scooped any faster or anything. Yeah, that's tough, man. Game 1 went long. Yeah, I can imagine that it did. It's cool, bro. 2-0-1 is cool, bro. It's cool. You shake that off. You got to shake that off. Yo, let's get the interview. Let's go.
Feature match table.
Pumpka Amy.
3-0 with Slowking. Why did we bring Slowking today?
Well, I was trying a lot of decks last month or so, and especially when the new set came out 3 weeks ago. And, you know, Slowking at its best can really do anything. It can, you know, one-shot EXs. It can clear a board of small things, small one-prize things like Dreepies. So it just has a really high ceiling. It was doing very well. I think a lot of people have caught on that Strongs, which is maybe a little unfortunate, but I still went with it. And, yeah, so far, so good.
Absolutely. You started the season really...
Ross literally just said, like, I was playing Slowking before it was cool. Ross was like, yeah, I've been playing this deck for a minute.
So over the years, but certainly Slowking's a unique deck. I misplayed a lot at first, and it's still a pretty hard deck to play, where Saraledge, not the hardest deck to play. I did try Saraledge in the post-rotation. Needs a little more. We'll see what future sets give it. But yeah, I've been playing Slowking for about 3 weeks since the new set dropped, and I've needed all of that 3 weeks because it is a complicated deck. So yeah, I put in the time. Once I was like, I'm gonna play Slow King. I didn't play other things. Like I need all the time because there's so many different sequences and things you can do with the deck. So yeah, that's what happened.
It's a
Honestly,
freaking goat.
that's really great to hear.
There.
I absolutely love Slow King and the adaptability you get with that deck, and
goat.
you can kind of weave your way out of
goat
tricky
on the mic
situations.
right there, dude.
Are there any cards
Ross
that you put
frickin'
into the deck
Cawthon.
for this event that you think, I am going to need that at some point? It's going to save
It
my
makes me
bacon?
so happy to see.
I'd say Lucky Helmet. That was in a lot of decks. I didn't add that until, I guess, fairly late. I was on Power Glass for a while, but yeah, Lucky Helmet's been a good card for me.
I think it's certainly giving you some luck so far. You're 3-0 going ahead, so I think that's a really strong position to be in. Are you looking to win it all?
I mean, of course. I mean, the goal is always to win it all. You know, I've never won an IC. I haven't even top 8 in an IC, so certainly if I make it that far, that'd be great. But yeah, I mean, you're always going for first. I should have my Worlds invite this year, so you know, the only thing to play for is first place.
You're so right, and you've got the prowess to do it. You've got the results from previous seasons. You've had those plethora of Worlds invites, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon, seeing your tremendous play. Thank you for joining me here, Ross. We're going to let you go ahead and prep for round 4, and we're going to head back to the casters for more action.
Beast. Yeah, dude. So cool to see Ross. So cool to see Ross out here still killing it after all those years. As someone who's been playing for a long time, it's like so rare that you see people who've been playing for even longer. I mean, to be honest, right? Like it is so cool for me to get to see, and inspiring, right? Because like Ross is not one of these like players who is like a flash in the pan, or like, oh well, I'm just out here, you know, no lifing it for 3 years to see how far I could get in Pokemon. He's someone who I really admire because he's like got a real life. He's got a real job. He's got he's a teacher. He's got a profession, and then on top of that, he's also a Pokemon player who's qualified for every single World Championship. So it's really cool to see someone who's been playing since the game's beginning, someone who has like so much of the game's history like in himself, right? I mean, like I actually reached out to Ross. I wanted to do a video about him. I reached out to him and he was like, no, I'm good. I'm kind of a very private person, you know? So like respectfully declined. But yeah, it's so cool to see someone who's experienced so much of the game still out there getting it, right? And still succeeding on a high level. So good for Ross getting that stream dub. Good for Ross for probably getting another Worlds invite. We got Devin Ramanathan in the chat, a senior player, right? Devin, you're still a senior, right? Yeah, won our first post-rotation $3,000 cash tournament at Full Grip Games, 3-0 with the slot box. Of course, I'm proud of you. I know, right? Like I think like everybody would love to see a documentary on Ross Cawthon. What I wanted to like, I would fly out to document Ross. If Ross would allow it, I would have done a full-on documentary on that dude. But he doesn't, he doesn't like that kind of attention. And I mad respect to him for that, right? But that's a player that I wanted to do a video project on. But extremely valid. But of course, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just wanted to like do a day in the life with it. I would have flown out and like I literally would have followed that guy around with a camera just to see what his life is like. Because don't you want to know, right? But he is that the reason you want to know is because he's like kind of a private guy. He's a private guy. He doesn't he doesn't put himself out there like that, right? He's not out there rage baiting on social media or like making Metafly classes or anything like that. Like, he's just a gamer, dude. It's pretty cool. You know, I definitely respect his style, respect his swag. Yeah, dude. Dude, he's got his own unique style for sure. Yeah. Lance says more gamers should be like Ross. Amen. Amen, brother. He's got the clout. The thing about clout is if you have it, you don't have to post about it. He's just got it, bro. He's freaking got the swag. Dude, when you have... And the thing about Ross is a player who is still chasing like that major win, right? Like, he's got, I think, 2 Worlds Finals. Yeah, 2 Worlds Finals, 2005 and 2011. Crazy, right? It's 2005, 2012. That's right. 2012? Yeah. What do we got here? The swag? Okay.
Matt, ready to compete from the Makeup Wolf. Love to see people from all over coming to compete and try their best to see if they can become an international champion.
And if you were lucky enough to attend all 3 internationals this season, you were able to get all 3 of those beloved Kanto starters in that competitor mat. I know players love their competitor mats. It's a nice way as well. If you forget one, you always get one provided to you, so you can use it just in case down at the table. But it's not just the mat in there as well. You also get a hat and a deck box and some sleeves. So we hook you up here at the IC's pretty nice.
Swag always.
Yeah, I sure hope so. The ICs cost $100 freaking dollars. I sure hope they do. Thanks. Well, we got like 3,000 something players here today. Let's see. We got our... Ooh, okay. Let's see. How we doing here? Who's kicking butts? We've got Tord 3-0. Ross Cawthon 3-0. Yo, Chris Hill 3-0. Yo, is he playing against Nick Moffitt now? Our pairing's up. That's crazy. Yo, Chris Hill got to play against Nick Moffitt next. Our pairing's up. Yeah, it looks like pairings are up. Okay, cool. Tord playing against Lorenzo. Yeah, he's got to play against Nick Moffitt. That's crazy. Yo, good luck, Chris. Go get him, Slugger. All right. Brooke is 3-0. She's killing it. We had Brooke on stream last week for the Pride stream. Rahul is 3-0. Jesse 201. Piper also 201. Matt Wood 201. Come on, LDF. Let's go. Ian Robb 2-1. Azul with the 1-1-1. Come on, Azul. Come on. 1,913th place. You could do this. Emma Hagen 1 and 2. Dylan Ryan. No. Dylan Ryan with the 1 and 2. No. Ben Peacock with the 1 and 2. No. My locals are getting farmed. Sanjay with the 0-2-1. No. Why are my locals getting their butts kicked? Karis, just one Indy is 1 and 2. See, folks. All right. I'm just saying. This, to me, that is a sign that it's like a rite of passage. I got so much respect to you. You know, for having good days and having bad days. Like, Karis obviously so goated with the Indy win and then having like a rough one, you know? It's just how the cards are dealt some days. Pokemon be like that. I got a lot of respect for players who've gotten out there, you know, and have a bad day. You have a good day, you have a bad day. To me, that it makes you a better player in my eyes. Having good days and having bad days. You love to see it. Because it's like that's how the cards go, right? Someday it's your day, someday it's not. I'm still waiting for the next round to go up. God, Ross Cawthons. It was 2011. Who gaslit me? It was 2011. I was right. Ross Cawthons, 2011, second place Worlds deck. Now, the lore. You guys want to know the lore? Many of you already know the lore, okay? And if you already know the lore, good for you. You're a knower, okay? But there's not enough people who don't know the lore. So for Ross Cawthon's 2011 World Championship deck, Worlds promos back in the day were legal the day they were handed out. I mean, like, just all promo cards. They didn't have, like, a legality window, like, oh, this card will be legal, like, 2 weeks after it gets released or whatever. There was no such thing as a legality window. It was just all promos were legal the day they were released. So, Tropical Beach was the 2011 World Championship promo card that all competitors received in their pack as, you know, a kind of congratulations for making it to the event, right? And so Ross receives the Tropical Beach in his 2011 like competitor kit and is like, wow, holy crap, never seen this before. I think this card would go really good in my secret deck that I have brewed up. The truth. And then so slides the World Championship promo into his deck and then proceeds to get second place at Worlds with it. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane, right? So yeah, that's a little bit of the 2011 World Championship lore. Got second place with the truth. Gnarly trainer lock deck. We got Karis 0-2, or no, 1-2, and Azul is 1-1-1 right now. Come on. Emma's 1-2 as well. Tough starts for them. Justin Newdorf 201. Beat Ryan Antonucci in round 3. Put Lil Dark Fury on stream. You cowards. Oh, let's check on Liam's run, sure. Yeah, if you guys think of anybody you want to add to the watch list, just let me know. Players to watch list. Players to follow list. Wait, Danny Altavilla is 3-up? Wait a minute. Sir Daniel Altavilla. Well, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Holy crap. Crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy. Wow. Okay. Yo, Danny Altavilla, if for those of you that don't know, and it's crazy to me, it is crazy to me that there are players who don't know who Danny Altavilla is, because like Danny Altavilla was like one of the best players in the world for like many years. Ninth place, 2014 World Championships. Mexico City regional champion, top 4 multiple regionals this year. Toronto regional champion with Buzzrock. Now, he won this regional in Mexico City with Drampazor. He kind of like pioneered this deck list, and then took it to Indianapolis. And we played a very similar deck. I ended up top 8ing with it. But I got that deck from Danny. I mean, like, Danny... Danny was the one who, like, really pioneered that deck. Yeah, he got top 32 at NAIC with it. But, yeah, that was a Danny brew right there. To put together a little lore for you. Yeah, won Toronto... Memphis, LAIC, winner. Crazy. I mean, look at all these regional wins. Look at all these freaking regional wins. What a freaking beast, dude. What do we got? What's Tord saying?
It was NAIC in 2017. I played Trampa GX with Carpador. I had a very unique build, like a twist. I played 4 Capulella GX. It gave me a pretty huge advantage. It's funny because I always thought I was pretty good at the game. With every passing year, I feel like I've become so much better. I feel much stronger now as a player, but it's just so much more difficult to succeed in this super competitive era we're in now, with thousands of players entering every event.
The biggest regional championship so far in the history of the Pokemon trading card game.
I had a pretty high ambition goal this season, and that was to be the highest ranked player in the world. It's really ambitious. I have gotten it before. I had a season where I got like 2 ICU wins and a final, so it was like impossible to catch up. Always realizing how much more I'm able to push myself. It's just very exciting. I've been struggling a little bit to close out events. Towards the end stages of the event, I'm just so tired, and I'm already, so far.
They did not edit that like that, bro. They did not edit that.
Mentally. Maybe that's been holding me back a little bit. It's definitely all about balance. If you play Pokemon 20 hours a day and you barely sleep, then you're still not gonna make it. You obviously need to take care of yourself. That's something I try to be better at. I'm getting older, so it makes sense. You're never done improving. You can always level up. It's not like in the games where you can only get to level 100. There's
AJ Schumacher.
Many players enter where they feel that they kind of have done everything they can, and what's holding them back now is just variance and luck. But if you think that, then you kind of already lost.
All right, bathroom break. I'll be right back, folks.
The crowd going insane.
My brain hurts, Jeremy.
The finals felt pretty difficult after the fact. It was actually quite a back and forth. I have a mix of emotions right now. It feels really nice being crowned a champion again. It's actually been a little while. Last time I actually won a big event was UIC in 2024. I gotten really close a few times. It feels really good winning. So far I had an incredible season. Very happy with where it's headed. Everyone else is getting better and better, and Worlds is the event everyone is really prepping for. That's where everything is on the line. It was a pretty rough loss in the Worlds final, but I didn't play completely optimal either. There was a couple things I could have done better and that could potentially have changed the outcomes. There always is. No one is perfect. It would be insane to have Worlds Finals with us. If we play the finals, no matter which one of us won, it would be, you know, history. The coolest thing possible would be to get Jason Plesinski to play again. Probably not very realistic. That would probably make for the best show possible. It would be nice just to have that final thing crossed off the list and being able to say that you succeeded on like every front of competition in the game. But even if I never get there, I feel like, you know, I'm very fortunate to have been able to travel so much, accomplish so much, get so many friends and experience the game. I'll keep playing Pokemon as long as the competitive circuit exists. I'll still beat her, even if, you know, I'm like 50, 60, getting like really old and playing poorly. I'll still beat her, having fun, you know?
And the fun is just beginning this weekend as we get into our 4th Swiss round of phase number 1. It will be Liam up against David in a matchup that has evolved a lot after the rotation of the standard format.
You love to see Dragapult with its probably favorite partner this weekend, going to be that Dusknoir on David's side. But we mentioned him as a player to watch. Liam Halliburton has been piloting this end Zoroark to and fro, pre-rotation, post-rotation. It got him his regional win, and I'm excited to see what tricks he has up his sleeve, because certainly, Ethan, this deck never stays the same.
And immediately a jump scare with Skorupi in the prizes. Okay, I see maybe a little bit too many Pokemon there. Too many friends shouting out in the prizes. 2 and Zorua as well. Not what you want to see, especially when...
Alrighty, y'all. We got Sir Liam on stream. Let's go. That is a Skorupi, dude. What the... What in... What, the Skor... What? There's a Skorupi, dude. Excuse me? With Skorupi? He's playing Drapion? Okay. Let me look this up. There's a whole Mega App. Wait.
Mega Absol, and I believe that was just a pass from...
Is this a Zoroark deck? wait, bro. This is a Zoroark? There's a Mega Absol? Holy crap, dude. Dude, Liam went 0-3 at 0-3 drop at Indy, and is like, dude, I'm going Super Saiyan at NAIC. Holy crap, dude.
Acceleration in this deck here, but I mean, no problem here for Liam. Going to be able to at least get the energy attachment and the Lily's determination. No 2 Zorua seems pretty okay as long as that Mega Absol could be clawing cards out of David's hand.
Excellent start. The energy attachment, getting Pokemon onto play and drawing cards. Nothing more you'd love to see than that in the Pokemon TCG.
I'm looking up Drapion.
Since he is still at 6 prizes left. See what else there is to be found. There's
a
secret box for the following turn, or potentially this turn with
What's the Skorupi doing?
I mean, you can't ask for anything more if you're Liam, right? Has the end Zoroark ready to go and secret box, fresh 8 cards. And I like the way that Liam has kind of put his deck together to really kind of not just play end Zoroark, but play a plethora of dark attackers here. That
Holy
is
crap,
now going
dude.
to hit the bench here potentially, or just go in the hand as that fodder. But secret box, Ethan, that's being used very early.
Just there.
Wait, there's a
for
Purloin.
That attack to initiate evil and grab
Bro,
dark type Pokemon. It
what's
acts
the
as
Purloin
a
doing?
Sort of set up a Pokemon, so to say. In this case, though, Liam set up more than
Search your deck for 3 dark Pokemon and put them into your hand. Is it for the turn 1 Invite Evil?
Buddy Poffin, but there's no
It's got to be it, right?
in the deck, so I have to wonder if there's maybe a different item card that Liam may choose to grab. Still going to go with that Buddy Poffin.
Here's the Lipard.
Also use the ends PP up, and there's a plethora of cards in this list to follow suit as well. Speaking of, I think the biggest card I think that is pretty new.
Good Lord.
Is going to be this transformation tome that Liam is playing. I know a lot of Enzorark players were really kind of talking about it, and it's a nice throwback to a card that we had in ways past of that Thornton being able to switch a Pokemon in the discard with a basic Pokemon. So I think that's kind of what Liam is going for here, trying to cherry pick which dark attackers he really wants to work with.
And immediately threatening pressure with the Secret Box, grabbing that Janine Secret Art to power up this Mega Absol on the following.
Holy crap, guys. All right. Liam, you know, is like kind of the Zoroark GOAT, the Enzorark GOAT, right? I mean, like, I don't think that any player has as much credentials with Enzorark as Liam Halliburton right now. So, you know, Liam certainly the player to watch. Oh my gosh, yeah. David, this is, oh, the Lily's determination. I mean, you still got Dreepies, but not what you want. Really, off the Lilies, you're really trying to find a Buddy Buddy Pop in there. I mean, you got Pokepads, you can get one. You got Ultra Ball, you could get two, I guess. But Enzorark is already pretty tough for Dragapult, and to have a little bit of a slower start like this is very suboptimal.
Check the deck to see what is available. We'll note there is that 1/1 Dusclops line prized, so a little bit less in terms of attacking pressure, or rather damage pressure, thanks to that Curse Blast ability. There's Dreepy number 1, and now has to decide if he's able to play this Ultra Ball, and if the resources in his hand penned him being able to discard stuff. It feels like a necessary evil to get this second Dreepy down, just in case your opponent
gotta get the second Dreepy. You have to. I mean, just it sucks. But like, that's why I took one whiff of David's Lily hand, and I was like, yep, these are those kinds of Dragapult games, aren't they? Yeah, this is that kind of Dragapult game. Extremely ugly. I mean, it happens, certainly. Not pretty. At least you're item locking, right? I mean, it could be worse.
An Itchy Pollen and a Dream here. At least Mega Absol is weak to grass.
It's just so tough. You're left with 3 cards in your hand, as Liam is going to respond with everything he could have dreamed of this turn. Zoroark EX ×2.
Double pad off the trade.
The Janine
like,
Secret Art,
yippee!
Mega Absol can attack on this turn.
It's
and
a
while
ponderous
you cannot play item
tome.
cards, you'll be able to strip
Janine Secret Art, dude, and we're going in.
2 cards, most of which will be undesirable.
Turn 2 Mega Absol. What in the world, dude?
This Mega Absol taking a little bit of poison damage here, but the thing is, this is what
I mean, who cares? You're up against like, he's gonna strip the Dracloak, dude. There's a cloak. There's a single cloak in David's hand. It's about to get jacked. Like, look at this, dude. It's going like, look, the cloak. Oh, it's Cloak Night Stretcher. Okay. All right, it's not that bad. You take the Night Stretcher instead. Limit the options. Yeah. I knew there was only one Dracloak. I didn't know that there was Night Stretcher too. So that bailed him out for sure.
If there is no help for David, this game is going to snowball quickly and painfully.
See what the Recon Directive gives him. Needs a lot more than just an unfair stamp to get things going. Big 2 cards. Another
no help.
Ooh, one more though, Ethan.
Got another help with Recon Directive. Got to put that into play. And it is a Lily's Determination. That's definitely a helpful card for David in this spot.
The question is, what do you do after you Lilies here? You have to find, are you just totally okay with just sending the Dracloak up and just understanding that another card's going to be ripped out of the hand at this point? But still, I mean, Liam does still have a ton of item cards in hand as well to try and start setting up some of these attackers for the end. Zoroark wasn't able to use Pokepad last turn, but you know that Liam is using both Zekrom and Reshiram to really stack on this damage here. Does at least get the Duskull ready to go, but David's going to need a lot of help.
Splitting the energy between both Dracloak just to prevent detriment if one of them are KO'd, to try and fire off of
I mean, it's as good as it gets.
Already Liam has set his board
off of the recons there and getting yourself a Lily. It's good.
In the process from David's board. 8 cards drawn.
Gonna lose another key resource here off of the Mega Absol.
There is another Pokepad plus Duskull number 2, and this is a thick Dusclops line plus Dusknoir. 3 Duskull, 2 3 Duskull, 2 Dusclops, and no Dusknoir in this list, so actually opting to forego playing that card for a thicker Dusclops line.
Would rather just use
David is
5
playing a
damage counters all the
3-2
way around
Klops
the board.
line.
It's
No
really important
Dusknoir?
to notice out, Ethan. I know
That-
we've been talking about Claw of Darkness, but it's also starting to stack up the damage on Liam's side to use that terminal period
I'd rather go
attack
2-2-1.
from
Yeah,
Mega Absol.
rather
That is
have
a
the
knockout
option.
If your opposing
Dusknoir
Pokemon
is
does
just
have
too
6
good.
damage counters, Liam's gonna have a
I don't
great
think you're
time
getting a lot of
accelerating next turn,
value
and I
out of the
think
third
David
Duskull. I'm
is
going to be
just going
completely
have to
honest.
retreat this Trackloak using that
Yeah.
with that 1 energy on it and just
Oh, there's
understanding
literally a
that we'd
Dusknoir in
rather
hand.
have
I saw
2
it. Yeah,
Trackloaks
Ethan is
rather
just
than
lying
just
to
a
us.
Reapy that could evolve next turn.
We literally saw the
in
Dusknoir
the active spot to preserve both energy cards could be a huge
with our
detriment to
eyeballs.
retreat and then lose an energy card off both Pokemon with boss's orders. So accepting that one of these Dracloak will go down to prioritize Phantom Dive for the following turn. But as you mentioned, immediately we're going to see Monkey Dory hit the board and Adrenabrain go online as soon as this turn.
It feels like Dragapult is the big bad, but then you go one step further, and then Monkey Dory is truly the final boss after that, right? Monkey Dory allows for you to just kind of place all the damage counters around so you can get those big, big knockouts, and especially on Pokemon that have less damage, or less hit points, excuse me, like these Duskulls, they're prime targets to really get things going here.
So I have to imagine with the tomes, you're probably not playing like the Darmanitan, right? You probably have like 1 Enzekrom in here, probably have like 1 Enzreshiram in here. Yep. The tomes, we got Eviltal. I mean, Liam just in complete control of this game. Getting rid of the Meowth. You don't need it at this point. You're set up. There's a Drapion. There's a Drapion. What the heck does that Drapion do, dude? Hazardous Tail. If this Pokemon also does 70 damage to itself. Your opponent's active is paralyzed and poisoned. Oh my god, it's broken. Wait. So it's automatic paralysis. It's automatic paralysis. But it hits itself for 70. But with Monkey Dory, you can move that damage off, right? And like paralyze multiple turns in a row. Oh my god. Yeah, here, I'm going to put it up on the this guy right here. Absolutely insane. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh my god, there's literal Drapion in here. Okay. So then you've got, it's a 3 darkness energy, right? 3 darkness energy to attack. So I guess you could power up like I guess you could like tome. You could tome into it, right? Yo, what's up, Lonely Cat TCG with the raid? Yo, welcome everybody from the Spanish community. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Lonely Cat TCG. Big shout outs to Lonely Cat. Big shout out to the Spanish community. Thank you so much for joining us for our NAIC watch party today. We are loving Liam's Spicy Ends Zoroark deck. There are a lot of really cool cards in here. For instance, the freaking Mega Absol EX in the active spots. You've also got a Drapion in here. There's a Drapion that can automatically paralyze for 3 darkness energy. It does 70 damage to itself. You can use Monkey Dory to move that damage off. I imagine that Liam is using like Janine's secret art to help power it up. You can also like tome. You could like tome a monkey into it, or you could like ends PP up and ends Zorua, and then like tome into like the Skorupi, and then evolve into. I mean, I guess there are ways to do it, right? There's ways to get it done.
Hand at that point, it's just uncomfortable, right? So Unfair Stamp, the perfect time to get things going. Does also still have that.
Yeah, Tome only replaces basics, but you can use Tome to like
only have just one
put the Skorupi into play and then evolve the Skorupi immediately.
But it's a matter of what Liam is going to be able to do after this turn, because we know that this Mega Absol is going to be going down.
Yeah, and an interesting choice as sequenced out. We saw David choose to not use Curse Blast before this Unfair Stamp, Emily, which makes me think.
Yeah, Lonely Cat TCG says you love GLC. That's what's up. Yeah, let's freaking go. Let's go.
Adrena Brain. You never want to give your opponent prize cards if it's going to make a big difference. And now that we're out of range of terminal period, this Dragapult EX seems a lot more threatening.
The question is, what do you do after if you are Liam? Because now you are threatening a couple of prizes here, thanks to a Phantom Dive on the following turn. Liam might have to turn his attention away from the Dragapult EX and start targeting down the Dusclops to prevent a full board wipe potentially on the next turn, allowing for David to take potentially all 6 prizes. But let's see what he was stamped into, Ethan. Does have a couple of cards to trade away.
That poison damage ticking up on Mega Absol means it's now in range on the bench to be KO'd from Phantom Dive the following turn. Liam can use these trade abilities to slowly build the hand back up. Discarding some unneeded pieces, does find one of the transformation tomes, excuse me, but there's not a lot else going this hand. A Pokepad means you can, if you so choose to, grab something like that and Zekrom, but then you've got to retreat the Mega Absol, and you'd rather have that in the active spot. There may not be a better option.
You see that hand shuffle, dude? Liam, that dude is a gamer. Oh yeah. That dude be playing some Pokemon cards. You see that hand shuffle? That's slick. I like your swag, Liam. Like your swag, dude. Some serious gamer swag right there.
And there it is. See what's going on in the hand. I mean, the Pheasantipity is always a juicy target. The Ultra Ball as well.
Boss's Order sticks out right away. You want that Mega Absol on the bench to maximize your damage output from Phantom Dive. Liam's really going to think through if there's a better choice than that Boss's Orders, trying to see if there's maybe any already played so far. It looks like that will be the choice.
Yeah, take the
now
boss.
David with one Recon Directive at his disposal. He's got Dawn in his hand, does top deck Crispin for the turn. The way David has built this deck is actually not playing any Monkey Dory, so there's no darkness energy to use that Adrenabrain ability because of that Patrat in the deck. You've got to forego a powerful piece on your side to stop your opponent from using it as well.
I feel like both players have actually taken key pieces out of the decks that they know and love to kind of fit some tech in.
All right, this is cool swag. I like David's swag. All right, we got Patrat, no monkey. Okay. Okay, I see it. I see it. And when you got the Dusknors, you can fool around.
Dragapult set up here too, but the question is, will David be able to find another Boss's Orders?
David, this turn, will be able to go down to just 2 prize cards remaining and only have to get through 1 End Zoroark EX. That question still to be answered. Can still use Recon Directive, does find Boss's Orders for the next turn, and that is a welcome sight for David's hand.
It definitely feels a lot better, especially when you know that you are at least going to be taking 3 prizes this turn and then even stacking more on as well. But still, that Patrat could be doing the most amount
David
of work
could take
possible
4 prizes
right now,
here.
even though it's just sitting on the bench.
I mean, because you just take the monkey, right?
One damage counter away from setting this End Zoroark up from a potential follow-up KO on the last turn, and
you just
always got to be careful
monkey
at this stage of the game.
You gotta get the monkey out of there. So that's 4 prize turn.
That Reshiram, that ends Reshiram with the powerful rage.
And then you figure the rest out with Dusknor. You go Dusknor. Yeah, you just go Dusknor Dragapult game. And that's why we played the Dusknor, Ethan. You said he didn't have Dusknor in deck. He's got Dusknor in the deck. We saw the Dusknor. The Dusknor's in the deck. See? There's Dustnor. There it is right there, Ethan.
Fail and get rid of that jamming tower.
Now it is just
Acknowledge the Dustnor, Ethan.
counters, like you had said, Ethan, spreading all just on Monkey Dory here. That's gonna be
All right, bang. And then it's just 4 prize turn, and then David just wins with Dustnor next turn. And this is why I like the Dustnor variant of Dragapult so much. I mean, because you just set up these checkmate situations so easily. You have the reach to take KOs on Pokemon that, like, the metagame isn't really expecting you to be able to take KOs on, right? Like, the metagame is constructed to think that Dragapult's capped at 200. Thank you, Ethan, for acknowledging the Dustnor. Thank you. But yes, the whole metagame is kind of like designed thinking that the Dragapult is like capped at 200 damage. But when it's just not capped at 200 damage, you can make anything happen. Like, you can just knock out a Zoroark for game.
To shift some Pokemon around to get Psyduck ready to go. So might just have to actively hit into this Dragapult here and still, I mean, finding a way out. But like you had said, Ethan, the math is lining up that Dustnor is going to finish the job next turn. I mean, can Liam find a boss's orders to take out the Dustnor?
It would put you on odd prizes, and that just feels like a losing play. It may have to be another inclusion of the special red card. Is there any way to find one of those to disrupt? There is not. And now,
oh, this is game.
If David can find himself just
Pult.
a Dragapult
Pult
EX,
game.
that combined with the Curse Blast will be enough to
Pult
take a
game,
KO.
dude.
Let's see
Pult
if he
game.
has the
Pult game.
pieces.
Show Pult.
Did
Show
the
Pult.
Ultra Ball previously. If he had held on to that,
David, show Pult.
Dragapult EX, I wonder if he has
Show me the Pult, David.
At this point, has to use the
Show me the money, David. Show me the Pults, baby. Show me the Pults. We've got a Recon and a Dream. Come on. There's a Dawn in there. I saw it. Ultra Ball, Night Stretcher. You've got Pheasant Skibbity.
Is a Pheasantipity. That is a huge liability. 2 cards and immediately.
Oh!
Dive plus curse.
Let's go. Yo, David with the freaking dub there. Crazy. Got it, dude. Got it. And the rat? The rat stopping Monkey is kind of nuts, gonna be honest.
Not playing Blaziken EX as well. Really has to kind of work with what he's given here and still able to find a way to make it through. Unfortunately, though, for Liam, a strong start.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see more from Liam's deck. I feel like we didn't get to see like a lot of what Liam's deck can do there. Be curious to see if he can actually leverage the Drapion at all. It does feel like Liam's deck, there's cooking going on. There is so much going on in that deck list, for sure. The question is, like, has Liam strayed too far from the light, right? That's going to be the biggest question with Liam's Zoroark build. Obviously, it's 3-0, doing a great job so far. But it's a big tournament. There's nearly 4,000 players here, okay? And, you know, 3-0, you could be 3-0 without really having played many games of consequence so far at NAIC. That's for dang sure. So I still think the later rounds will really show once Liam starts getting paired into, like, really good opponents. The later rounds will show whether this deck is, like, too in the weeds or if these kinds of creative inclusions in the Zoroark deck are really the sauce or not. We see Liam going for the Purloin. Got the Darkness Energy on it. Pass. Yveltal in the active spot. Like, okay. We've got ourselves a gamer game. Game 2, 28 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time. Let's get into it. Let's see what we can do.
Doing their opening search here, and I see a nice pink card in the bottom right for David, one that actually helped him really get the victory last game. But in terms for Liam, I mean, no
He's got the unfair
Skorupi,
stamp prize,
exactly
but
what you want to
that's
see,
okay.
and no Pheasantipity.
David taking a look.
It's at the bottom, so, like, he'll probably take that unfair stamp pretty early, so it doesn't really matter unless you draw your prizes out of order like a psychopath. Probably will take the unfair stamp early on. Got item locks, playing special red card. The double buddy poffin. God, dude. Pult is just the best deck in format, y'all. It's the freaking BDIF. Pult Nor. BDIF, dude. Pult freaking Nor, dude. Oh. Got our field report from Jesse Parker. Got bodied by Pult Blaziken with a Shaman. He's 2-1-1. Come on, Jesse. Rally, my dude. Rally. You got this one.
Starting the Mega Absol last turn, Ethan's going to mean that David's going to be able to at least keep the hand that he's going to know and love off of these 8 cards here. But starting that Yveltal as well, I'm wondering if Liam's going to try and pivot and use Clutch on something like that Patrat, going to keep it trapped in the active.
It's tough. You'd love to do that, but you need to prioritize setting your board up first. You can't use both attacks on the Purloin and the Yveltal the same turn. There's the retreat from Duskull. Badu comes into the active spot. Itchy Pollen. It is springtime, ladies and gentlemen, but nice card there for Liam. Does have the Lily's Determination, and now will allow him to start to draw through the deck and see what he can put together.
Needs to find a couple of Zoroarks to get these trades going. This is what
See that shuffle? Liam shuffling with urgency, y'all. Liam understands the urgency. Needs to get moving. Now trying to find a Zoroark, yeah, under item lock, not the best. Did find it. Last card there was the Zoroark. And now, this is exactly why Purloin is in the deck. Invite Evil, yup. And you get to search your deck for 3 Darkness Pokemon. Let me tell you the way that card goes crazy in Gym Leader Challenge. Just saying, Liepard is one of the best cards in the Dark Draw pool. So, Gym Leader Challenge players, we know about Purloin. We've been known about how good the Purloin is. We've known about this card for like a year.
Opt to just use that Lily's Determination, it seems, before Recon Directive, especially getting those bonus 2 cards so valuable while you still have yet to take a prize card.
I think the big thing here for David is going to just be setup. I think Dawn is really kind of your great late game cincher when you're able to find your Dusknors or your Dusclops to really reach those max heights in terms of damage here. So David choosing consistency and still no knockouts taken. So that's 8 fresh cards for him here. Let's see if we can find those Pokepads. We'll be able to at least find one. Not too much else.
All right, so David's got the board, single Duskull. Obviously, the Dusknor is very good into the Zoroark deck. They don't really have the bench space to play a card like Psyduck, so there's no stopping you there. Also, the Dusknor allows you to play around the Reshiram, which the Zoroark decks play, which Zoroark can take like these huge one-hit KOs on your Dragapults. If you swing into them, they just bench the Reshiram and pow, right? So Dusknor does give you some ability to play around that, which is nice. The Purloin does only have 60 hit points, so that's also something that's key because that could be like a free knockout for David. You take a KO. I'm curious if Liam's list is playing Liepard, right? Because there's like this Liepard that like moves all damage counters from one of your bench Pokemon to one of your opponent's Pokemon. I guess like that could be a Liepard that sees play, but probably not. But I am curious. I mean, I guess you've got a Purloin. There could be a Liepard.
Great ability. Now that Mega Absol, what will follow?
That rotated? All right, then no, there isn't that Liepard. That Liepard rotated.
Finally find it off the last card. That was the big piece missing outside of a supporter for Liam, as will be Janine's Secret Art can fully power up the End Zoroark EX on the bench. Now just needs a Pokemon to copy the attack with.
Does have the resources, I believe, in hand to already find
it. Rat would block
that
anyway.
This was kind of what
That's
the
hilarious.
Liam we didn't see last game, and this is the Liam that we are seeing now. Aggressive and attacking now, trying to get things going on. A couple of Pokepads, Ethan. I mean, not the true issue here, but going to actually...
And we got another Another invite evil from Liam. All right, so not launching an attack. Also, Liam is bench locked out of having Ends Pokemon in play. I mean, at least as long as he's item locked, he is, right? Because you could tome to switch, but under item lock, you can't tome, right? He's item locked, so he can't tome right. Like, obviously he can tome, but he can't tome right now. So, could tome later, yes, of course, but can't tome now. So I feel like that gives David a lot of power in this matchup, being able to kind of decide when Liam is going to be able to attack, right? I feel like that just gives David so much autonomy here, doesn't it? It allows David to just completely set up and dictate the pace of the game because Liam is not really going to be able to go on the aggro, right? So it's just kind of strange. I guess you could use Monkey to move some damage to Badoo, and then you could like Evil Tall it. Yeah, Liam could boss and Evil Tall stall the Pat Rat. That's true. So like that is an angle you got to think about. But with the Pat Rat in play, you can't do monkey stuff. Like the monkey, actually, I'm literally trolling right now. I said the monkey could, no, monkey can't do anything because of Pat Rat. I'm trolling. Yeah, no, the monkey, you can't do the monkey shenanigans because of Pat Rat. Pat Rat is in play. Pat Rat stops damage counters from being moved. So none of that can happen. Items can't be played. So like, yeah, you could boss and maybe like stall the Pat Rat. I think that's probably what Liam's going for here. Yeah. And here comes the rat. Yeah. Right? But you can't even like monkey to the rat. So the rat is just going to take 4 turns to knock out. or whatever. But it does break the item lock, which then will allow Liam to use Tome, right? So that's big. Oh, Watchtower can turn off the rat. There you go. True. That's pretty cool interaction. So yeah, you can use Watchtower, turn off the rats. Then you've got the monkey. Yeah, this seems like a pretty good spot actually, right? Because now, unless David is like cooking with a switch that we're probably not expecting, then the item lock is like definitely broken. So I'd say Liam's in a good spot.
More than welcome of a sight for David. Now as we've entered this stalemate, this halt between both players, it will really come down to what Liam does on that final turn. If he could forever trap this that Pat Rat in the active spot, he would love to. 10 damage would be more than fine to take on the chin for Yveltal.
Well, here's the thing, Ethan, right? I mean, you talk about David playing this Patrat and taking it slow, right? I think David's probably regretting it at this point, right? I mean, Patrat's not going anywhere. And while granted, these Drat Cloaks are going to be set up with energy, Liam has all the time in the world to really get what he wants going here, and will also have all of items available to him next turn as well. Let's see how he wants to handle it. Is it really just going to be bite for 10?
Are we seeing Patrat get involved, get in and biting the opponent? He's on his Watchtower right there. It seems that he's got to get involved in every way possible. Bite, ladies and gentlemen, coming into play. As Yveltal takes 10 damage, slowly whittling away. Liam seems to have found an option in this matchup to strike first while removing that card. Now also opening up the ability to play item cards, and that's a huge advantage on this turn.
Like we had talked about, right? I mean, Liam at last turn was pitching away every item possible.
Yeah, I don't think that I necessarily like poking the Yveltal. Like, are you really going to get there? No, I think you're giving you're kind of giving Liam more damage to eventually play with the with the Monkey Dory. So I don't think that poking the Evil Tall is really doing anything here. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Continues to be, what pieces can you even find? It doesn't seem worth using that Dusknoir just to take an even trade on that Yveltal.
Doesn't truly even help your prize trade either, right? I mean, you get one prize card, but there's no switch in the deck for David, so this Pat Rat is really just going to stick around and just keep stacking on damage. I mean,
Casey on
Watchful Eye is
YouTube.
certainly helping here, but the thing is, what happens after the
Saying they should let us Dusknoir our own Pokemon. Oh yeah. Yeah, Dusknoir should be able to be self-inflicted for sure.
At this point, if he wants to continue to shut off Adrenabrain, he'll need to continuously use those resources to bring back that Pokemon. And we're seeing David potentially get involved with a 2 double play, essentially, trying to break this clutch lock while also placing just a little bit of damage on that Zoroark.
I don't really like this boss from David. I just don't think it matters. I guess if you're thinking about it, like, okay, it's not really going to be possible to play Watchtower and Ends Castle in the same turn, right? I guess. So you do have like maybe that angle of like if Liam wanted to go but Liam's playing like two air balloon, I think. So yeah, finds the air balloon, so it doesn't even need to. Yeah, so I don't like that boss. It felt like, I'm gonna be honest, it just felt like a wasted boss's orders from David there.
Best, use Clutch, trap this Pat Rat in the active, force David to have some sort of a response down the line.
This is the big thing here too, Ethan, is that once this Pat Rat goes down next turn, it's all go for all of these damage counters already on the side of Liam here. Does have 2 on the Yveltal and 4 on the Purloin, so perfect math can get things going, but it just feels like David is stuck.
Yeah, Liam's already got the Watchtower in his hand, so he's going to be able to put the Watchtower into play, use Monkey Dory to clear the Pat Rat. Like, does this not feel wasteful to you guys? This feels wasteful, right? I guess, again, you're in this situation where, like, you can't play Ends Castle and Watchtower in the same turn. Look at that. We've got the Tomes. We've got Double Monkey now. You go Ends Castle, free retreat, and you just kind of have to do that, right? I guess you use the double tome on the monkey so that it doesn't get knocked out by very easily on the bench by a Phantom Dive. I guess I think the second boss's orders there did effectively do something, because it did make it so that Liam couldn't go and use the Ends Castle and the Watchtower in the same turn. So like maybe Liam could have gone and done like a fancier play where he did like Watchtower, Monkey to knock out the Pat Rat, and then like something additional, right? Notably, Liam is bench locked again. So in order to like unbench lock, would have to double tome again. And a lot of lists are only playing 3. I'm not sure if Liam's playing 4. Liam might be playing 4. He seems like he's pretty heavily invested into the tome strats, so wouldn't be surprised if he was. I'm getting confirmation that Liam has 4 tome. Cool. So yeah, could double tome again to get it Ends Pokemon into play. But I'm imagining like you could go like unfair stamp boss, and maybe David is playing 4 boss. I think I just saw, that's another boss there. If you could go like unfair stamp boss, that would be pretty good. Are we bringing the rat back? The rat is so back, dude. Oh my god. Okay. We're ratting again. But it is just going to be Polk coming into the active spot. Take this knockout. It does feel bad. It just feels bad. No, we do have boss. Okay. Because it feels bad to just like swing into this evil tall. So I do like that we have boss. We're going to use it. The question is, who are you bringing up? Are you going to use Dustnor and pop the Zorak with the 2 energy? I think going to evolve up. Deciding not to boss. So as revealed boss, but is not going to play it. Interesting. Okay. I guess, right? With the double monkey in play, it's all just feels pretty bad as far as the damage counters being placed. I mean, obviously, Liam does play Reshiram, though, so like you do have to worry about that if you hit into one of these Dragapults without, or if you hit into one of these Enzoric without knocking it out. Now, keep in mind, David is up game 1, so I mean, like the pressure is on Liam to actually like make some magic happen.
Built-in draw engine thanks to Recon Directive, so being able to sift in
a boss on Cloak, knock it
well,
out.
I'm not taking 2 prize cards this turn. Still, taking out the engine is definitely where you want to be. Now, granted, Ethan, I will say, I mean, Dustnor is also a great target, but still, I think Liam has a great plan around this Pat Rat, saying, you know what, I can't send my damage counters back, but I mean, you can't utilize anything too much either, otherwise I'm going to get way too far ahead thanks to Curse Blast.
Dragapult EX number 2 being evolved, put into play. As these players are neck and neck in game number 2. Monkey Dory now on the bench, lined up to be KO'd from a Phantom Dive, but David has to play around a card that Liam just took off the prizes that ends Reshiram with Powerful Rage. Thinking about Cursed Blast, is it time to use that ability? Will be onto the active, lining it up for a Phantom Dive KO. Liam going down to 3 prize cards, extending his lead. Importantly, finding Pheasantipity and opening a bench space up for David for the Duskull.
And the good news is for David is that David was able to
Stamp incoming. Let her rip. Yeah, thin the hand a little bit first, David. Let's get some crap out of here, okay? Yeah, get some of that bull crap out of here, okay? And then we're gonna stamp. And we're going to stamp, and we take the double knock. That's a 3 prize take. You see how, like, God, you see how smooth it is? Like, it's crazy. Crazy. You just take the 3 prize knock, then you got 2 prizes left. It's pretty nuts.
Of relief and a big sigh, I'm sure, for David upon seeing that card be taken this turn.
It's not only that, right, but it's technically lining David up with him taking 3 prize cards this turn. It's lining him up for essentially checkmate if he's able to find all of the pieces together. Does play 2 Dawn in the list, so would be able to go up to that Dusclops, and still, like we had talked about, Liam is on this odd prize card, and David's going to be going down to 2. Let's see how exactly he wants to handle that. I mean, Lily's determination's pretty good. You get to see 6 cards, and honestly, Ethan, that deck is looking very small.
The resources are going to be very close for this endgame, Emily.
God, I gotta say, I'm like really liking the way that David's deck is built with the Pat Rat and no Monkey, because you are just saying that the damage that I put onto your side of the board is going to stay there, right? Like, looking at that 5 damage counters on the Monkey and just being like, yep, that's staying there. Like, that's crazy, right? That's insane. Like, that's like Dragapult's dream. Is that nothing gets moved. We see, like, he doesn't even need to take out the Monkey, because it's just, there's no urgency to take out the Monkey. You could just leave it. It's crazy. Yeah, that Pat Rat is carrying, right? This Pat Rat is going absolutely bananas. I mean, I just can't believe it. What a cool innovation on the Poltnor, saying like, okay, instead of having to like out-monkey my opponent, what if I just play Pat Rat instead? I like that. I do. I think it frees up a lot of space in the deck.
In their deck, if they do, that is a huge game changer. We'll see the Skorupi get discarded. Dark Energy brought back. End's PP up means we can attack with this fresh End Zoroark EX or this damaged one.
The big thing
here, choice going into this active, playing down the Watchtower. Monkey Dory plus energy.
Triple monkey! You've got to be kidding me!
Watchtower is going to shut off that Patrat's ability, making it so that Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain comes back online again, can use Adrenabrain #1 to knock out the Badoo, double Adrenabrain to knock out this Duskull, and the Ends PP up as well to power up more Pokemon. Can Liam find a way to close this game out? That huge 2-prize swing, providing so much value, making it so he's just 1 KO away from winning the game.
And utilizing Shred as well instead of Rampaging Thunder.
That was crazy. Oh my God. Dude, the Watchtower rip. That was crazy. The triple monkey with the Watchtower. Holy crap. I was thinking David had this one kind of wrapped. Oh my God. Absolutely nuts.
Phantom Dive doesn't line up for a KO on any Pokemon now, since all of those damage counters were removed with the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. If you swing into this Pokemon, you open yourself up for Reshiram with powerful Rage to take a KO. And if you do nothing, Boss's Orders will close the game out. You have no hand disruption left either, so if your opponent can just have a Boss's Orders, it doesn't matter what you do this turn.
And even if
you can't shut off trade, they can still draw that many cards.
And even if you are able to use something like a special red card here, that's still 2 End Zoroarks to be able to trade away some cards and keep things going here. But it's too dangerous at this point, Ethan, to bench a Duskull just because there are 3 Monkey Dory now ready to use. So the Pheasantipity, 3 big cards.
Here we go. And that counter stadium, huge, means that that ability, the Watchful Eye, is back online. Monkey Dory can no longer be used and finds the special red card, does have that card in the list, and that's a huge find to put Liam down to a low hand size.
Question is, what do you do after? I mean, we'll have to retreat this End Zoroark in, or the Dragapult in the active as well, because it is very much in range of a Rampaging Thunder at this point. But I think David has done all that he can to really kind of secure at least maybe 1 more turn, and clock is ticking down,
you have to retreat, attack with the fresh pulp and red card, right?
Back and forth game number 2.
You just hope there's no
Dynamics
boss
at play for both of these competitors. Have to watch how many cards are left in deck, as David is deciding if it now is the time, and does use his ace in the hole, the special red card, forcing Liam to shuffle all of those cards from the hand to the bottom of the deck. What does he find? That may have been the key card. We'll have to see. David playing the Boss's Orders. That's the 4th and final copy.
4 boss in this list. No wonder he was just throwing them things out there. Okay. If you play 4, go ahead and throw them things out there. I see it.
After this End Zoroark EX,
if you play 4 copies of boss, you can boss whenever you please.
Go after. It accomplishes 2 in 1, and that's better.
Going to be the Recon Directive for the last... Oh, there's only 3 cards left in deck. This is only 2 to go. I'm sure Liam also does at least have that on the radar.
I think as David, you're just hoping that this Zoroark is stuck, right? I mean, that the darks are spread too thin, and you're hoping to just win over the course of 2 turns. You just hope that the Zoroark is stuck, because the 4th and final boss is gone. So you just hope that off of the next handful of cards that Liam can't move. That's the hope. No, surely you line up the monkey. The monkey has to go to 5. Yeah, has to. All right, let's see. Does he get it? Dark, Secret Box. Nice stretcher for Dark. Yep, there you go.
Zoroark EX with a few friends getting the job done and pushing us to game number 3.
the master of End Zoroark this season, Liam Halliburton, showing just what this deck can do, and especially thanks to these transformation tomes as well, being able to get yourself out of a sticky situation. I think a lot of people see this Purloin and they don't really find the use for it aside from thinning the deck when you're in this weird pin.
Yeah, it's another stream tie, folks. That is another stream tie. What can we do? It's another tie.
And maybe that's what caught Liam off guard. I don't remember exactly if we saw it get gotten rid of, but clearly now that he was aware in game 2, he adapted perfectly, waited for the perfect moment as well, since he only plays one copy, knew he had to get the most out of it, and we saw that huge swing turn with the triple Monkey Dory just wrecking havoc on David's plan.
Time winding down in game number 3 as we jump down to the table. Just over 2 minutes left, and ladies and gentlemen, it may be a good thing that there are just 2 minutes left because I don't know if David's going to be able to play this game.
Cue my favorite part from the audience when everyone goes, ooh, oh no, and then both players are like, oh, is it B, is it B? Yep, the first time we're seeing it this weekend, plenty of more to go at NAIC. Yes, that is all 3 Dragapults sitting in the prize cards, but I mean, Liam not going to be able to have that full bench of Zoroark still, Ethan. I mean, let's see what this Lily's determination gives. Would like to find an Enzarua, but I would rather Liam's prize cards than David's for sure.
Really not a lot going on. Just dropping a bunch of Pokemon in play. Understanding this game will not finish. A hard-fought battle between both competitors as Liam and David will both take a tie and advance to 3-0.
I think with those prize cards, I think that is the best possible solution for David here. But
wait, 3 Pults, bro. David prized all 3 Dragapult, and they were like, yeah, we're just gonna tie, whatever, sure. I mean, yeah, there's like a minute left on the clock, right? Dude, crazy. David had 3 Pults prized. At least he didn't have to find that out the hard way. But it is a major bummer that that so many stream matches end in ties. It feels like to me that it is a major flaw with our current tournament system, especially from like a viewer experience. I mean, we're 3 rounds in and 2 of them are ties. Like, yeah, I just think that I cannot help. I understand that people, we love best of 3. We do, obviously, but having games end in ties is like not good for the viewer experience, right? Yeah, Jesse is really feeling it. Jesse, we heard about your one. You had 1 prize left to your opponent having 6 prizes left, and in game 3, and your opponent had no board state, and you still ended up with a tie, right? It's just tough. It doesn't feel like to me that the 50-minute best of 3 is like a long-term solution for it doesn't feel like it's a long-term solution for the Pokemon TCG competitive play, especially with how much like the Pokemon Company International is investing into making it like a viewer experience. And making it like, you're spending millions of dollars on these productions throughout the year, right? And then to have every single stream match, you're like building up these like stream matches, and it's just like tie. Like, you can't do that, right? I mean, at a certain point, you want more people to watch your game than to play it. I mean, that's the dream, right? Like, because that ends up helping. You want there to be like huge viewership for your game, right? Like the playing experience matters, but the watching experience also matters. I would argue that both are suffering because of 50-minute best of 3, right? Both are suffering. The playing experience suffers because it's just, one big clock management simulator, and you're not able to just appreciate the game of Pokemon in front of you because you have to constantly be kind of figuring out the clock. And then the viewer experience is also really kind of negatively impacted because as a viewer, you're trying to just like watch people win games, and instead it's just every freaking round is a tie, right? Yeah, Azul, speaking of ties, Azul out there, 1-1 and 2. Yeah, man. I know. I'm saying it. One and 2. You hate to see it. Oh, this hasn't been updated yet. 44 tables still playing. Okay, here we go. We got Tord is 4-0. Rahul Reddy is 4-0. Thank you, Gabriel, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Ross Cawthon, 4-0 with the King. Justin Newdorf, 301. The GOAT LDF, 301. We saw Chris Hill. Whoa. Oh, not finished yet. Okay, cool. Hedrick 3-1, took an L. Yo, Josh Frink, after that loss with the metal deck, Josh Frink still out here 3-1 with the metal deck. We saw Josh Frink is playing like the metal deck. Garbungus, welcome Garbungus, YouTube member. New YouTube member Garbungus. Welcome to the membership. Thank you so much for being a Tricky Gym member. I appreciate you over on YouTube. Shout out to all the members out there. Chris Hill, Mega Evolution, Gym Leader Challenge, Champion at Full Grip Games, Chris Hill, 3-0. Azul 112. That's Brutes. That's Brutes, my dude. Alexander Holtz 2-2. Ben Peacock dropped at 1-3. Dylan Ryan 1-3. Our locals getting farmed. No. Sanjay 1-2-1. Yeah, my dude's getting farmed for sure. Karis 1-2-1. To beat Indianapolis regional champion, then to 1-2-1. That's brutal. So brutal. Tough day for Karis Jones. But that's the nature of an extremely high stakes tournament like this. I mean, it is as cutthroat as it gets. Ian Robb out here 3-1. Crazy. All right, let's turn the favorites off. See who else up here at the 4-0. Who's in the 4-0 club? You shout out anybody you guys know. If you guys got any homies out here. Kenny Pacala with the 1-3 drop. Sorry about that, Kenny. Oh, yeah. Rowan Stavenall, 4-0. Stuff's hard. Variance certainly a part. Yo, is this Natalie Miller from Australia? Cool. Natalie Miller, 4-0. Kieran Wagner, 4-0. Makani, 4-0. Owen Cameraman, 4-0. Dang. Owen Cameraman with the 4-0. Nice. Caleb Gademer, 4-0. Yo, Caleb Gademer. It's crazy. Caleb kind of been busy. He's got a wife, got a family now. Got stuff going on. But Caleb Gademer is like absolutely cracked player. If you just look at this dude's Limitless page, I mean, he's absolutely insane. You know, he's had a little bit of like a quiet 2026. Did have a nice top 16 at Las Vegas. You know, top 4 Toronto last year, won Louisville last year with Raging Bolt. That's right. Golly. Multiple regional finals. Multiple regional wins. I mean, just like not many players with a Limitless page is decorated as Caleb's. Caleb is a multiple-time top 16 North American finisher. Bogota, Colombia special event winner. Can't forget that. But yeah, absolutely insane. Caleb Gadamer 4-0 so far at NAIC. Aban Ahmed 4-0. Abe Morales with the 4-0. Yo, Abe Morales has been playing forever. Dude, what if we get an Abe Morales top 8? Abe Morales, that dude, he's been playing forever, and he flies to a lot of tournaments. Be cool to see Abe Morales in top 8. Yeah, Abe Morales has like a player ID of like 300. Luke Morsa, Celio's Network. Let's freaking go. We got Luke Morsa at 4-0. We got the side stream up now. Gustavo Wada, freaking GOAT. GOAT. Gustavo Wada, also someone who's just got an absolutely insane Limitless page. Freaking nuts, dude. Fun facts. My wife, Natalie Mahone, beat Gustavo Wada in top 8 of the St. Louis Regional Championships that she got second place at. She beat him. She beat him. I watched it. I watched it happen. Not many people can say their wife beat Gustavo Wada in top 8 of a regional, all right? Not many people can say that. That's all some GOAT stuff. Listen, Natalie, you're not out here singing your own praises, but I'm going to do it for you, okay? I can find it. I can find it. Right there, Collinsville. Bang. Natalie, right there. Bang. Beat Gustavo, top 8. Second to Ian Robb. That was Ian Robb's first Masters regional win, by the way. Dude, look at Gustavo's Limitless page. Holy crap, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. This thing is absolutely insane. Where's the picture of... Have you guys seen the picture of Gustavo Wada when he's like 12 and he's got like all the booster packs? Like, yeah, these are absolutely. Gustavo is like sneaky, one of the best players in the world. Not even sneaky, but people just don't put enough respect on his name. Gustavo might be a top 5 player all time. He's insane. EUIC champion, multiple-time regional champion. Been playing forever. Like forever. Top 8 NAIC 2022. 1 EUIC. 1 EUIC 2019. Holy crap. Forget about that. Oh my God. Just absolutely cracked. And Gustavo is really good. So yeah, Gustavo Wada, 4-0. Insane. Yo, Hunter Butler is here in 4-0? Holy crap, dude. Yo, let's go, Hunter Butler. Yo, talk about Hunter Butler, dude. Hunter Butler, regional champion. Dallas, 2020. Dude, this was right before the world shut down, dude. January 20th, 2020. Yeah, man. Cool to see Hunter back. All right, getting into the 301s. Yo, Darren O'Meara, 301. Former Ohio native. Let's go, Darren. Diego Casiraga, my freaking goat, dude. If I could have anybody win, it would always be Diego Casiraga, dude. Diego Casiraga, repping the Pokey Dads out there, okay? Repping the Pokey Dads, world champion Pokey Dad. Diego Casiraga has been playing since like the very beginning. If you go on to like PTCG Legends, Diego's one of those players. He's been around. Let's see what the oldest result is on here. Yep. 2007 World Championships, top 8. Like, to let you know how long Diego Casiraga has been in the game. Top 8 Worlds 2007 in Hawaii. Obviously got the World Championship win in 2017. Back-to-back top 8 Worlds, 2007. Oh, no, not back-to-back. 2007, 2009. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, Diego's been in the game for a long time. Does Sam Chen no longer play? Sam Chen has a wife and a family and a kid now. I can't express enough. Like, dude, when you got a newborn kid at home, it's really like, yeah, dude, it ain't about playing Pokemon cards, okay? You got a whole baby to raise. Like, yeah, Sam Chen is on his dad, on his fatherhood stuff right now, which I get it because that's what I'm on too. So, yeah, he's focusing on family, doing the family man stuff. That's what he's been up to. But, you know, Pokemon will just always be there. So, like, whenever it's time to get back into it, it's time to get back into it. Pokemon will always be there. The seasons keep on coming. Yo, Joey Nawal. Let's freaking go. Ohio native Joseph Nawal. Yo, you think Jose Marrero is playing Ethan's Typhlosion again? Daiichi is 301 after we saw him tie round 1. Henry Brand, 301. Okay. It's 2019 World Championship, World Champ Henry Brand. Nick Robinson played against him at Indy. 2016 U.S. National Champion Nick Robinson, 301. Kian Amini, 301. Is it Tord versus... You've got to be kidding me. There's no way it's Tord versus Gustavo. Oh my God, please. 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 Please put Tord versus Gustavo. Please. Please. Please, 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 please. But they have to put Tord versus Gustavo on stream. That is like, you've got to be kidding me, dude. Oh yeah, Gustavo played like some freaking Jan Mega deck. Recently, right? Somebody call Chip. Yeah, at Campinas. This was Gustavo's top 64 Campinas list. Aban versus Makani. Yeah, Chip knows. Yeah, the Tord versus Gustavo. Obviously, listen, TPCI is ready to put Tord on stream. It's not a matter of when they're going to put Tord, or like if they're going to put Tord on stream. It's when and how many times. Okay? It's when and how many times are they going to put Tord on stream? That's the question. Not if. Tord will be on stream. The sky is blue. Tord will be on stream. All right, Rahul is playing against Evelyn. Ross Cawthon playing against a Japanese player. Hedrick playing against Michael Carthage. Did Danny Altavilla get the win? Danny lost that one. Justin Newdorf. Cool. St. Brooke English. It's 3-1. Piper playing against Mark McDonald. 2-2, 1-1. 2-1-1. Azul 1-1-2. Hang in there, Azul. All right, Mr. Parker. Good luck, Jesse. Good luck. All right, let's see what other matchups we got. Rowan Stavinaugh. Natalie Miller. Always rooting for Natalie Miller. She's super nice. Met her multiple times. Big fan. Yeah, Alban and Makani, that's a good one. One of your locals is 4-0 with Sarah Ledge. Dude. That's hype. Reno? Bernardo? Holy crap, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Reno? All right, Reno. No way. Reno Bernardo. Yo, freaking Reno, dude. All right. I played against Reno at 2017 NAIC. He's like a local Ohio player. Yeah, that dude loved some Mega Ray. Yep, I played him in day 2 here at this event. Yeah, Reno, dude. If I clip pairings at the top of the page, it'll line these pairings all up. I suppose it will, won't it? I suppose it will, won't it? I suppose it will do that, huh? I suppose this is a quicker way to do that. Cool. All right, we got next round coming up soon, folks.
My favorite Pokemon has to be Electivire. The reason being is the anime,
Electivire,
they had
that's a good choice.
a character named of Paul. It was the antagonist.
Who's your
to
favorite
Ash.
Pokemon, Chatter?
Ever since Paul just
Chatters.
showed Electivire, I don't
Plural.
know, just something just
Who's your favorite?
gravitated to me, and I just
Let's
truly
go.
love the
Let me
Pokemon.
hear it.
My pre-game ritual has to be
Who's your favorite? Let me hear them favorites, Chatters.
playing Pokemon for like 8 to 9 hours is almost like a
Regirock,
day job. So,
Meowth, Altaria, Ditto,
I think, to approach a tournament.
Pelipper,
If I have to pick the best player, it would
Kecleon, Tony, Zoroark, Zorua, Ampharos. Okay, okay. Really? Frostlass, your favorite Pokemon. Karastick saying Steelix, I guess? What do you mean you guess? You have to think about it? Blastoise, great choice. Obviously, Tyranitar, great choice. Natalie's, Roselia, Trevor, Ampharos, and Porygon 2. Gumshoes, Sableye. Houndoom's a good one, some number. Houndoom's good choice, good choice. Grovyle is a funny one. Really, Grovyle. Grovyle, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Ball Knower, probably. Yeah, probably. Armaldo? No shot. Armaldo? Really? Poliwag's a cutie. Like Poliwag. Dodrio. That's a funny one. Alex Carpenter. Oh, it's Alex Carpenter. Dodrio. Yeah, you do love Dodrio. It's true. Raichu. Yeah, Grovyle. It's got to be a Mystery Dungeon fan if it's Grovyle. For sure, right? Porygon's a good one. Sneasel's my goat. It's my favorite. Love Sneasel. Fortnite is not a Pokemon. Dodrio is sick because of the way it flies. Does Dodrio fly? Dodrio doesn't fly. Come on. Do I have the McDonald's Sneasel? I don't think so. Sudowoodo is a funny one. Fake rock tree looking thing. Agumon is not a Pokemon. Solosis. Solosis, really? It's just a green blob, really. Solosis. Lechonk from Ben Moore's Blastoise, Slowpoke, and Lechonk. All right, Tony says Shaymin's a close second. Which version of Shaymin? Charjabug is cool because he's just he's a block. I really respect that about Charjabug. I like the angular shape of Charjabug. Steelix is a winner. Yeah, Steelix is just really cool. Toxtricity, as far as like new Pokemon goes, Toxtricity is definitely a really cool one too. Snorunt is a nice geometric shape. I agree. Yeah. I like angular Pokemon. I am Cacturn Jack. Cacturn is goated. Yeah, Jack is Cacturn's biggest fan for sure. Mega Banette. Nidoking. I know Kevin Baxter, big Nidoking fan as well. Gastrodon. All right, Gastrodon. Gastrodon. That's a shout. Dashbun. JW always makes fun of Skrelp, saying that nobody likes Skrelp. Whenever he's trying to think of like a terrible Pokemon, he always names Skrelp. Heatmore is no one's favorite. Nah, people like Heatmore for sure. Marshy Juice has beef with Hoppip. All right, yeah. Now name your least favorite Pokemon. I think that's more fun. What's your least favorite Pokemon? Pokemon, you do not want this Pokemon on your team. You see this Pokemon struggling in the wild, you turn your head. You walk the other way. I used to hate Barbaracle, but ever since they printed the good Barbaracle with the Stone Arms ability, I'm into Barbaracle now. I'm a Barbaracle fan. Rapidash is so beautiful. What do you mean? Young Goose? Yeah, I see that. All of the elemental monkeys are goated. That's why we got emojis of all of them. Yep, elemental monkeys are amazing. Quit playing with me. Quaquaval. Yeah, Quaquaval. Can't get into Quaquaval. Liking Goldengo should be illegal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Bruxish is just gross.
We have an absolute star-studded top of the bracket right now. There are so many names that you guys will be familiar with, that we're very familiar with, and the
Bruxish. I don't even like saying Bruxish's name. That's how much I dislike Bruxish. I think Bruxish is just by far my least favorite Pokemon. Ben Moore says, keep the party running after NAIC. Let's stream the USA World Cup. USA, USA, USA. Let's freaking go, dude. They have to be streaming Gustavo Tour. They have to, right? All right, I'm running to to the body again. I'll be right back. Hopefully I'll be back to Gustavo Tord. We'll be right back.
So many players on the floor, all the way from the UK, wider Europe. Of course, we've got a bunch of really fantastic Australian players as well, Japanese. We're all in.
Yeah, absolutely. Players are all in because they're also going to have to be facing each other, I should say, because we do have a few of the notable matches to showcase as well, alongside potentially which may be our feature match, and that's highlighted at the very, very top. Tord Reklev versus Gustavo Wada will be our feature match in this amazing list of different notable matches here.
That is a lot of international championship power between those two. Both absolutely fantastically used, players that are actually really used to what happens at this stage of the tournament. And pairing this early on is not something we would expect. This feels like a record from what's going to be tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't want to keep talking about them with just this on the screen. I want to send us straight to the desk right now because I know both of our players are ready here. Just both of our players. Tord Reklev on the left-hand side. You can see he's piloting that End Zoroark EX deck up against Gustavo Wada on our right with that Dragapult Dusnoir, Amy. We're in for a real treat.
We are in for an absolute masterclass of not just these decks, but how to sequence, play. You know, a real lesson for everyone out there who's thinking, I just want to get into the Pokemon trading card game. This is your moment. Keep your eyes glued to the screen, because if there's anyone who's going to be the best teacher around, it's Tord and Gustavo.
Absolutely. 7 international championships between the pair of them. 5 for Tord Reklev, of course. 2 EYC victories for Gustavo Wada. I mean, just the level of accomplishments, even just outside the international championships. Don't even forget, Gustavo Wada has had accolades at the World Championships as well in the sort of younger divisions, and he's been able to go through all these years and continue to be one of the very top players in the Pokemon trading card game.
You're not wrong, and I think we all know a household name at this point, Tord Reklev, bringing the power, bringing so much Pokemon knowledge and passion. As we've seen throughout this tournament, we saw a segment with Tord earlier, you know, speaking about he's going to be doing this when he's old, and he's going to be playing for a long, long time just because he has so much passion and love for the game.
Yeah, they both already have built an impressive legacy. It'll be a really interesting matchup. We've already discussed a little bit about the decks already there. I mean, Tord is piloting that End Zoroark EX. He's faced 3 Dragapults already in this tournament, so he's well versed, and he's actually 3-0 against them. Gustavo, on the other hand, playing that Dragapult
That's freaking right.
One End Zoroark
That's
already
freaking right.
in this
show Gustavo Tord. That's freaking right. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready to watch. I've got peanuts. Ready to watch this ball game. Tord is on Zoroark? That doesn't surprise me. That guy likes to draw cards. Does that surprise you? Doesn't surprise me. All right, we've got ourselves a freaking heavyweight matchup here, dude. Holy smokes.
Often where we see a lot of consistency between very top high-level players. We finally get to, as we've already mentioned, discuss a matchup between 2 really in the thick of things now. I mean, 4-0, push themselves potentially to 5-0. As we do get a chance to look at those prizes now. There's a little treats there from Tord's side and the top left-hand side. Does get the
Gustavo on
as
Pulp.
well. Gustavo, I think, won't be too sad about those
Pulp,
prizes.
Pulp,
the only Badoo in the list, but maybe we'll just have to find other ways around it. But this is a glimpse just into the decks. Both our players will be looking to try and work out at some point what those prizes
staff
are, to
buddy
know
buddies.
what resources they have available to them. Yeah, we're in for a great one here, Amy.
Honestly, the Wampadu doesn't panic me too much because this is the Dust Noir build, which typically runs Rare Candy, and we do indeed have Rare Candy in the deck.
Gustavo
like
playing
you
Pulse
do have the ability to go
Noir.
faster. Badu doesn't need to buy you time. Badu, although it is great for kind of stopping your opponent from establishing a strong board early, at this point, we're going to have to just go for the other route and really start to go ham on making sure that we're just
let's
doing
freaking
everything
bet
we
on
can
this.
to get those Dragon Bolt set up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and then of course with the Zoroarks, you have that fantastic ability to be able to get into the game. Looks like we have the fist bump, Amy. I think both our players are kicking things off here for Swiss round 5. It's Tord Reklev versus Gustavo Wilder, and it looks like it's going to be Gustavo kicking things off with that Buddy Poffin.
Oh, a very, very useful card indeed. One that Tord has a few fewer of right now. Not as many buddies in Tord's deck right now as a couple of them are prized. But Gustavo's going in hot.
Let's go. Freaking love Pumpkin Amy on the mic. Let's freaking go, Amy. Let's go.
Duskull.
Yeah, absolutely. You just want to be starting to set up the board set as Gustavo gets a chance to glimpse through the deck to work out what is prized, what he will have access to throughout this game, of course. Just to run you through, I know we've seen a bit of Dragapult throughout this feature matches so far already, but that big bad Dragapult EX, that one big dragon type with no weakness, with a fantastic attack, Phantom Dive, 200 damage to the active and 6 damage counters that could be spread to your opponent's bench in any way you like. But to get there, we use Dracloak, Recon Directive, and all the other combinations to get to that stage. We did get the energy attachment to the active Dreepy, and it's just a passover with the Team Rocket's Watchtower in play as well.
All right, we've got a Pokepad. That's a huge start for Tord, being able to look through that deck again, something we really want to be doing early on in the early turns to establish what cards are in the prize cards so that we know which route to take. Which sequence is going to get us those 6 essential prize cards? What Pokemon are in my deck? How much energy have I got to work with? All of these questions Tord will have answered in his head while looking through this deck right now. And what an iconic deck for Tord to be playing as well, this kind of trade engine, which we've seen through many formats to great success. And it's not stopping here.
Yeah, especially with Tord as well. I mean, he has a lot of history with that ability, or that type of ability, I should say, as we do get some attachments of that tool there. That Binding Mochi goes on that bench. Zorua needs to find some more Zoruas onto the bench just to get that engine live. Also has that stage 1 engine of his own, as you've already mentioned, Amy. But then that's when you're starting to get into that Night Joker attack of the End Zoroark EX, being able to copy any of your End's Pokemon's attacks from your bench. And that's where we can start to see deal real amounts of damage and really try and take the game away from a deck like Dragapult.
Yeah, and Zoroark has that nice flexibility, and that's where we see this new kind of addition that we've seen a lot today with Transformation Tome coming in to really give the deck more flexibility, more power to be able to jump your opponents kind of into a flurry of panic as Transformation Tome transforms the board state almost entirely.
Yep, then we get the Dark Energy attachment now to the Enzora onto the bench. Of course, you want to try and keep that protected as much as possible. That Pecharunt EX also hits the field, and it is a pass over, so no more Zoruas into play for the moment. We know we're playing up against a Dragapult EX deck, so they can be a little bit slower.
Rare candies!
Rare candy into that
Yes!
Duskull.
That's a bit scary, I gotta say. I
My
wouldn't want
freaking
that
goat,
thing
dude.
zooming
That's
at
why
me,
he's
'cause,
the
That's
goat!
a little bit intense when there's only 2 Zorua on the bench.
Rare
Being
candies.
able
Yes,
to
dude.
curse blast and take
Yes,
out
dude.
a Zorua
Yes.
early to prevent
They're so
Tord
freaking
from not only being able
good.
to set up, but also stopping getting that trade engine on board to be able
God, the
to
candies are so nuts. I mean, they just give you such explosive plays. I love it. I can't wait to see the list that Gustavo's cooking with. I can't wait to see it.
cards like that.
Yeah, could have been even scarier if there was a Dragapult and an energy in hand.
Oh, could you
as well,
imagine?
but I think going into the Duskull is just as nice. But we do get the Lilies for the full 8, of course. That fantastic draw support that allows you to draw up to 8 cards so long as you still have 6 prizes remaining. We now get also
the candy Duskull
Pokepad,
just
which
gives
is
you
allowing the
so
deck
much
to really be
explosive
as
play. I
consistent
mean,
as possible.
you're
Grab
threatening
those-
towards
those
board
Dracloaks
like
with the
crazy
Recon
right now.
Directives when you need it to, as we do see it instantly evolving to the active one there. And we're going to have the first recon directive live in this Swiss round 5 shortly as well.
Dracloak, what a guy, and he's got that happy little Dreepy next to him.
You could go
because
Dracloak.
They know exactly what they're doing. They're
Dustnor, you
cheeky.
could knock out both.
They let you have a look
That'd
at
be
the
crazy.
top 2 cards of the deck. You get to take one of them to your hand and put one to the bottom, and guess what? Another Dracloak. You couldn't write it.
So we're going to see a further 4 cards after this Lily's Determination now as well. Another Dracloak also in the second recon directive.
Yeah, no fire energy though, so it doesn't look like that play's happening. But now, as Gustavo, you kind of got to decide, like, where are we going, right? You got the energy in the active. That Dracloak is being threatened. Yeah, so I like this play, right? Because you pretty much say, like, nah, you're not getting an attack with Zorak next turn, right? By neutralizing the Zorua, you pretty much protect the energy, right? You protect the energy on your active Dracloak by doing that, because, like, the odds of Tord being able to get an attack off this would be pretty tough, I think. Like, not really possible. I mean, it is possible, but right. I mean, you would have to, like, patch something into the active, use the ends PP up, and then, like, ends tower, ends castle to, like, retreat, right? Something like that. Because you can only use ends PP up to the bench, so, like, it'd be pretty tough to pull off. So I like that from Gustavo. Just pop the Zorua with the energy, make life a little harder for Tord. You got the Duskull down as well, so you're threatening another Dustnor.
So this isn't just going to be it, but that's looking pretty good so far as a starting point.
Yep, further 3 cards first to deliberate before we play anything else.
Tord is playing Enstar Manitan as well. Okay.
Going through the deck, trying to find the pieces Tord may need to try and just kind of return the kind of actions that Gustavo's done to his board state for the moment, as we do get the first trade ability of this game off as well. Sereno hitting the discard to get another Ultra Ball and a Black Belt's training. That's another way that you can overcome the extra HP that you often see with the Dragapult EXs as well. Typically, Zoroark does have a nicer time into Dragapult, but it's one of those where with some additions from the most recent set, that Transformation Tome that we've seen, maybe this is its moment to shine.
Right, so what do we need here, Alex? We're looking for energy. We still don't have that. We need, on a Zoroark, we don't have enough.
Nope.
We also possibly need an attacking Pokemon, because although Zoroark's attack can be established with the 2 energy, we need another Ends Pokemon on our bench. What do you think Tord's going to be looking for here?
I mean, maybe looking for a turn where we're just trying to stabilize the board state just for the moment, just whilst Gustavo is then going to be trying to take as many attacks and take as many prizes as possible. We do see that Badoo maneuver to the front of the deck as well. So then it's just trying to see how Tord will be able to play out this turn. Does look like it's going to be that Badoo. As I mentioned, that could be one way just to kind of slow the game down a little bit. We do get the Petrant EX's ability to maneuver the Zorua into the active spot, then retreat with the energy going into the discard. So Badoo in the active spot now, energy attachment to the bench, and Zorua EX, and ends PP up as well. But
now we're ready to rumble.
We need to make sure we're protected, so it's going to be an Itchy Pollen, maybe.
It's got to be. You're right. We re-established the board. Everyone's ready, and of course, it is good to go now. Gustavo's turn starts off, and he's ready to go now. We finally have those Dracloak on board. We have removed 1 Zorua from the equation, but it's not going to be enough. We got to do some more recon directive. Otherwise, there's going to be a no-go. What does Gustavo need? We need a Dragapult for a start.
All right. Let's see what Gustavo's got going on here, right? Oh, yeah. He's got sauce in his hand. He's got stuff he can do. Can't play items, though, but does have Pulse, does have Crispin, does have Cloak. What ace-spec is that in his hand? I assumed Unfair Stamp, but is it Crystal? It is Crystal. Dude, yes. We were saying this. We were saying this, dude, at the beginning of the stream. Crystal. That's crazy. Just gives you so much flexibility with your energy attachments. Extremely cool. Yeah, love to see that. And the question is, of course, like, do you pop this Klops to, like, take anything out? It's probably not worth it, right? Or you could take out the Zorua that way. Boss. Yep, I like this play. Hey, Gustavo is setting this up perfectly. Yep, boss, knockout Zorua, and then... I mean, you could sprinkle like 1 damage counter on the Fez. I don't think really hurts. You could just clear the Badoo. You could put all 6 on the Badoo, give Tord 0 damage counters to work with. And yeah, I think that, you know, put 1. And that's exactly what I would have done. I like that. Just the 1 on the Fez, the rest to the Badoo, because you really want to not give Tord any extra damage counters to play with as far as like the Monkey Dory goes, but you also... don't mind giving Tord 1 single damage counter to work with, because that does make it so that the Fez is just like a boss knockout, right? So, like that play. And taking the Zorua also fiercely limits Tord's draw potential as well, as he's only got the Zoroark. 1 Zoroark, Fez. So... Gonna be an interesting next turn for Tord. Gustavo's already up 3 prizes. I mean, just like crazy, right? That is quite the hole to play out of if you're Tord.
In the space of 2 turns.
It's not great. Zorua want to stick around on the board really for Tord, so unfortunately that's gonna create some sticking points there. But it is time to trade as Tord continues to perfect this hand and make sure that he's cherry picking these cards. He got a Zorua and a Zen Zoroark off that trade, so there is an opportunity now to start making those stronger Pokemon on the bench once more, but it's still a really tricky situation. Tord is very much on the back foot. Gustavo looking in a fantastic position. Can Tord bring it back?
Yeah, here comes an Ultra Ball now. Tord getting a chance to re-look through the deck itself. Does have that chance now to find another Ends Pokemon to be able to use Night Joker as an attack. He is still staring down at a Dusclops on Gustavo's side of the board as well, which could soon evolve once again to a Duswa. And that could be
Zekrom comes down. And we've got another Zorua and a Darumaka before the Lily. Brilliant use of sequencing there to make sure that every single card Tord needs to put down is already there before we Lily. We've now got attackers that we can see, and Tord is ready to utilize each and one of them depending on the situation that Gustavo presents.
6 cards from the Lily for Tord. What is Tord working with? Does find one of those transmission terms, of course. We know one of those is prized. Does have access to the Stadium Ends Castle, so we can have an easy maneuverability.
Yeah, I don't think Tord is getting this knockout, folks. Yeah, no, it's not looking like it. You would need... I mean, there's no Mochi. The Mochi got taken out by the Rare Candy Dusknoir. I mean, that was a huge thing, right? So this is just going to be a smack for, what, 250? Yeah, so not a KO. Sets it up, though. We got to keep in mind that Tord does play the N-Star Manitan, so could clean this up later. Yeah, look at the way Gustavo handles that deck. I'm just saying, like, dude, that's a gamer right there. That's someone who's been playing cards. Man. That dude is a pro. Love it. Freaking goated, dude. Big Gustavo fan.
staple in a lot of these decks recently with the dark energy now attached to it also.
Time to monkey around, and of course, with
Tor gonna scoop it up. Yup. Yup. Scoop it up, baby. Let's go. Scoop it up, Gustavo. Blue steel, Gustavo. Blue steel. It was game. Whatever, dude. All right. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Blue steel, Gustavo. Give it to him. Show it to him, Gustavo. Let's freaking go. You think it's called Magnum?
Had been able to find that fire energy, clearing off both Zoras, but has led to an overwhelming advantage. Of course, Gustavo ended up winning the game anyways, but yeah, I mean, what can Tor do against the extra damage from Dusknoir? I think that's the big question here. How does he adapt? How does he more aggressively go after them? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's gonna have to try
the crazy,
and deal with them
the rock
in order
music
to have
in the
a better
background
chance
goes
against game
nuts.
2. Otherwise, those Curse Blasts are really gonna get out of control here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's so interesting to kind of just see what game plan Tord needs to now come up with to try and mitigate those Dusknoir plays. I mean, that rare candy instantly coming in on Gustavo's turn 2 meant Tord may need to go into that Badoo where possible. I mean, it's just unfortunate on that turn that Tord did have. We couldn't really find more Zoras. We couldn't really find anything, any way to find the Badoo, for example, or maneuver into it. So it just ended up giving Gustavo a massive
Gustavo's
opportunity
freaking locked, dude.
to take down the board.
Yeah, Gustavo was able to
My
piece
dude is
together
locked.
those Dusknoir and Dusclops so perfectly. to be
Tord
able to
knows
make
he's up
the
against a
biggest
stone cold
impacts,
killer this
really
round.
going
He knows
fast at
it,
the
dude.
beginning and making sure that we're
Tord is
disrupting
obviously a
Tord
stone
being
cold
able to
killer.
set up
Obviously,
properly
everybody knows
is
that, but Tord
huge.
knows
And
he's up
then
against a
right
real
at the
one right
end,
here, dude. He knows this.
Dusknoir into the
This could be a
active,
tough one for
move
sure.
the 10 damage to the end Zoroark, Phantom Dive, and we're golden into that 1-0 in this Swiss round 5 here in New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where we're starting to see a lot of experience with certain decks. We've seen a lot of Dragapult already throughout this whole tournament. I'm sure we're going to see many more because of just how powerful that deck is, and especially in the hands of fantastic players. We saw very unique directions our players have been taken. And Tord now up against it, 1 game down, but plenty of time to turn this around. Remember, I mentioned Tord's already overcome 3 Dragapult EXs throughout so far, as we finally do get to kick things off here. This is game 2 of Swiss round 5. It's
Gustavo got the buddy to open things up. Flawless execution. Going first. Badoo active. Badoo's already there. So even if Tord's got like the turn 1 clutch, it doesn't matter because you already got Badoo there. So you're good to go in that regard. Gustavo going to give a quick deck check. We've got special red card, Rocket's Watchtower, Dracloak, Pult. That's fine. A little bit of everything. That's okay. Looks like it's going to be Ultra Ball, discard Judge, and a Dreepy to get a preemptive Dracloak because he knows that he might get item locked early, right? And that's just Dreepy number 4. Also going to retreat. Wow. All right, so that's like, that's cool. That's cool. That's the Gustavo diff right there. Let's break that down. Why do you retreat the Badoo? You don't want the Badoo to take 20 damage. You don't want the Badoo to get locked there in the active. You want to be able to potentially go Rare Candy Dragapult. Put pressure on. Also, yes, Tord chose second with Zoroark. That is interesting. Yeah, that is interesting for sure. That's a very strong turn 1, though, from Gustavo.
Going straight into that Meowth EX with its fantastic ability, allowing you to grab a supporter out of your deck. Last-ditch catch utilized here. And now we do have access to a Lily's Determination for
Oh, yeah, Zorua can knock out
cards
Bidoof, huh?
once again. Another card that just allows a lot of decks to gain a lot of consistency. And it's been very useful for Tord so far.
That's
This
just
tournament,
20.
he's currently 4-0 alongside Gustavo, also 4-0 as well. Both players playing 1 Meowth EX in the decks after all.
Yeah, those pesky watchtowers, those Team Rocket watchtower, which we've seen to great success during this event. Just turning off that last-ditch catch can be a huge trouble to getting set up or making that game-winning move.
So let's see here, Tord, 8 cards. Very meticulously picked out just to make sure we don't draw extra, of course. Does have access to Buddy Buddy Poppin now, so we do have access to further Zoruas for this game.
I think you'll find that that's a Buddy Poffin, because there's 2, so you got to double the buddies, right?
Absolutely. I mean, what's always interesting is whether you now hold on to the Buddy Buddy Poppin, maybe use it for later end Zoruas, or even just use it as collateral for that trade ability as well. So just the first one being played initially here by Tord Reklev. I can only imagine it's going to be
Whoa, well, you know what? Tord isn't going to have the problem of last turn, I imagine, when we were sort of struggling to see those Zoruas, but Tord has made sure to get plenty on the board now.
So it's looking pretty good from this scenario. The only other ends Pokemon on the board as a potential attacker on a future turn will be that Ends Darumaka, which will and should evolve into the Ends Darmanitan at some stage. Oh, it does look like maybe we're just deliberating how we're going to fully get value out of the whole hand, I think it looks like at this stage, because that board has gone back to 4. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Ends are up, back on the board again.
Ends PP up, brings a little bit of energy to that Ends Zorua, and of course Night Stretcher then grabs back the Ends Zoroark from Tord's discard pile, and we're passing away to Gustavo. I love the way Night Stretcher can be utilized as if it's a draw card. You're putting cards in the discard pile with purpose, knowing that you can get those back later.
Yep, same scenario where Tord is playing his item cards out prior to Gustavo potentially going into a Itchy Pollen, as we do get the Sparking
now
Crystal
this
out,
is
Tord
freaking sick, right? This is sick. So, you know, goes into the, and you see Tord is kind of, Tord's like, nice. Game recognized game. Like, all right, there's a whole crystal in there. I see, right? So all Gustavo has to do is hit like Rare Candy Pult and an either energy, and there you go. Like, you got the Pult coming in, right? Now it looks like this draw was terrible. Everything. Oh, there it is! Let's go! Let's go! Absolutely nuts. Let's freaking go, dude. See, and that's one of the ways that this deck can just be so explosive, so crazy, right? With the Sparkling Crystal, didn't even have to Crispin, right? You just go, bam, here's the crystal, Rare Candy Pult. Dude, flashing the Rare Candy, that's swag right there, dude. That's swag. Especially when you're up game 1, dude. Yeah. You let the swag show a little bit. Got to. We got one on the Meowth, one on each of the Zoruas, like that. All right, can Tord architect this knockout? I mean, that would be like... That would be really tough. Couple of Zorks,
Darmanitan.
Darmanitan.
At any point, he'll be able to evolve the Darumaka.
Yep, so as the other ends Zoroark EX also can go full 3 of them on the board there, as we do get a third End Zoroark evolving up to the End Zoroark EX now. Ultra Ball also being played. Oh no, sorry, pitched away. Apologies. As we do
Trading can get confusing because there's so much of it going on, but 3 Ends Zoroark EX in play allows Tord to be able to siphon away cards that aren't useful right now and make this perfect hand.
Yeah, I think the tricky point here is the only key attacker we have is that Ends Darmanitan, as it is the flip the script that's being used now by Tord. So which direction can we go in? Looks like he's going to evolve up that Ends Darmanitan, or Darumaka, I should say, into the Darmanitan on the bench. So we do have now a live attacker. Backdraft and Flame Body Cannon are available to End Zoroark EX once there's 2 Dark Energies on the active. And now it's a Lily's determination for 8 to try and turn this around.
Lily's got to try and turn the tide. We flipped the script. It wasn't enough. So Tord's natural next move is, okay, my supporter needs to be the most impactful it can possibly be. And that is going to have to be the power of Lily's determination. Will Tord get what he's looking for? Let's find out with these 6 important cards.
Still 8 aiming.
Oh, it's 8.
Yeah, still
we haven't
8.
taken a prize card. My bad. It's
No,
8.
Absolutely. So we've got to give credit Tord for just so he has more cards to be playing with here. There's the attachment to the active, so we can fire off an Ends Darmanitan attack with that Night Joker. But can we get real good value here? I guess we can take down the Dracloak, remove the draw engine from Gustavo's board, and also equal the prizes as well. So Tord also now going down to 5 prize cards remaining. Has picked up another Ends Zoroark EX there. Massive KO for everyone to see.
Yeah, using...
See what Gustavo's got off of this. He's got Psychic to the Dreepy, Double Dust Skull down, obviously Damage Dragapult in the active, 3 damage counters on the active Zoroark. So a Clops puts that Zoroark in Phantom Dive range. The cost of giving up another prize card, though, does have Lily's Buddy Buddy Poffin as well. And say you get the Phantom Dive. Say you get Klopp's Phantom Dive, right? So you could like knock out the active. You would go down to 3 prizes remaining. The map is not like super clear. But Tord's bench is pretty jammed, so that's okay. Obviously could always tome into like a monkey at some point later, and I think that's why these lists are playing tome, so that you can like swap up EX Pokemon out into a monkey or vice versa, right? Being able to just kind of do that is very good. Got Ultra Ball, got that Dracloak down. I feel like you kind of... I guess you don't have to use Klops to like blow up the Zoroark here. If you have it. It looks like it's not. So I think Gustavo's just going to swing 200. The board is, you know, bench locked out a monkey now. Not that that really matters when you're playing a tome list. Like, Tord could easily just swap that Meowth out for a monkey. And then you've got that, right? So I think, you know, probably some of the safest place to put the damage counters, I guess, you know, could be you want to start setting up the Darmanitan a little bit, because the Darmanitan can't be tomed out, right? So, like, I guess putting 10 on it does actually set it up for a potential Dusknoir. So that's kind of interesting. Which that's probably something that Gustavo's looking at. You put 10 on the Darmanitan, you could dust snore it. You've got 5 on the Meowth, you could dust snore that. And then everything else is kind of spread out pretty evenly. Tord is obviously pretty hungry for energy, having just discarded all of his energy off of the Ends Darmanitan attack. So we'll have to charge those back into play. So getting like a monkey play this turn would be pretty tough for Tord. It looks like he's got the Ends Castle, Ends PP up. And it's just going to be a Lilies.
Full hog of 8 cards here from that Lily's Determination, but 6 is still...
Yeah, Tord does need an attacker. I mean, yeah, if you want to clear this Dragapult, you could tome into an attacker, but like also you could Monkey again, right? Or you could Darmanitan again and knock out the Bench Cloak again. I don't think that that's like that bad. It's tough though. I mean, because Tord can't really afford to take any risks, so is down game 1. Let's see what he ends up finding here off the trades. Does find 1 tome there. Could find a second tome. He's got the Ends Zekrom in the discard pile now, so second tome would mean that he could go Ends Zekrom, take the knockout if he wants to. Does he find it?
Before we start making some key decisions in how we maybe take this a game away from Gustavo.
Yes. Tord always won for the dramatics. With the reveal, does have the double tome, okay, and can swap that Meowth out for the Zekrom and take this KO. Also found the darkness energy that he needs, so this is going to be just a clean knockout for Tord. But
yeah, it's an incredible way to kind of display that transformation tome. There are 4 copies of. We keep just seeing
it's still looking kind of scary though, because Gustavo has got some serious action going on.
Just as you said, and Tord now goes down to 3 prize.
He's got the backup Dracloak ready to go. He's got the Double Dust Skull. I mean, it would have been really good for Gustavo to have a Klops into play last turn, but we'll kind of see where he goes. That benched Zoroark's only got 50 hit points left. All right, he's got Rare Candy in hand, so that's a Rare Candy Dust Snore. He's already got... They're going to take the Ultra Ball. He's got Crispin and Boss, too. He does need Dragapult, so that's kind of like... And you can see him weighing this, like... Yeah, he's going to actually choose... Okay, the Ultra Ball. Final answer. And we'll see what the second one gets. Klops. The Klops does clear the benched Zoroark for 2 prizes. Does kind of like make it a little bit easier to play that Ultra Ball in hand, if that's something that he wants to do.
But Dragapult Dusknoir has some of the most ferocious comeback potential in the game currently.
Yeah, so just an opportunity for Gustavo to deliberate his board state and how he uses this Curse Blast on Tord's side as he does target down that Ends Zoroark, or heavily damaged Ends Zoroark EX. Meaning Gustavo will take 2 prizes as well, also bringing himself down to 3 prize cards remaining, but pushes Tord 1 step closer.
Ooh, Gustavo found a special red card there.
Ends Castle from the prizes as well. Does have access to that secret box also.
Gustavo could do something like,
from the prizes, so
you know, try to buy a turn with Itchy Pollen
Can Gustavo find a
while
way
he builds up for win
really
next turn.
Just put Tord on the back foot based on the current board state. Still has access to 1.
Do we want to let Tord go to 2? Yeah, you can let Tord go to 2 if you don't put like a, you know, I mean, Gustavo does not have, I guess, Gustavo doesn't have a 2 prize replay, but then Tord could win with Ends Darmanitan, so I guess that's not an option, no.
Dragapult EX.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to make a stand and try to batter down the defenses of Tord, Gustavo's going to want to get some big HP Pokemon on the board as soon as possible. So here comes Dragapult to help Gustavo out. Of course, with an attach of an energy, Gustavo can retreat Badu. Dragapult is primed and ready in the active spot. We're going to boss his orders of Pheasantipity
Boss Fez,
for
red
two
card.
further prize cards and special red card to really add some flurry into Tord's play and make it really hard for Tord just to take those final 2 prize cards by forcing Tord to shuffle
What's
his
my take
hand,
on the new
get
full art
rid of
items?
the
They're
bottom
chill.
of his deck, and draw only 3 cards.
I still like the
That's why
old,
Tord's taken a
I prefer the
moment just
old
to
gold items,
remind
the ones
himself
that
what cards are
weren't full
gonna
art.
be
I think
going to
those
the
are like really
bottom
pretty.
of the deck, of course.
Like the old ones
I mean,
from
there's
like
a lot of
the
draw power on the board.
XY
One
block.
has been removed from that Curse Blast for the time
And
being.
the black and
Special
white
red
block,
card
black and white
really
XY,
impacting
those old gold ones.
the game right
They
now.
had, like, the
we
gold
knew it was
borders.
going to be impactful in some way since
I
its
actually really
release
like those.
in Chaos Rising. And everyone was kind of anticipating it coming, and here it is. Does it come to fruition, though, as we are about to get the Phantom Dive off, which will knock out the Pheasantipity, but Tord has just flashed the boss's orders just to showcase that I have it in hand. I can target down what I need to, and Tord Reklev will be taking game 2 here to level up this series.
Game 3, game 3, game 3, game 3, game 3. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Amazing. Game 3. 2 goats out here duking it out. 2 of the best players to ever touch a Pokemon card. Gustavo Wada and Tord Reklev. Absolute treat getting to watch these 2 play. Got a good amount of time left. There's 15 minutes. I feel like Peltnor, it was pretty easy for me to not tie playing Peltnor because Dragapult like cuts the game. I mean, the Dusknoir like shortens every game you play is shortened by like a turn or 2 because of Dusknoir. So it felt pretty easy to not tie. Right? That's just the Dusknoir difference, right? All the games are a little bit shorter because of the way that you're kind of like truncating the game with Dusknoir's Curse Blast ability. So
These 2 titans of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well spoken there, Pablo, because it's just such an impressive way to see how this matchup has played out. I mean, we've seen so many different angles. I mean, with Tord piloting the deck with Transformation Tome, he has some additional agency in the deck itself. You know, he's always spoken previously, just being able to, you know, pick up Pokemon from the board state and reset the board at times is such an important way to play the game, so you have greater control in certain matchups. But Gustavo, again, hitting that turn 2 rare candy into the Dragapult, into the Sparkling Crystal, really trying to force Tord into awkward spots by taking a massive knockout and just kind of setting up the board state. Really just showcases, again, Gustavo's built in a way almost like, it's almost like a turbo build, but it's not. But he's just hitting those rare candies at the right time.
It's important, and rare candy has been a staple in many meta before now, and Gustavo is showing us just why. It's impactful because it's quick. We're fast, making the pace of the game much faster than it was before. You force your opponent to respond, and if they just don't got it, they don't got it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just have just under 12 minutes remaining, so let's see if this pace can pick up for one of our players to take it. Yeah, fist bump already. This is game 3 now. Level series here in Swiss Round 5. Gustavo going first for the 3rd time in a row, and also with that Buddy Poffin for the 3rd time in a row.
Okay, that's a lot of Dreepy, but you know what? You know what Dreepy need?
Yeah,
they need some Duskull.
Absolutely.
In this build anyway, a very important Pokemon to get down early, as Gustavo's going to need every single trick up his sleeve to be able to bring this to a 2-1.
Yep, just a quick glance of the deck as we went through the Buddy Poffin. We do get a chance to glimpse at the prizes alongside Gustavo as well. Don't think he'll be too sad about those prizes. You know, those stadium cards, less impactful in this game. I mean, you could slow down a Meowth EX, but outside of that, it's generally pretty good. Tord gets to do the same thing as well. Double end Zorua hitting the field from that Buddy Poffin and Serena
Yeah,
to boot.
that's
We're
a
getting
very
lots of
strong
Zorua.
start
And
from
look at the
Tord.
pace.
That
I mean,
is
both our
very
players
strong. He's
truly
into
well
it.
respected
He's loving
between
it.
one
And he's got
another.
the
We
itchy
get
paw.
Badu also
Oh
active
my
spot.
God,
Energy attack into the
Tord.
bench. And
No,
Zorua,
Tord,
and
take it
looks like we're gonna be
easy,
kicking
bro.
things off with
Take
that
it easy.
itchy
You don't need to do it.
on that
You don't need
turn
to
one
do
from
it all
Tord
like
Reckless.
that, my
Glad
guy.
you
It
speaking
didn't need
so
to all
quick
be
then. You
all
barely
that.
kept
It
up,
didn't
but
have
you
to
can see why.
do
Gustavo
all that.
matching that pace.
Oh
We've
my
got
God.
Dracoloak. What's next?
Yo, Ben Morse with the
we're probably
prime
gonna see
sub in
some
the
recon
62
directives
months.
from
Appreciate you, big
Gustavo
dog. Thank
soon.
you.
Yeah, we're going in for that first one. What's Gustavo going to choose? We don't know. It's a
You see Tord go with a start like that?
No,
It's a
longer.
judge. He's got the
and that's
judge. You gotta be
good.
kidding me.
If you're Gustavo right now, that's probably going to be a choice supporter. We've just seen Tord put those cards
Dude.
in his hand. You know what? Put 'em back.
You didn't have to
Tord.
do him
Shuffle
like
him,
that,
please.
Gustavo.
Especially when you're impacted by Itchy Pollen. Judge being the supporter of choice from that recon directive. Each player shuffles their hand.
Absolutely
into the deck, draws 4
insane.
cards. So no more end Zorua,
Dude,
at least
the
for the moment. Unless you can find
judge?
it once again, Tord.
The one of
I
judge
think
just
Gustavo's
have
only
it
other
like
decision there
that.
was whether to try and attach to the active, maybe to use it as a pivot retreat, maybe into his own Badu. But when you're already item locked yourself, trying to find your own Badu with 4 cards is not an easy feat.
No, can be a little tricky. Gustavo now going.
Oh, he
okay.
plays
Wow,
multiple
straight
judge.
into Another recon directive.
He plays multiple judge. Oh my God.
Passing
What?
Over to Tord, who is item locked. We can evolve one Zorua.
He's playing 2 judge?
Tord has actually
Huh?
because there is no Badu on.
Oh my
Zabu's
God,
side.
dude. That's insane.
Though that's Buddy Poffin pitched away. We do have access to Ultra Ball.
Makes sense that he's playing 2 judge though, because he's playing the crystal, so he doesn't have the stamp. So he's playing 2 judge. Yeah, because he's playing crystal as his ace spec.
It's a tricky situation. Got to use all of the resources that Tord has, but he is struggling because of the lack of cards in his hand. It's all great having an Ultra Ball, but not so great when you've only got 5 cards in hand total, because you have to pitch away 2 of them.
Yeah, not all cards are fodder at this stage at the moment.
No.
You got to get to that board and get to that hand size first before you can do so. But what helps this scenario is that Tord does have that Badu in the active spot, can slow down Gustavo as much as he can, although we have seen double Dracoloak on the other side of the board already. And it just looks like it's going to be an Ultra Ball for that Meowth EX with that last-ditch catch, who's already kind of predetermined, that Lily's Determination supporter as well. So it's basically saying that's exactly what I'm going for, because we want to see more cards, and maybe I can just kind of draw into more end Zoroark EX, and then I'll be well protected.
Yeah, you can reset your hand by being able to play this Lily and get out of a judge scenario, and that's exactly what Tord's done.
What Tord doesn't know is that
I
there's a
really
second
need
judge.
more cards in hand right now. What is the most efficient line to get me there? And actually, Meowth fits the bill with last-ditch catch perfectly.
Yo, thank you so much for ordering a pack of the sleeves, Fire Fist. I'm glad you got them. Awesome stuff. Thank you for supporting a great cause.
Already been showcasing in this Swiss round 5. There's the 8 cards, does find just an easy draw into another end Zoroark EX as well. Then can start thinking about what card is next to be traded away to see 2 further cards as well. So there's a lot
be
of
another
options
tie.
here, but time is ticking. We're now down to under 7
Tord
minutes
is really
remaining as we do get a poker pad being played.
really
Tord has
deliberating.
a lot of decisions to make in not a lot of time. You're absolutely right, Alex, but Tord has done an excellent job of being able to get those end Zoroark back into play, regardless of Gustavo being able to judge and force Tord to put them at the bottom of the deck. So honestly, some phenomenal plays from both sides, just pushing each other the other way and forcing Tord to jump through hoops to get to the destination.
Second trade now, discarding the ends Darumaka to the discard pile. Maybe saying I can just use Transformation Tome later to evolve straight up into that ends Darmanitan. Further down the line, as it looks like now, an Ultra Ball is being eyed up here. Most likely for that third Enzoroark EX.
You know what, Alex? I think you might be very right indeed, because not only is Enzoroark EX a fantastic attacking body, it also provides
We don't have
that
Tome into
trade
Darmanitan. We don't have that play, do we? That no, we don't have that play. No, because I think he's evolved up all of his Zorua that he had. I'm pretty sure.
on each turn to get closer to victory.
Yep, and right now, towards in this board state where he's looking pretty comfortable if this was to go a bit further, but he's always staring down at those pesky Dusclops and Dusclops. Does trade into Secret Box as well as a special red card of his own. But
it's a tough decision. It really is, honestly, especially because you
could tome the Meowth. Okay, right, because the Meowth was down turn 1, right?
Box.
Yeah, and in that hand as well, we've kind of already mentioned it, how he wants to kind of maneuver around that board state. He's holding on to one transformation tome, and that ends Darmanitan.
You can see
well.
the
I have the whole hand,
give
right?
away all those other cards.
They're going. The decision has been made.
Yep.
A tough one, but it could be a game-winning choice. And now we get an item, a supporter, a tool. My goodness, we get so much out of a Secret Box, and you can see why
this is
Tord
kind of
has
nuts.
decided to utilize this ace.
Oh, the Badoo. That's right. It's the Badoo. It's the Badoo, right? The Meowth was this turn.
Paramount
Yeah.
for consistency.
I forgot about the Badoo.
Just want to double check with that transformations tome. Yeah, that Badoo
We
goes.
can evolve the Darmanitan straight away, Alex.
Yeah, exactly. I know everyone was thinking maybe that Meowth EX, we spoke about it, but it's instead going to be that Badoo into that ends Darumaka, into the ends Darmanitan.
That's a tough one.
And we get Flame
That's a
Body
tough one,
Cannon
Gustavo. Gonna be
to
honest.
wipe out the active GP.
Kind of you're getting the Tord business right now, Gustavo. You're getting the AC. He's like, that was pretty good, Tord. That was pretty good. That was pretty.
Around on Gustavo, it felt like with Gustavo with those turn 2 rare candies was really kind of taking the game.
That was pretty gnarly.
Being able to make sure that you have both.
And you got to go Lilies to try and.
Tricky, especially when Tord had them prized. So
At this point, 3.5 minutes left. It's not a ton of time left. I mean, if Gustavo takes like a minute or two on this turn, I don't know. Tord set up pretty good.
So Lily's determination is going to help with that. We've still got 6 prizes, so we do get
the full A.
There's a Dragapult.
But now with just the bench of the Duskull and the Dusclops, you only really have
Recon.
an opportunity to play use Curse Blast one time.
What else do we got?
You don't want to keep giving up prizes after all. It's going to be that boss's orders.
Take the boss.
The hand from that Recon directive. We have Dragapult in hand, but do we have energy to attack or Sparkling Crystal? Don't think so.
Gustavo doesn't want boss's orders. They want to order more Dreepy onto the bench. It's not
Could I mean, you could like pop a Dusknoir and then like special red card. Yeah, it's certainly kind of tough. At this point, if you're Gustavo, you might just be like kind of scrambling for the tie, right? And you might just be playing for the tie. Like from this point, you're like tie. Like, okay, how do I prolong the game as much as possible, right? Because Tord kind of just did it to you last turn, right? So like I you know, yeah. Like prolong. I like that's kind of that's the mode you're in. Yep, prolong, right? If you're Gustavo. And you see Tord is not in prolong. Tord understands that he needs to go, right? So I mean, look at that. He didn't like barely shuffle. He's like, go, 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 go. I need to 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 trade. Bang. You know? Tord didn't even trade. Tord didn't even trade. Didn't even trade because he understands what Gustavo is playing for the tie, right? He can't PP up under item lock, but he didn't even trade. because he's trying to get as many turns as possible in the game, whereas Gustavo is trying to just prolong as long as he can, right? Where Gustavo is like, yep, I'm cool. No, you don't. No. No. Gustavo is trying to make it so that time gets called this turn. So he's turn 0. And then you give Tord 2 turns to win, and he probably can't do it. That's what you're doing. Yep. And that's all you have to do. Yep. So then Gustavo's going to get the... Yep, he's turn 0. I mean, pretty much a mission accomplished there for Gustavo. Like I said, like at a certain point, and I hate this. I absolutely hate this about competitive play, but it's the way that you have to look at and play the game is that, you know, when you're at this level, it's like both players are kind of playing fast when they realize that game 3 could be theirs, right? But then as soon as players realize that game 3 is not theirs, then they start playing for the tie, right? And that's just the nature of competitive Pokemon right now. That is exactly how it goes. And you saw Tord, he started speeding up once he realized that game 3 was in his reach. But when he didn't know if game 3 was in his reach, after the judge, he was kind of like, you know, going at a medium pace, right? But then he's like, okay, game 3's in my reach. I got to go, right? And that's exactly like how it is. So Tord has 2 turns left. Under item lock, right? Has to take 4 prizes. That's what I'm saying. What? How many rounds? This is round 5? We've seen multiple ties. I mean, like a ton of ties so far. All right, let's see.
Sent
Tord's
away to the
got
bin.
A tough job to take 4 prize cards, but Tord does have 2 turns in which to do that. So if we can manage to take 2 prize cards here and 2 prize cards next turn, then jobs are good in. But Badu is doing his thing, and Badu is rather
yeah, you'd have to go like N-Star Manitin, knockout,
played by Tord,
double
so those
knockout,
NPV up are
and
just
then you'd
kind of
have to
stuck in
go
our hand,
1-hit
not doing
KO on the
much,
pulp.
but they're not worthwhile
Right.
discarding.
I mean, just thinking
Sure,
about where those
I
4
guess.
prize cards could come from. Dragon Ball EX does give up 2 prize cards, of course. Badu only has 30 HP. Dusclops also only has 90 HP. So there could be a world where that does happen. It's just a bit of a stretch at the moment, especially when we know we have a Dust Noir also on the bench, which has a lot of HP to overcome at the same time.
All right, Tor needs to try and find...
Do now get the...
He's got End's
Zekrom hit
Castle,
the field.
so
That
an energy would
incredible
allow him to
inclusion
take 2
the
prizes.
End Dex, Rampaging Thunder.
I think Gustavo's got the
Yeah,
special
doing
red card in
250 damage
hand.
after being copied
Or
by
at least,
Night
no,
Joker.
had it, I think, before...
Yeah, so there's quite a
Might have
lot
had it in the previous
that
hand.
Tord requires, especially under item lock. Itchy Pollen really putting in work, and that's the key thing here.
So much work. Tord really needs the energy. We need to use our Manitan this turn. Flame Body Cannon really needed to happen. We've got another trade, so Tord's going to use that. And hopefully... an energy! We can actually promote. Tord promotes the Ends Zorlog. Probably selecting Flame Body Cannon to take out
And then-
Badu. And
if Gustavo
Dusclops.
can item lock
Here
again,
we go.
then
Ideal
he forces the
line.
tie.
We've got it. We're on the board.
There's
So
step
Gustavo's
1 that I
turn 2 of
mentioned.
time. Gustavo
So
knows he
the
can't
final 2
win.
prizes that Tord needs to
Gustavo is
take
known
here
that he
will be
can't
that
win
Dragon
since
Ball
like
EX, and of
you know
course,
very early on
Gustavo
in this game.
now
So it changes the dynamic of the match. The match turns into a tie simulator. You're just trying to create tie, right? I guess you could just go boss and just say like, I don't think you can do it. And I don't think so, right? Because, yeah, I don't think he could do it. I don't think it's possible, right? No.
has been so oppressive today throughout this event so far. I don't know if there's a way for Tord to even be able to overcome this monstrous dragon and Ghost.
No, yeah, this is it. It's a tie. Tord can't do this. Because like you can't go like Monkey and Binding Mochi. There's not a Petrant in play. Like is a tie simulator good for the game, players and viewers? No, John, and no, which is why I have been saying that they need to change things. I've been saying this for years. I've been saying this for years. But yeah, you know, just is what it is. No, now hopefully, since Pokemon and swing for not enough. Yep. Yep, that's a tie. Yep. So, yeah, I mean, it's not good for viewers or players to have so many big matches end in a tie. Is that 3 ties out of 5 rounds, right? Would I like it to go back to the least prizes remaining wins? Absolutely. Absolutely, I'd like that. Yes. Yes, I think the Pokemon absolutely needs to have a way to determine winners at the end of a game. I think the whole gentleman's agreement thing is totally scuffed. I think it's a huge blemish on competitive play. I think spending millions of dollars to produce these events and to have like the best players in the game roll up and tie round after round is just ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous. Like, surely there are ways to make it so that doesn't happen. Now, whichever way you decide to do it, that's up to the powers that be. But something needs to give, because you can't just have like round after round and then a tie during like the biggest tournaments of the year, right? You know, and you know, off camera, there's lots of like gentlemen's agreements and kind of bargaining back and forth to try and determine winners at the end of sets. That kind of stuff doesn't happen on stream because there are like judges there and stuff. But like, the whole system is scuffed right now, right? The whole system is scuffed for sure. So it needs fixed. I've been saying this for the longest time. But, you know, we'll see how they decide to fix it. I mean, you can't really afford to have rounds take longer than 50 minutes is the things, right? You can't really have rounds take longer than 50 minutes. I mean, like 60 minutes is a lot. Tournaments already take so long. Azul 212 got the dub. Let's see. Let's see who we got. Rahul 5-0 on Crussell. Just saw Tord. Ty 401 now. Liam 401. Ross Cawthon lost his first. Piper 311. Josh Frink 3-2 with the metal deck. Azul climbing back 2-1-2. Okay. Jesse Parker dropped. I think he said he was done. Rip Jesse. Said that he didn't have it in him to continue at 2-2-1. It's all right. New season, new you, Jesse. So we put Blitzel. Blitzel, sure. You want to put Blitzel? What's his name? James something? Kowalski. There he is, 5-0. Jesse in the chat talking about practice. Natalie Miller. Let's go. 5-0. Caleb Gademer. All right. Caleb Gademer, 5-0. Let's freaking go. Yeah, got news. Rahul is on cross, running it back with the Crussell again. Crazy. Fernando, how did I miss Fernando Cifuentes, world champ, dude? 5-0. Let's go. Luke Morsa, Celio's Network. 5-0. Hunter Butler, 5-0. Dang, Darren's still 401. Let's go. Owen Cameraman, 401.
Unorthodox choice, if you will, not going with the trend here, and almost worked out for Gustavo, who was ahead. And honestly, after this turn, I was really thinking Gustavo was going to run away with it, but
it's time to crack a cold one.
I mean, you can never count out Tord. I know that myself personally, having played against him
Liquid
multiple times, and yeah, Tord just, that's why he has 5 international trophies.
Yeah, I mean, we've already mentioned 7 between them, which is incredible. But, I mean, this is where, this game too, where we started to see that transformation tone really come to the forefront, right?
Yeah.
And that's something we know the card was there. We kept seeing it in the prizes.
Dalton asking, have I gone 9-0 day one?
Has that agency to rebuild the
I think
board
I've done
state.
801.
I mean, that started to feel really special at that moment, I think.
Yeah, those transformations.
Oh, Dalton's asking
with the lack of Iono or like really powerful disruption.
Jesse Parker
cards
went
outside
9-0
of
at
the
Worlds.
right?
Yeah, that's
Tord,
crazy.
when he saw Gustavo was playing Sparkling Crystal, was probably really savoring those transformation tomes and knew that he was gonna get a lot of value out of them.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it, is that actually those cards that you need
Yeah,
to play in a
Jesse
pair,
was 13-0.
sometimes it can be a little bit troublesome if your opponent
Yeah.
has a way of circumventing
13-0 at
Yeah,
Worlds.
absolutely. Well, thank you so much,
So
Pablo.
nuts.
You're doing all our hard work
Yeah,
for
I
us.
forgot it was that
so it's always
dominant.
great
It was.
to hear
You're
from
right.
the expert analyst there. I mean, like I said, I can't. I'm happy to go back and rewatch that match. I mean, we've mentioned it multiple times. 2 fantastic players, 2 fantastic decks. And Zoroark is something that sort of reappeared, especially since the most recent tournament we had in Turin as well, coming into this, because that was a bit of like a precursor to the NAIC format.
It's all good, Jesse. Thank you, Goku, for the $10 dono over on YouTube. Let's go. Get yourself a drink, Goat. Appreciate you, boss. Thanks. I will. I got plans to go watch the World Cup tonight. Appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah, World Cup game is at 9 this evening. You know what, Jesse? Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad about not getting your invite this year, big dog. It's okay, man. It's okay. Dude, you want to know one of the most infuriating stretches in my entire life was the year that the pandemic year. I wanted to like freaking pull my hair out because it was this season, 2019-2020. I was having like a killer run this season, right? 5th place at Knoxville, lost to Danny Altavilla. Bubbled out a top 8 of Richmond regionals at 10th with Rowlett and Lowell and Executor. Top 8'd Collinsville. I literally top 8'd 2 regionals and got 10th at another. Missed my Worlds invite this year. I didn't go to any locals in the fall or in the winter. Not a single local. Didn't go to a single League Cup. Didn't go to a single League Challenge. Because I was like, I'm dominating this year. Why would I need to go to any locals, right? And then the pandemic happened. Right after I got top 8 at that regionals, the pandemic happened, right? And when they brought back events in 2022, I didn't get enough points to get my Worlds invite. I missed it. I literally missed my Worlds invite. This year, I top 8'd 2 regionals, got 10th at another, missed my Worlds invite that year. Because I just couldn't put it together at the couple events I went to when they brought back events in 2022 and freaking whiffed. And there were no locals. I couldn't go patch up my invite at locals. I just missed it. So then I decided to go Joker mode and then just like top 32 to top 16 every single event in this season, and then got 21st at Worlds. But like that was a huge valley in my career right here, was missing that Worlds invite. I wanted to die, dude. It was so horrible. But like, you know, I'm giving you that example because that's part of the game we play, you know? It's okay. There are peaks and there are valleys, and how you navigate that as a competitive player says more. How you navigate the valleys of your career says more about you as a player than how you navigate the peaks, right? How close was I in 2022? Extremely close. All I needed was one, like, off finish. It was like less than 100 points. If I could have gone to locals, I would have just gotten it. I think I needed like literally 80 or 90 points. But yeah. So anyways, Jesse, don't sweat it, big dog. You got a Worlds trophy. You got something that there are so many people who played this game that will never get to sniff a Worlds trophy, dude. And you got that. You got that. You will forever have that. You don't need to worry about it, dude. You don't need to worry about it. I mean, there is a new season every single year in the Pokemon trading card game. The years just keep flying by. They just keep coming, dude. There's always a new season. There's always a new meta. There's always new players to talk about. So it's a marathon, not a sprint. You know? I know it's really hard to like... It's really hard to navigate it in the moment right now, or you're just kind of, you know, not happy with how you've been playing or whatever. You just got to have a short-term memory. And, you know, and I like where your head's at. You're talking about practice. You're talking about improving how you prepare for events next year. And that's 100% the case. Yes, I agree. Yeah, Jesse's saying he needs to practice like he used to. 100%. You do. You got to grind, dude. You got to grind. Absolutely. You know, and it's really hard. I know it's hard. It's hard because, you know, we're adults. We got jobs, you know. I mean, you could call what I do a job, I guess. We got families. We got stuff we do. But still, finding that time to practice is essential. And there's nothing worse than like going to majors when you're not practiced enough. That's true, right? Because then it's just a big can of disappointment. Like you're paying all this money to be at the event. You're not playing your best either. Right. You're kind of just showing up and expecting to do well. That's not a recipe for success. Oh no, Katie Montgomery saying, I think I got my Worlds invite for the first time ever, but because it's in the US, I don't think I can go. Getting a US visa as a trans person isn't realistic or safe. I'm not even sure it's possible. Well, I'm so sorry to hear that, Katie. I'm so sorry to hear that. No, yeah, it's really it's a really bad time for that in the United States right now, for sure. I'm really sorry to hear that. Congratulations on getting your Worlds invite, and best of luck to you. You know, I wish I could say more about the state of the country as far as trans rights are concerned, but unfortunately, it's pretty bleak right now. But that's why we're doing things like raising money for the Trevor Project this month on Twitch. We did our Pride fundraiser last week, where I had some lovely folks feature on the stream to raise money for the Trevor Project and to celebrate Pride Month. And so far we've raised over $4,000 on Twitch to benefit the Trevor Project. So really excited about that. It's been really uplifting for sure to see the community rally behind such a great cause. So. Jesse says getting an invite is hard now. You actually have to perform. Yeah, dude, of course you have to perform to get an invite. Of course, my dude, of course. You can't just breeze into it, man. Can't just breeze into it. Worlds used to be something that mid to high players could hope to reach. It's like near impossible now. Well, I think Worlds, like, I got no problem with Worlds being exclusive. Worlds should be exclusive. I don't, it should be something that is very hard to get to. I think that's totally okay. And it should be something that requires a lot of sacrifice in order to get to. I don't, to me, I think it's silly to think that everybody that plays the Pokemon trading card game, competitively should get to participate in the World Championships. That's not what a World Championships is, right? So I get it. And that's coming from somebody who's whiffed a Worlds invite. So I freaking get it, dude. Like, Worlds should be tough. It should be exclusive. I think that's fine. There are still ways to game the system, obviously. You could fly out. I mean, there are definitely ways to you can't buy your invite, but there are ways to make it more likely that you get invited if you spend more money. If you're a pretty decent player who flies out to every special event that there is, I mean, obviously it's a numbers game, right? You're giving yourself more opportunities to score big on the championship points by flying out to all the different special events and so on and so on. Holy crap, dude. Fernando Cifuentes, Cynthia's Garchomp versus there's a Sylveon over there. Oh my God. What does the Sylveon do? It's got Safeguard. Is it just literally... It's just Crustle. Okay? It's a Crustle. It's Psychic Crustle. I think Fernando is probably cooked, though. Right? Because you're playing against Cynthia's Garchomp. I mean, they've got those Gabites. Those Gabites can do some serious damage. Yeah. Yeah, those Gabites are... Jacynth heals 150 damage from one of your Psychic Pokemon. All right, let's go, folks. Let's go. Let's see what the commentators are saying.
Going to be trying to stop them, use Jumbo Ice Creams to heal, use Hero's Cape to add some big HP, and Zerosic's Machinations to just prevent Matthew from being able to whittle away at those big defenses.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about some of Fernando's decks over the period that we have seen him pilot to many a tournament. Of course, won that World Championship with that Iron Thorns EX deck, locking down your opponent's deck with that incredible ability. And we're going to be trying
also,
to lock down
Jesse, if you're listening, do not go to the
throughout this
casino,
tournament
bro.
as well.
Do not go to the casino. Do not go, bro. Do not go. I'm just telling you, you're already down horrendous. Because you're down horrendous right now. The only way to be more down horrendous is to be like also down $1,000. The only way you could be more down horrendous than you are right now is to go to casino and throw more money in the drain. Now you should certainly go have fun. You're at plus 300 right now. All right, bro. Then you just keep grinding, my dude. You're good, bro. You're good. Why? I'm at the casino right now. I'm up 300. All right, bro. You budget? All right. I just wanted to make sure that you're not at the casino crashing out, okay? That's all. I'm just making sure you're not crashing out at the casino and about to be down, like, really bad. All right. I'm just making sure, bro. I'm just making sure. All right.
As they continue to play through the Swiss rounds right now. But with Matthew, he's faced quite a few different matchups so far with this Cynthia's Garchomp EX deck.
Yeah, Jesse, you may not have won NAIC, but you could still win 25 grand. This is how. You can still take home the pot, dude.
Those prizes as they come down now from both our players, double buddy popping, and the Cynthia's power weight could be impactful just to kind of keep some of those vital Pokemon alive and not knocked out from any shenanigans. A couple of those Jacynth there also in the prizes.
Jacynth, there's the Fezandipity that you have to like flip to attack.
Sort of attacks between both Pokemon, both sides of the board. Let's see how well Fernando can really just kind of keep up that healing against attacks. As we do get the fist bump, Amy. We're about to kick things off for this Swiss round 6 at the North American International Championships. Looks like Matthew's going to be kicking us off. Does have double Cynthia's Gibble so on the board right now. Gets the power weight and an energy attachment as well. And it's going to be a pass over. It's going to be that Team Rocket's Articuno to kick things off for Fernando. His turn 1 now as well.
Yeah, so Gibble gained 70 HP from that turn. He is no squishy little fella no more. And Fernando's going straight into...
All right. So we've got Fernando. Fernando's got this crazy looking control deck. He's got Team Rocket's Articuno. Obviously, Team Rocket's Articuno in the deck is just to beat the Alakazam decks, right? That's just why it's there. And he actually plays Crispin in like water, right? So like he could attack with the Team Rocket's Articuno. Like he could actually do that. And Dark Frost, could just do 60 damage, and you'll just win by attacking with the Team Rocket's Articuno because it can't be affected by effects of attacks. Now, this is extremely problematic. This hand is not good for Fernando. Just has to go 2 energy onto Articuno. Dude, the Garchomp deck is just going to absolutely destroy this thing. It sucks. Garchomp is like not the deck that you want to see if you're playing a control deck, probably. It's just got, all its guys got like free retreat. It's extremely simple to set up. The Gabites like do damage. It seems tough, I think. But maybe Fernando will surprise me and prove me wrong. I hope so. I also am like really hoping that we don't get another bummer stream round, because I feel like we've had a lot of bummer stream rounds today. So let's see what Fernando's got for us, right?
That Rose Raid is going to be in this matchup because Matthew is going to need to boost the attack of these smaller Pokemon like Gible and Gabite, and Rose Raid is going to do just that using Cheer to Glory.
So now we get that Pokepad. We're going to be looking for that first Gabite, and that then sets alive the ability to Champion's Call. Once during your turn, you may search your deck for a Cynthia's Pokemon, reveal it, and put it into your hand, and then you can start chaining this ability for a second Cynthia's Gabite as well. And then we can start just pulling more Cynthia's
the
Pokemon
Spiritomb
onto
seems
the
like it'll
board
be a real
state,
bummer
maybe
for
finding
this.
another Roselia, starting getting it prepped,
Yeah, for this
ready
deck too, right?
to
Because
and cheer off
if you are putting any pressure on the Garchomps, then you just retreat into Spiritomb and go bang, 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 knockout, knockout, knockout. Yeah, I don't think the Fernando actually has like a route to win.
I guess it's not typical to see.
Like, I understand, like, you really want to show off like Fernando's cool deck. You want to show off the Garchomp deck that's 5-0, but this matchup is not good. I think it's Jover already, right?
Moment in time, so only taking 10 damage. We do get a boss's orders from Fernando right now. I don't think that hand's
Looking kind of Jover, dude.
We do get an energy attachment of that spiky energy as well now, so we can actually Dark Frost. Wouldn't take the knockout, I don't believe. It's only 60 damage base.
No, we would
Espeon EX is in here too.
So just 60 damage on the Roselia there. Cynthia's Roselia still hanging on in there, but Fernando knows that the Rose Raid is a threat.
So where's one Roserade? So one of those abilities are live now, so an extra 30 damage to your opponent's.
All Matthew needs is like an energy. Yeah, dude.
Here. So we get the attachment to the active Roselia to retreat. Gabite now in the active spot. Dragon's Call. We can now grab any Pokemon. This is the kind of awkward scenario. We can't take the knockout. We get the other Gabite as well. Now we have another further 2 Dragon's Call available to us. Instantly using that ability now. I'm sure we're going to have to see the other Roserade as well.
There we go. Not so squishy anymore, of course. Rose Raid now is in effect, bringing an
this is not going to be a good
damage.
Stream round.
The active Cynthia's Garchomp, and there it is, getting the knockout on the Articuno. Matthew didn't even get to see what for.
No. Over. Yep. All right, Fernando. Time to rally. Listen, the content needs you, Fernando. The content needs you. We're going to be in an absolute dearth of content. We're going to be content dry. We're going to be content starved if you don't serve up some spicy hot content right now, dude. The asking Pablo right now, they're asking Pablo, like, Pablo, what do you think of that one? And Pablo's like, like, Pablo, what's the analysis? Like, well, not much to analyze here, guys. Fernando kind of just attached to the Articuno and said pass. Oh, man. All right. Come on, Fernando. Now, you got to imagine that Fernando's probably playing the Cape, right? So, you have to play Hero's Cape in this deck, right? You, have to. I think. Now, this matchup, there's no winning it. Every time I start thinking about stuff, the Spiritomb just comes in and ruins it. Yeah. It's just, there's no winning it. Yeah, Cynthia's Garchomp is like 100-0 matchup. It's 100-0. I mean, just bad. Bad.
Yeah, we're
Then we get this bird's eye view of absolutely everything. But maybe Matthew maybe he's seen it across the tables a bit further down. But here we go. This is going into game 2 now of our Swiss round 6. And it looks very similar once again. Team Rocket's Articuno. Team Rocket's Articuno in the active spot. Gibble in the active spot. And here comes a buddy-buddy popping from Matthew here. I'm sure we're going to start to see a similar setup, and then it's going to be on to Fernando. Can we work with a better
This is
hand
going to
than
be
what
the
we had in
worst
game
stream
1?
round of
Yep.
all
We're
time,
looking
dude.
at, of course, Gibble, and Matthew opts for the Cynthia's Roselia, using Pokepad to fetch another Roselia.
It's
clearly
just going to be
knowing
the worst,
that
just the
Fernando
worst
was
matchup of all
kind
time.
of telling Matthew, really, that those Roselia are a threat in some way to his game plan. So now Matthew has taken that node and gone, okay, you didn't like my Roselia. They must be important with whatever you're cooking up. So here they are. We've got the energy attachment from Matthew, and we're back onto
All
Fernando.
right, show us what you got, Fernando. Show us what you got. Pokepad. That's more than you had last game. Yep. That is better than what we had last game. We'll see who we eyeing up with the Pokepad. We've got Spiky Energy in the deck, Espeon in the prizes. There is the okay. This is how Fernando could win. All right, we get out Fezandipity, not EX, the baby one. It's got this ability where you flip a coin, and if heads, it doesn't take any damage from attacks. Fernando flips 100 heads in a row. Pokegear. All right, those are some swaggy Pokegears. Like that. Panda in the YouTube chat says, this is what happens when Dragapult isn't the featured match. That literally, like, I'm just saying, all right, guys, I found an out. All right, Fezandipity, flip 100 heads. You find an out. That's the out that I got. Tell me about the out that you have. Isn't that EV dumb expensive? Probably. It is an art rare Eevee after all. You think Fernando's plot armor is going to save him? I mean, I sure hope so. There's Dedenne. Okay. That, or Fernando could just use a million boss's orders to bring the Roserades into the active spot. I think, like, that's what we do, right? All right. We go Dedenne, boss the Roserades, run them out of energy. Yeah, that's what we do, right?
Beauties to bless our screens, but they are powerful, so don't you wait on them.
So here comes Champion's Call, I should say. From Matthew to grab a second Cynthia's Gabite, and then a second Champion's Call is going to be used to grab a Cynthia's Roserade. So now we can start swinging for a bit more damage than the 10 that we saw in game 1 if Matthew decides to use.
I mean, yeah,
Fernando,
if he's going to win this, it's not going to be by, like, taking 6 prizes. Like, you got to play he's playing the resource game. Yeah, sure. I don't really think that really matters, right? Because like I said, Fernando's deck is not going to be trying to take 6 prizes. You've got the Dedenis here. You're probably going to attempt to just wear your opponent out. I don't think that the Spiritomb's not going to be a problem because Fernando is not going to ever attack into one of these things. Never, right? So, yeah, Spiritomb actually is a non-issue. It's going to be a boss forever situation. Probably. All right, so today... But, you know... It's not looking great for your boy Fernando right now. We got Gibble. Here's a Garchomp. Yup. Garchomp in the active spots. We'll be able to make quick work of this Dedenne. That's 2 prizes that Fernando is going to be down. Just right from the beginning. Had to go get Lilies with the Dedenne just to like see more cards. And obviously that's just kind of the case when you're playing a deck like this that doesn't have a built-in draw engine. It is kind of like a stall-based deck. Unlike the Crustle decks, which play Kangaskhan, it looks like Fernando's deck does not have that as an option. It's not a, not like a Kangaskhan draw setup, set up Sylveon, kind of that's it type of deal. It does feel more like a control style deck. So I'm wondering if Fernando will be able to exploit any of those control elements to help him take a win, or at least force a somewhat close game. It is pretty crazy to look at a deck like what Fernando's cooking with here, with just, there's literally like a Sylveon there and like an Articuno, and like, yep, that's a 5-0 deck. Kind of crazy. 5-0 at NAIC. All right. Show us what you got, Fernando. Show us what you got. Lily's got Petrol as well. Looks like Petrol is going to be the choice. Could Petrol for like the Hero's Cape. Just to have it. Yep. There it is. Yep. Going to be Petrol for the Hero's Cape. Slap that sucker down. Say, all right, my Eevee, Sylveon is a lot bigger now. 220 hit points. Going to be tougher to knock out. Okay. And your go. Yes, sir. I think Fernando's got like multiple Jacynth in hand as well, which does heal 150 damage from one of your psychic Pokemon. And Matthew, I mean, it's only got 3 prizes remaining, so things are looking a little bit sketchy. But again, I don't think Fernando plans on hitting into the Gabite. So like the question then becomes like, well, what does Fernando do when because the Gabite will come up and just start swinging into the Sylveon, right? So then how does Fernando like kind of soften that blow from the Gabite? It's going to be an energy to Sylveon pass. Now, right now, Gabite's Dragon Slice attack does 40 damage. And Matthew's got 2 Roserade in play, so that's plus 60, so 100 damage. Sylveon does not resist fighting or anything. So we're kind of looking, does Fernando have a way to like play around the Spiritomb? Ice Cream, wow, that's cool. Hilda can go get an energy. He's got the ice cream cone as well. So can heal the Sylveon. And then the Sylveon's only doing like, I guess it does 100 damage. That is a knockout on, wow. Actually. No power weight on the Gib. Oh my God. You got to put a power weight on that thing. Gotta have a power weight on that. Wait. Gotta have a power weight on the Gabite. For sure. And then also Matthew doesn't want to bench lock himself because he needs to save a spot for needs to save his evolving up the Gabite is certainly a choice there. I do not think I would have done that. Yeah, no, Matthew needs to stop evolving. Stop it, Matthew. Stop it. Wait, he just said pass. Oh, he's trying to soak damage to, like, Spear Tomb this thing. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I think Fernando just wins. And then you just go pass, game. That's it. That's it, dude. It's game over. It's freaking over, though. It's over. It's over. Because I don't think that the Garchomp, unless the Garchomp deck plays like Night Stretcher, but it might not play Night Stretcher. It might not play Night Stretcher. I think Matthew made some really crucial errors. First of all, you never evolve up that bench Gabite, right? Like, you never do that. Oh my God, right? Because now you're just double chomp and pass. And then Fernando is no dummy. He's not going to swing into the Garchomp. He's going to say pass. This is insane. Right, because now Fernando only loses if he swings into the Cynthia's Garchomp. So he's not going to do that. He's just going to say go. And presumably he's got like control like cards. And then Matthew's like, wait, you didn't attack? Like, are you sure you didn't attack? All right, no attack? Okay. Well, then I'm not going to attack. He's like, he's like, you don't want to do 100? And, you know, Fernando's like, no. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, my God. Yeah. So now Fernando is just going to say pass, and then if he ever does use a Night Stretcher on a Gibble, he'll boss it up and knock it out. So Fernando just wins. Presumably Fernando plays like a Zerosix Machinations in his deck. Like, obviously he plays Zerosix Machinations because then he'll be able to discard like all the cards from Matthew's like big old hand and deck them out that way, right? So there you go. And this is how Fernando wins. Like, now Matthew played this pretty terribly. I'm going to say, like, pretty much Matthew needed to like just not do pretty much most of what he was doing. Yeah. Over there. Like, literally there shouldn't be a Garchomp. There should not be a Garchomp in play right now. And most certainly there should not be more than one. Like, if you're feeling frisky and you want to evolve into one Garchomp, it's got free retreat. I'm not going to hate you for it. But two Garchomp is egregious. Absolutely egregious for what's going on. Oh, this is amazing content. I'm not mad at the content. Listen, I love this content. This is fantastic. Yeah. Matt is simply based in content build. I'm here for it. Yeah, for sure, for sure. No, spiky energy only procs if damage is dealt. You can't, yeah, you can't proc the spiky energy without dealing damage. Hit him with a Zerosix. Yes! Hit him with the Zerosix, Fernando. Yeah, hit him with the old 1-2. Get that Zerosix in there. Let's freaking go. Yes. Yes. Yes, baby. Yes, that's the world champ diff right there. Do it to him, Fernando. Yeah. Absolutely insane, bro. Absolutely insane. Amazing. And then Fernando's just going to lily the hand back in. You know, like, yep, I'll reset myself. Just so you're very clear about who's decking out first, it's you. You'd rather watch 5 pulp mirrors than this? What, are you kidding me? This is the best match we've seen so far. What are you talking about? This is amazing. I'm having the time of my life right now. This is fantastic. All right, and the scoop. The scoop. Fernando got that dub. Let's go, Fernando. Let's go. Let's go. All right. We back. We're in it. And Matthew needs to make some adjustments. Pretty much everything he did there was not good. So for Matthew, I want to see far less Garchomps. No chomps, brother. No chomps. Don't even put the chomp onto the Gabite. Do not ever evolve that Gabite. Leave it. Leave it. If you have the Garchomp in your hand and you're thinking about evolving, don't do it. Do not do it. Stop it. Stop yourself right there. If you got the Garchomp in your hand and you're like, wow, I'd like to evolve up my Gabite into a Garchomp. Stop that. Do not do it. One Garchomp max, and I don't even like that. There's no reason. Yes, no chomps, my dude. No chomps. Also, the power weights, where do they go, chat? Where do we put the Cynthia's power weights? Where do we put them? We put them on our Gabites. We put the power weight on the Gabite. Yes. The power weight does not go on the Chomp. No. No, not the Roserade. No. We put the power weight, on the Gabite. Yes, we put the power weight on the Gabites. Very good. Very good. Yo, 2 Gabite prized. Spicy. Spicy. Holy cow. Yo, this Eevee knows Ascension? It's cracked. What the heck? All right, Fernando. Service up some sweet, hot content, Fernando. Let's see it. Pokegear 3.0. We've got Boss. We've got nothing else. It's boss. This hand doesn't look very good. There's a Petrol. Okay. Petrol does not seem like a very good card at this moment. I'm going to be honest. But you got to play it to go get like Buddy Buddy Poffin or something. I'm not going to lie. This seems... Fernando's deck is so sketch. It's so sketchy. There's like no energy in this hand. Can't Ascension. All right, 2 EVs. That's it. Yep, got it. Cool. Where can you look up Fernando's list? The lists aren't public yet. They're still playing. All right, it's going to be a pass. Got the Gabite in hand. Energy. Champion's Call. All right, there are 2 Gabite prized. But you could find... Find one of the Gabites. You could find one of the Gabites. There's already a Cynthia's Power Weight on the Gabite. That's pretty good. Why would you ever want to see Fernando's list? Because it looks sweet. Yeah, it looks freaking awesome. Lilies to 8. It has guaranteed knockout on the EV. So that thing's a goner. It's got Cynthia's Power Weight for the bench Gabite. All right, it's looking good so far, Matthew. Looking real good so far. What does Fernando get off the top? Bang, Night Stretcher. Okay, not great. Especially since that Sylveon can get easily knocked out. And we see Fernando kind of acknowledging that. He's going to hold the Night Stretchers and say, all right, guess I am going to pass, right? And all... Oh, he's got a Night Stretcher for another Eevee. Okay. And... yeah, I mean, this hand is not good. It's really bad, actually. It's really bad. Pokepad, there's Fighting Energy, Easy Retreats. There's Switch in this deck. Oh, it's chalked, dude. Fernando, honestly, you got away. You really got away with that Game 2 win. I'm going to be honest, Fernando. This matchup is so horrendous. All Matthew needs to do is lock in and do not... No Garchomps. Do not... You're cut off. You're cut off from Garchomps, Matthew. Don't even do it. Don't even think about doing it. All right, here we go. Gabite. It's got the Power Weight on it. Colby said, I should have played your Broken Poltnor list at NAIC. I'm washed. Colby, how'd it go, Colby? What's the damage? Lay it on us, Colby. What happened? This chat is a welcome safe haven for lost souls, millennials, and people who have scrubbed out of NAIC. You're welcome here. You're welcome. You went 2-2-2. Hydrapple is not it. I could have told you that. For sure. Yep, Hydrapple. No, Hydrapple is in fact not it. All right, not a knockout on Sylveon, but we've got Jackint. Yay! And a pass. Alrighty then. All right, now see, Matthew, this is where you don't evolve anything. Petrol for Premium Power Pro. Take this knockout. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. That's good play there, Matthew. Now, if you're Fernando, you're looking at this board, you're like, oh no, he figured it out, bro. He figured it out. He's adjusted. He's made adjustments. Frick. Frick, 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 frick. Not the mid-series adjustments. No. 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 Fernando, no. Hey, at least it's not going to be a tie. All right, just keep calm and keep using Dragon Slice. Yup. It's looking bad for Fernando. Looking real bad. Looking real bad. Yeah, at a certain point, yeah, it's just, it's going to get out of hand. Yeah, this is a one-hit KO on the Sylveon. Ugly, man. So ugly. Uh-oh. It's looking chalked. When it's over. Cynthia's Garchomp about to be 6-0. 6-0. Cynthia's Garchomp. All right, you're allowed to have one. Top deck. You're allowed to have one Garchomp as a treat, Matthew. I'll allow it. All right, 8 big ones, Fernando. Gotta be 8 good ones. Gonna need the Hero's Cape for sure. Did not get the Hero's Cape. That's cool. We're going for plan B. You put the Darkness Energy onto the Pheasantipity. And then you flip 1,000,000 heads. Oh, yeah, it's looking bad. I mean, the Sylveon's just getting knocked out. You got to bench the Fez. What else are you doing, Fernando? You're in flip a 1,000,000 heads win con. You need to flip probably 20 heads. It's not great. More premium power pros. Oh, yeah. Matthew, he's got this matchup figured out. Yeah. He said, you may have fooled me once, but not this time, actually. Yeah, bang. Knockout. 1 prize remaining. There's the Darkness Energy. This is the win con that I spoke of, chat. Just go get the cape and start flipping, my guy. Go get it. Uh-oh. We're going to need 20 heads. Someone on YouTube says, Hydrapple beats every deck that's been streamed today. Well, it also loses to itself. So there's that. No! Oh, wait, he's not dead. Just a flesh wound? I ain't even dead yet. Just a flesh wound. No problem. Yep, boss up a Roserade, say go. Oh, yeah. This is how we win, folks. This is how we win. No way he's got an answer to this. Ah, dang it. Yeah, there's the fighting energy. That pesky Roserade's only got a retreat cost of 1. All right. Fernando, you got the heads queued up this time. Come on, Fernando. Yeah! Let's freaking go! I didn't hear no bell. I didn't hear no bell, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, okay, man. Yep. I don't even think you swing. You just pass. Yeah, dude, I told you Fernando's on that flipping 20 head swag. All right. Yo, discard those energy, dude. Discard them. Discard them. All right. Now flip heads. Yes! Woo! Straight into the veins, baby. Look. Yeah! Why no attack? Because he knows that he's not going to win by attacking. He's got to win by flipping 20 heads. As I said, 20 heads. Yup. Ice cream cone. Yup. 20 heads, guys. He's going to need at least 20 heads. Maybe more. And now he's committed to the Fez line, right? Like, there is nobody else. It is only Fez, bro. It is only Fez. That is it. And he will attempt to run Matthew out of energy. And then, once Matthew decides he wants to, maybe he decides he wants to evolve up this Gabite, right? And then you evolve up this Gabite. Here we go. It's another Garchomp. It's another Garchomp. Now there's only one Gabite left. Yeah! Woo! Absolutely nuts, bro. Dude, it's happening. It's happening. I was here. I was here. I called this play. Dude, I called this play in game 1, folks. I called the Pheasantipity 20 heads flip. In game 1, I called it. It's just a flesh wound. It's fine. We'll shake it off, Fernando. Shake it off, big dog. Shake it off. there's no Jacinth in hand. No, Fernando, no. It's looking bad, man. It's looking bad, Fernando. All right. I don't know if you could... it's fine. We got heads on this next one. We got heads on the next one. Heads on the next one. He could lose here, but he's not going to. You remember that time we thought Fernando didn't win the World Championships? Then he did. Okay? Then he did. Remember that time we thought Fernando lost? He didn't. Then he won Worlds. Just saying. If anybody can make a comeback, it's him. Double ice cream cone. He's doing damage. Holy crap, he's doing damage. He is retreat locked. Or not retreat locked, he's board locked, so no Spiritomb can come down. Oh my god, the Fez, dude. The Fez freaking sweep, dude. The Fez sweep. Oh my god. No, don't do it. Don't do it. This is how. Oh my god, Matthew, no. No. No, Matthew, no. Don't do it, man. No, Matthew, no. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so the problem with this play... All right, he's going for game. He's going for game. Fernando! Oh! Woo! Okay, so here's the problem, is that there's an Ascension Eevee. So now, Matthew cannot damage a Sylveon. Cannot! His board cannot damage a Sylveon. He cannot. Oh my god. This is insane. The switch is down. Oh my god. And it's pass. Oh my god. Fernando, the GOAT. He's the freaking GOAT. He's the freaking GOAT, bro. That's right. He's the GOAT. He's the freaking GOAT, dude. You gotta be kidding me. This is crazy, bro. Oh my god. He's like, yeah, I gotta see how much damage my Pheasantipity is doing. Look at the graphic here. Can you see it? No, my camera's in the way. Look at the graphic, by the way. Look at all those energy. Oh my god, I've got a head rush. Oh, I'm freaking loving it, dude. Oh, I'm loving it. This is the best match of the stream so far. Best match of the stream so far, dude. Best match of the stream so far. Not close. Matthew got so impatient. Oh my gosh. You needed to be more patient, Matthew. More patient. You had it. You had it all wrapped up. You had it all wrapped up, dude. Looks like they're getting a talking to from the judge, I think.
look at the whole board state, checking everything is in order, and indeed it is. So onwards with our battle of a...
All right, we got that second energy. Wait, we're attaching it to Garchomp. Is there another switch? You've got to be kidding me. I would be... If Matthew goes for it, and has to discard both these energies, and Fernando flips heads again, I'm gonna pee my pants. There is another fighting energy in the deck. You can see it while Matthew's shuffling. I can see it. There's another basic fighting in the deck. There it is. All right. Retreat. He already... Did he attach? I thought that was last turn. I did think that was the last turn attachment. But he did just reveal that he had it. So, I don't know. At this point, the turns are all blending together. Okay. Yeah, so he could have gone for it. And he's going for win right now. Discard them. No! 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 Oh, well, at least I'm not going to pee my pants. All right. GG's. Thank you for the entertainment. Thoroughly entertaining match. My God. Oh, my God. Now, thank you. Thank you. Finally, some stream features that are considering the content. Finally. Congratulations to Matthew, 6-0. Apparently, there's a 14% tie rate, according to Limitless Labs. Oh, boy. That's too high. That is way too high. For sure. Hopefully, the game designers address that with some changes. But, you know, this season surely is going to rock on as it's been going. So, but maybe for next year, maybe we'll have some adjustments. 14% ties is a significant amounts. Yeah, so that was really close. Really good game back and forth for sure. Really exciting. My favorite game in the stream so far. That was crazy for sure. Yo, GG's. All right, well now instead of peeing my pants, you know the deal. I'll be right back.
Just keep seeing these flips. I mean, just look at them go, Amy.
It was honestly a majestic dance as Pheasantipity was flipping around the board, avoiding these Garchomp's attacks back to back and then healing up above them.
Yeah, and then that was the final moment, the final flip. And you could just see the relief on Matthew's face there when he finally was able to attack through that Pheasantipity's ability and just saw Fernando finally hit that tails and finally allowed him to take his final prize.
I didn't expect to be calling out Pheasantipity in such an unusual way during this event, and I'm so pleased that we got to see that deck building ingenuity.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to kind of see both the decks, right? I mean, Cynthia's Garchomp is not something we've really had to consider in this format or this meta recently. It had kind of a little bit of early success after the rotation, kind of fell off a little bit because it felt like all these grass types were appearing as well. But when you're hitting into a field of Dragapults, usually you have a pretty good time. And in this kind of matchup, because you have access to Gabite and then of course the Rosaries to power up your Pokemon and the Premium Power Pros, there's quite a few different things going for it. I mean, Matthew's the one who's 6-0 right now.
I tell you what, I'm just getting a champion's call, and Emily's on the floor right now with him. Let's go chat.
Thank you so much, casters. I am now here with the winner of our last match, Matthew. You are now sitting at undefeated at 6-0, guaranteeing your spot in Phase 2. Tell me how you're feeling and walk me through that last match, because I'm sure you really didn't expect to play Sylveon Control here at NAIC.
Yes, I really didn't expect to play that for my match to help me get into day 2. It was definitely a really fun one. If anything, it was the funnest out of all of them I played today. I mean, those coin flips, man, they really had me jumping. Thankfully, that last coin flip landed a tails in order for me to get that huge knockout.
So how do you adapt as Cynthia's Garchomp EX on the fly to something like Sylveon with that safeguard ability where your Garchomps aren't going to be able to actually hit through it?
So when it comes to Cynthia's Garchomp, I really love the deck because it's so consistent. Like, no matter how much I have in my hand, if I have a Gibble, a Gabite, I could set up a game. It just takes me a couple of Champions Calls, which I think are amazing abilities. I love the Roselias and the Roserades. They really help you set up the extra damage, especially for taking out bigger Pokemon like Dragapult or Megas in this format.
Well, Garchomp is type 2 weakness to grass here, and you've chosen to play Garchomp in a field that Teal Mask, Ogerpon, and Meganium are number 2 in the meta share. Is just the consistency what you need and what you're comfortable with in order to kind of feel like you're okay to play Garchomp in an environment like this?
Yes, it's definitely the consistency that really helps, because a lot of the games that I've won learning this deck were from me getting set up while my opponent couldn't set up because he didn't have a good starting hand.
Well, thank you so much, Matthew. I know you have some very supportive people in the front row that you probably want to give a little bit of a shout out to. So take your time, give some shout outs. This is your moment to thank your family.
I love first 2 people to shout out is my mom and my dad. This would not be possible without them 2 supporting it. It's just a kid that likes Pokemon. And then also their friends, Josh and Sabrina, they're the people I've always trained with when it comes to Pokemon. Their local card shop has really helped me strengthen up to come here today.
Well, thank you so much, Matthew, as you are now officially heading into Phase 2 of the tournament at 6-0, undefeated.
Freaking
casters.
beast.
Let's take it back to you.
An expert at the game and a heartfelt shout out. What an absolute inspiration.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like Matthew there, we're all, lovers of the game as well, because it's just something we've all grown up with, and it's just incredible to see like that actual heartfelt, just it's very touching, I think, for all of us, especially from your side of the local card shops, the local games, the people that you see come through your shop all the time, and again, everyone who has family that kind of supports them through, and I think it's a true testament of what Pokemon brings to places like these, and that's why we're here.
Absolutely. It starts at your local scene.
Really happy for Matthew. I mean, obviously, he seemed like he was maybe a little bit newer, obviously. Just took down a world champion on stream. That's got to be really exciting.
Find yourself on this very broadcast
and was able to
in New Orleans,
get that win. Congrats to
Championship.
Matthew.
Such a
6-0.
honor to have players
amazing stuff.
doing so very well on our screens today.
Yeah, and I promise you this time I have Pablo ready. Pablo, come here, let's talk to me. Talk me through what's gone on throughout this feature match.
I mean, you definitely caught me off guard there, Alex, but what a game we saw. I mean, games 1 and game 2 were pretty, game 1 was pretty meh, game 2 was pretty standard. Game 3 though was absolutely wild, and I really want to give props to Fernando for finding, this is why he's a former world champion, right? He found the best way to just make the best out of a bad situation despite the Premium Power Pro. I think at this point, the lack of benching of Roselia signified that Matthew hadn't really figured out everything, and it's really hard to do right on the spot, but eventually he got the triple Roserade, and he was just running through those Sylveons at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was going to ask you a little bit earlier about what was the perfect board state for this deck, right? I mean, it's easy to say from up here, and this is where it kind of felt like it got to that stage.
Yep, that's it. That's the perfect board state, right? The triple Roselia, all the Gabites in play, no need for anything else. And I think
Jesse in the Twitch chat saying, World's Invite is overrated anyway. Been there, done that 5 times. What stage of grief is that? That's the bargaining stage. Acceptance. Yeah.
Matthew decided to discard the energy. I think that was definitely a turning point that gave Fernando a lot of hope, both in terms of my opponent definitely has not figured out exactly what to do, right? Because Corkscrew Drive was enough to activate the ability
sounds to me like bargaining.
without having to discard all the energy. And then he really went into full like control mode, trying to find the boss's orders, bring those Roserates to the active spot, try to...
Jesse's unlocked a new special stage of grief. Ironic detachment. Dropped from the event, didn't get my World's Invite. This game sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all Matthew just had to keep doing was announce those attacks, right? And eventually got to the stage where it just comes down to whether Fernando can flip those coins or not. Because Fernando was never attacking. There was a point, though, Pablo, where he started to load up those energies.
Yeah, these energies, this huge amount of energies was so clutch. I mean, in the end, it came down to that Draconic Buster that got the knockout, right? Which, once again, I would definitely question, because discarding, if that was a head flip, the game ends when it shouldn't have, right? But I think Fernando was definitely trying to
not
plan
on stream. He
something
dropped.
where he was trying to
dropped.
load up enough energy on the Fezandipity to be able to KO both of these Garchomps. There were so many energy right here that if you managed to KO that 2 energy Garchomp, you...
All right. Let's check out how the rest of the field is doing here. We got Natalie Miller, 6-0 right now. Caleb Gademer is 6-0. Rahul Reddy 6-0. Things are starting to narrow in a little bit. Diego Casiraga, 501. Hale Obernaut, 501. Fabian Pujol, 5-1. I wonder if he's playing Pulp Blaziken. What's Azul's record? Azul dropped. And 2-2-1 drop, or 2-2-2 drop. Yep. Buddy Alex Holtz drop. Josh Frink drop. Yep. Sanjay drop. Chucky Javis drop. Jesse Parker drop. Rip. Karras climbing back. 3-2-1. All right. Climb, Karras. Climb, Emma. Climb, climb, climb. Chris Hill is in the grinder right now, 4-2-1. Josh Marking, Team Fish Knuckles, 4-2. Omnipoke, 4-2. Yo, Broke is doing well, 4-1-1. LDF, 4-0-2. Caleb Gademer. Oh, I suppose I could just look at the pairings, huh? All right, fine. All right, who do we think's going to be on stream next? Where's my beverage? Taylor is on stream. All right, cool. Oof. Rep Mars says, my teammate David Gong the GOAT. Yo, let's go. No, deck lists are not available yet. They are not. We got just some kind of like story mode thing going on right now. A couple minutes left until round 7.
This one is going into game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact
Why are we
same
talking about the
turn one play
VGC
in
on my
game 2, Avery's
TCG
vocal was ready to
broadcast,
take
bro?
over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
It's a heartwarming story, though. Ooh, we got Tord versus Owen Cameron. It's a cool one. Riley McKay versus Brad Curcio. It's a good one. World champ.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an earth power! See you later, Chiyu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back.
Lance Bradshaw. Okay, Lance, let's go.
Championship would be decided in game 3. The crowd became
He's in my
enchanted
my
with
testing
Avery and
Discord.
Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games
5-1. He most certainly is playing Dragapult.
There would be no surprise
Top 16 Milwaukee this year with Pulse.
3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chiyu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy
Oh, that's pretty
strategy.
cool, Jesse. Nice.
About it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history
Yeah, it's pretty
as a
beast.
champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And we are back in Pokemon Fans to the North American International Championships trading card game competition still underway. Cannot wait to see how these last couple of Swiss rounds wrap up as we get into phase number 2 and determine which players are still alive for that opportunity to become our champion this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth for this Swiss round 7 by Kyle Sukovic. It's been a great day so far. That last match I am still recovering from, I am not gonna lie. We were screaming our heads off. It's so much excitement in that game, so many coin flips. Fernando coming up just short, but congratulations, of course, Cynthia's Garchomp moving forward here in this event, 6-0. What do you make of that?
I mean, amazing. Anything can happen here at NAIC. I think we have lots of expectations, like, oh, we're just going to see Dragapult over and over. But no, crazy stuff comes up sometimes. I didn't think we would see Sylveon versus Cynthia's Garchomp to determine a winning into day 2 or phase 2 here at NAIC. But again, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. Fernando's still going to need to grab one more win for himself to play in phase 2.
Ooh,
he's got a very
Curtis,
interesting deck in his back pocket.
Report from the field. Welcome, Curtis. 1-0-4. Oh, brutal. 4 ties. Dropped at 1-0-4. 14% tie rate in the field. Oh yeah, ties are brutal for sure. Tough. Yeah, here's to hoping that they change, tweak something for next season, because so far we've had 6 stream rounds. Have half of them been ties? Maybe 4? At least like a 50 or 60% stream tie rate. What? Round 1, tie. Round 2 was a win. 3. How many ties have we had? 3 or 4? Something like that. On stream. It's been a lot. Your brother is there. 3-2-1. Can I wish him luck? Good luck to Brettaholic's brother. 4 ties, 2. So 4 out of 6 have been ties so far. I'm going to write that down. Yeah, because that's going to be something worth saying. That's going to be something worth saying.
900 points. Should they find themselves in the finals, all of a sudden they're in this conversation for being in the top 16 come the end of the season. And there are storylines you could follow for each of these individual players on the list. No different, of course, for the European region. We do see Tord Reklev leading this leaderboard by a pretty decent margin. Drew Stevenson not too far behind. Of course, Drew had a pretty incredible season as well. Most notably a 2nd place finish at the European International Championships. Emma Hagen there in 3rd place. She has had an absolutely incredible year, mostly
I
on
wouldn't
the
call
back
myself
of
a best of
Flareon
one warrior.
EX, though she did just make top 8 at the
I'm
Turin
certainly
Special
not, but
Championships with that
surely
Clefairy deck we got to see earlier on today.
Okay, the Pokemon Company.
Yeah, a lot of this is
they're
just
spending
a list
millions
of
of dollars
players who have
on
won
production.
Internationals or regionals
4
this season.
out of 6 rounds have resulted in a tie.
Just people who have
You've been
major
streaming
events this season, and
for
kinda makes sense,
dang
right?
near
You get a lot of
9
championship
hours.
points for doing
You've
that,
put
but it just
You've
speaks
put
to
millions of
consistency
dollars
these
into
players
these
as
productions,
well.
and
It's
every
playing these
single
events
game is a
over and
tie.
over, getting to
Like
those
that's
top cuts,
it
getting
is from a
those
viewer,
championship
from a
points
viewer's
throughout the entire
perspective,
season,
from a
and they're not
competitor's
just,
perspective.
one-hit
That's
wonders.
just not ideal,
They have
right?
big wins, but then
It just
they've
is
also
not
been
ideal. I
playing
mean, if
throughout
you
the
want
season
to
and owning
make if you want to make the game like a viewer-friendly, exciting experience, you can't have a 60% tie rate on stream, right? You can't. I mean, because at a certain point, like, oh, we're watching who's going to win? It's a tie. Oh, we're watching who's going to win? It's a tie. Like, you can't have that. It just makes it unwatchable, right? Now, we are watching because we are deeply invested into the Pokemon TCG. So we don't, it is what it is. We're already here. All right, we're going to be here regardless. We're here. We're freaking here. They already got us. I got Pokeball headphones on, okay? I've been playing Pokemon cards for dang near, 15 years at this point. Like, it's they got us. It's not about us. It's about growing the game, bringing in new people, bringing in new viewers, getting new viewers excited about the Pokemon TCG. How can you get new people excited about the Pokemon TCG and get the game to grow when, like, every single game is a tie? It's not going to happen, right? You say what you want about ties, but people are watching World Cup soccer games right now. I had that thought. Yeah. Listen, it just is what it is. Listen, soccer is different, okay? Soccer is different. Soccer is different, okay? Yeah, listen. This is not soccer.
And is right here on the stage right now.
Let's go. We got Natalie Miller. I was hoping that it was going to be Natalie Miller on stream this round. Excited to watch her play. Big fan. I've met her before as well, multiple times. She's very kind. Let's freaking go. Poltnor. Natalie Miller on Poltnor. Let's freaking go. Let's go.
Reaction is going to be whenever she sees her opponent's Char Cadet come into play. But Natalie going this weekend with Dragapult Dusknor, rocking a few crushing hammers, of course, as that does seem to be the way players have pivoted. For so long, it seemed very difficult to fit both Dusknor and crushing hammers into the deck list. Justin Newdorf, of course, in Indianapolis last weekend, a couple weekends ago, got top 4 with a build that featured both of those cards, and many players this weekend are also trying to make that work.
Yeah, let's not forget, Natalie was in the finals of an international championships not that long ago and had a very devastating loss, losing on the first turn in the finals to Ryuki Okada. Remember back to that cloth deck, Chip?
Yes.
Feels like an eternity ago at this point.
Yes, Natalie, I don't think is a huge fan of Petron.
Yeah.
After what happened in that EUIC finals, but it was just one season ago that she found herself there, and now she sees herself on yet another international stage for Taylor Cook.
All right, production team. That was a sick transition, production team. That was dope. Did you notice how they did that? All right, production jockeys, you noticed that? That was slick. That was slick. All right, I'm not going to do too much yapping in this one because Puka and Chip is my favorite commentating duo, so I kind of want to listen. So I'm going to be on my listening grind, but I'll chip in when it's time to chip in, you feel?
We call linear game plan. You just get those energy in the discard pile, you watch your number go up, and you just try to hit for big amounts of damage. There's not a lot of nuance to it. You're trying to be aggressive, just get one-hit knockouts, and sometimes that can backfire where you don't have room to maneuver for comebacks, something like Dragapult has, but there is some beauty in the simplicity, right? And we also see Taylor with Pokemon Catcher. A lot of players, such as Natalie, opting for Crushing Hammer, which we've seen plenty of lately, a very polarizing coin flip card. But Taylor opting to go for Pokemon Catcher, maybe a different side of that coin.
Catchers. I mean, I'm into it. Pokemon Catchers. I think Pokemon Catchers work really well with a deck like Saraledge because you're just kind of like grinding through the deck and trying to like play supporters that draw you cards. And if you're playing supporters that draw you cards, you don't want to be like using Boss's Orders as your supporter for turn. So just being able to like bring up something on the fly and knock it out is obviously very good. I suspect that Taylor's probably also playing Briar, try and take 3 prize turns at the end of the game, stuff like that. Let's go. Round 7. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
As they can to get themselves closer to that top cut, and Char Cadet is the active for Taylor, and Drillbur immediately utilized that dig ability, searching your deck.
All right, see, it's moments like this where I just wish that the production had face cams, right? For moments like this, like I want to see like Natalie's reaction when it's Saraledge that gets flipped over, right? Or Char Cadet or whatever, Like I want to see that. I want to see that face reaction. I want to see like what the like. How does that make you feel that you're up against Saraledge? I guess there's Prism Tower. Okay, that's a new card that really helps Saraledge. Prism Tower is true. That's cool.
I think one very nice thing about this deck is it is totally fine going first. Some decks struggle playing first, prefer to go second. I think this deck can be fine either way. He does play 4 copies of Carmine, and unfortunately did not start with one though.
No, yeah, that feels odd to be living in a world with no Professor's Research in format where Carmine is the best discard hand effect a benefit of it, though, you can play it on the first turn. Taylor unable to find it just now. Natalie on the left, starting off with the Pheasantipity EX. I will say not the strongest of starters for Natalie, as it will be in play now, and perhaps a way Taylor can take a quick 2 prize cards. Natalie is going to find Buddy Buddy Poffin, grabbing out a couple of Dreepy. There will be a Duskull benched from the hand, and now Lily's Determination throws the rest of the hand back to the deck. And here on turn 1, Natalie will be rewarded with 8 new cards to work with.
Yeah, we'll see if it ends up being a negative. I think one bonus of starting with Pheasantipity EX is it does have 210 HP. It is not a given that Ceruledge EX can hit for that much damage on turn 2, especially because Taylor didn't play a Carmine, didn't have a Soul Rock in order to draw extra cards with Lunatone. It might be really difficult to get enough energy in the discard pile to get a one-hit knockout, so strangely, having this in the active spot could kind of soak up damage.
1 card away.
God, I gotta say, it is like so... It is so nice to be playing Dragapult and not be playing a mirror or a match where you're like being item locked. Like the huge sigh where you're like, I'm just gonna be able to play my items. Oh yeah. It's like freaking awesome. Like honestly, when you are queuing up and like, I feel like when you're queuing up with Dustor, if you're playing against something that's not item locking you turn 1, you're like, I can just literally, I'm going to beat whatever I'm sitting next to. Like, whatever I'm sitting across from, I'm just going to, like, literally destroy it. Yeah. That's how I feel playing Pultnor if I'm not being item locked early. It's like, literally, give me the items. There's nothing you can do to stop me, right?
It's far from an easy task, however. I think he actually would have. Oh, here comes the Pokemon Catcher. That is a huge flip, and he does hit a heads, brings up the Dreepy with the energy on it. This will activate Natalie's Flip the Script on the next turn, but I think Taylor is just fine with it, taking down that Dreepy, getting rid of a Fire Energy, and taking another Catcher off of his prizes.
That's pretty aggressive.
I feel like Pokemon Catcher comes.
That is pretty aggro. I mean, that's exactly what Ceruledge wants to be doing, right? Like Ceruledge wants to be going, taking those early knockouts. It's why you're playing Pokemon Catcher, right? Because Taylor was able to play the Explorer that turn or whatever, Explorer's Guidance. Yeah, and then still able to gust in the same turn. And that's part of why Pokemon Catcher is so good in this deck. You're chasing down the energy. The Ceruledge deck is like not very complicated, right? You're like basically getting your dude going and you're kind of just like getting energy in the discard pile, doing lots of damage. But one of the things that you can do is just really pressure your opponent's board by knocking out like key Pokemon, removing energy on key turns, things like that. So I like the Pokemon Catchers. Obviously, they're showing exactly why they're so good right there.
Able to fit in rare candies, which is something you would typically see in a Dragapult.
No rare candies. Playing the hammers
any
instead.
Deck that plays 2 stage 2s in it. So she'll have to take her time to evolve up all of these
kind of like the new dwarf version.
Stage 2s into play the good old-fashioned way, but not having to worry about the good old-fashioned way for energy attachments, as Crispin is the supporter for turn, pulling an energy out of the deck to attach directly into play, and another one of a different type added to the hand.
Yeah, like you said, the lack of rare candy is going to make this pretty awkward and make it so that Natalie won't be able to respond this turn necessarily. You have to slowly evolve up into your stage 1 and then your stage 2. So it does give Taylor, kind of a nice buffer here, being able to get the first couple prize cards before having to worry about any sort of Phantom Dive. And that's really what you're hoping for with this kind of a deck. You just want to attack turn 2, make your opponent have the answer, and if they don't, well, you'll just keep taking knockouts.
Nothing here for Natalie to do this turn, but pass it back over to Taylor. Cook draws for turn, finds a Pokepad in order to get perhaps another Charcadet into the mix here. That will be the grab right from the bottom of the deck. He does.
God, dude, to be Taylor wearing like the dope Hawaiian shirt, being 6-0 on stream, locked for day 2, playing Ceruledge. Man, it's awesome. I mean, just like, yeah, Taylor certainly got some pretty hefty aura on his side right now. That's for sure. Yeah. I mean, for sure. Is this hat for sale or personally? It was personally given to me as a gift. So not mass produced. However, I've thought about mass producing them and selling them on my merch store. I've thought about it because it's freaking awesome. So I've thought about it. You know, maybe order a batch of like 100 of them or something. Up for consideration. Enough people ask me about it, I'll probably cave.
And we'll discard a couple of energy from that.
Yeah, it's just, you know, setting up, trying to get the next.
I do think he just benched that Charcadet, yeah.
Slaughterhome, who gave me the hat, said just give me the royalties and we're all good.
Now, unfortunately, you know, taking this knockout does potentially open you up to the unfair stamp in this situation. You know, Crushing Hammer is a really interesting card in this matchup as well. You can play it, and it can be disruptive sometimes, but you're also kind of doing your opponent a favor in some ways. Natalie's going to go for one, though.
And getting it off the active, I think, makes the most sense here, because if she can combine this with an unfair stamp for turn, she'll be able to try to shut Taylor out.
Yo, let's go. Thank you, Righteous Dude, for that sub. Appreciate you. He was number 1.
EX evolving up, unfair stamp, and also a Dracloak added to the bench. Just a little bit of a stoppage there. Judges making sure everything is all good. I think we are squared away. And now Natalie will shuffle her hand in. Taylor will shuffle his. And they'll each get a few new cards. Natalie 5, Taylor only 2.
Oh, didn't Natalie may have wanted to use Curse.
I think Natalie wanted to pop the Dustnor first. You want to do that first. Yeah. So I think Natalie maybe forgot or like slammed the unfair stamp, was like, I actually want to do this first. Yeah. So that was yeah. Interesting. We'll see how Natalie plays this.
Natalie off of her Flip the Script. Now, after not using it before the unfair stamp, will she choose to use the Curse Blast is the question.
Lots of interesting ways to try to start to mount a comeback here. This is pretty typical, I'd say, for this kind of a matchup where the Through Edge deck gets out to an early lead, but then Dragapult finds a way to kind of sneak back in, and let's see what Taylor drew off of the unfair stamp.
At least has a fighting energy to Lunar Cycle and draw through the deck a little bit. Is able to find himself a Carmine.
And some Pokemon catchers.
And some Pokemon catchers as well. We're going to see him utilize those flip effect cards, and does hit himself ahead, so we'll be able to bring up Pheasantipity EX. And his prize map here, Kyle, is looking pretty straightforward. KO this Pheasantipity.
Back in my day, we just called that gust of wind.
And that's exactly what it feels like here for Taylor. There was also a time in your day where you just called it Pokemon catcher.
Yeah, also true.
Carmine discarding the hand to draw 5.
God, I freaking love
Taylor, and yeah, this
just a couple of Pokemon nerds being Pokemon nerds. I freaking love it, dude.
Out the game, but he doesn't have
freaking love
energy on his active.
He announced the attack.
Oh, he announced the attack without the energy. He did without the energy, dude. He announced it, bro. He announced it. He freaking announced it. It just did. No way. He said it, right? No, you can't do that. What? Once you enter the attack phase, there's no coming out of it. Like, unless Natalie allowed it. Yeah, I don't know. If Natalie may have allowed it, in which case, not a big deal. Natalie might have just said, sure, whatever, you know. But Natalie was not allowed to blow up the Dust Orb before the unfair stamp. I mean, so like, obviously this is the second biggest tournament of the year. Like, rules are going to be very strict, right? Don't you want to go like pop the Saraledge and then boss knock out both little guys? Like, isn't that what you want to do there?
And it'll just take one
like, couldn't
more
you clear
Phantom Dive
couldn't you
after
clear
that
all of
to knock
the
out the Lunatone on the bench plus one more Pokemon.
Yeah, I wonder, could Natalie have
Still a
cleared
pretty
all of
strong
the guys? I think you pop the active, and then if you have boss, I don't know if
Taylor
Natalie
to
had
just win
boss
the
there.
game on this next turn, though he would need a fortunate draw after being disrupted from the judge on Natalie's end. She'll thin out her deck here with an Ultra Ball, getting rid of a Duskull and a Darkness Energy. Finds another Dragapult EX. Worth noting just for that earlier sequence where Taylor did forget
Oh
to
yeah,
attach
pop
his
the
energy,
bench.
Natalie
Yeah, you still KO the whole line, right? You don't even need
allow
boss. Yeah, you don't
for
even
the
need boss.
attachment on
Just if you just pop the bench Saraledge and then Phantom die. Yeah. You don't even need boss. No, I'm tripping. Yeah. You just take out the whole line.
Turn for Taylor coming up. It's gonna need to be quite a string of events to make this happen.
There's a Saraledge, there's a Carmine, there is a Fighting Gong in hand to
Oh yeah, it's good.
reestablish a
I feel
Soul
like
Rock
Natalie just wins that
nice
if she
stretcher.
just
You could just
Bring back
does
the
it
Soul
the
Rock
other
that
way.
use this
Like,
to
I'm
just
so
discard an energy
confused.
card. He needs to get to 15, so let's get a track real quick. How many energy are right now in the discard pile? Looks like it is going to be 12.
That's pretty close.
It is very close, and he has also not used his A-Spec yet this game, Kyle, which is the Brilliant Blender. So perhaps this Night Stretcher, it actually will just bring back the Soul Rock. Okay, I was wondering if we might see that bring back the Fire, but he does still have plenty available in the deck. Now the question of sequencing here is, do you discard from the Lunar Cycle or the Carmine first? It looks like Carmine will be his choice. Or excuse me, the Lunar Cycle will be his choice, saving the Carmine for later. Does have an Ultra Ball here to thin another card out of the deck. And that is going to be now 14 energy cards in the discard pile. Now needs just one more discard and then one Fire to attach to the active.
Yeah, I mean, Natalie could have cleared the whole board of Saraledge and
And if he draws a way to
yeah,
discard
popping
energy
you
and
just
a
like
fire
popping the
energy,
Soul Rock
Taylor
was just a
will
misplay
win this
there from
game.
Natalie.
Or I guess another route would be
Unfortunately.
a fire energy plus a heads on. Oh no, Pokemon Catcher doesn't even
Right,
work.
because then you can kind of like
Around that
spawn
by
camp the
evolving Dragapult.
Charcadets.
So it's going to be this right here, Kyle. 5 cards.
All right, do we find a Blender and a Fire Energy?
Just needs a Fire. Only a Fire. The only piece needed.
No Fire?
As Ultra Ball was found alongside Fighting.
Can you go get Fez?
So close.
Come up perhaps just short here.
Oh my.
2 Fires taunting him right on the top of the deck. He already used his Lunar Cycle here. There's no more draw power available, and now Natalie Miller will be just a boss's orders away from winning the game on her next turn.
Oh my god, dude.
Just a
Oh my
pass now. Does
god.
Natalie have the boss to close out the game right here? I don't think she does.
How is that possible?
Not many cards available. She'll just attach to the benched Dragapult and
No shot.
I mean,
Oh, it's
she can attack
chalked.
and get rid of the Lunatone, I guess. That doesn't seem too bad, but she's not able to win the game right now. Down comes Watchtower, out comes the Lily's Determination.
Oh, it's chalked.
Taylor opted not to Ultra Ball away a Fighting Energy on that previous turn, of course saving it for the Lunar Cycle. But, oh geez, yeah, what can Natalie even do here now?
Natalie here is going to have to just hope that yet again Taylor whiffs the
There's
game winning
no
ball.
way there's another. There's just no way there's
She
another
finds
whiff.
boss's
There's
orders
no
for next
way.
turn, but that is all she can hope to do. Takes the KO on the Lunatone. Draw
Fire.
for turn here for Taylor. Needs only a Fire Energy and an Ultra Ball to discard
Oh,
another couple.
and that's it. Oh my
Abyssal Flames taking a
gosh. That is it. Absolutely insane. Man. Just a couple of whiffs back to back. Absolutely nuts. Had Taylor whiff. Then Natalie whiff boss for game. Shoo. Absolutely insane. I think Natalie had a little bit of a hiccup in that game when she could have cleared all the board of all the Char Cadet and the active Sarah Ledge. I mean, that just is like, that's just kind of what you're there to do, right? You want to use the Dustnors to remove all of those pre-evolutions. And I think obviously if Natalie's like watching that back, she'd be like, oh yeah, I just threw, right? I mean, it's been a long day. She's obviously 6-0, having a great day so far. But there's definitely a route for Dragapult in this matchup. I think Taylor had some things go well. Obviously had a crucial whiff there at the end. Natalie also had a whiff there at the end. So this game could go either way. It seems like it's going to be pretty close. The Dustnor definitely gives you some great play, and it gives you some ability to like board wipe those Char Cadets, right? So let's go. Game 2, baby. Game 2.
Perhaps just a little frazzled after wanting to use Curse Blast before, then ending up saving it for an additional turn, and then doing the thing she wanted to do, but waiting for an additional turn. So slight missteps, definitely want to see that cleaned up. But Taylor here is going to be happy to come away with that Game 1 win, and now finds himself just one game away from a 7-0 start here at NAIC.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, the stakes are high here at NAIC. Of course, we kind of take it for granted because players like Natalie, Henry, Brent, they travel from Australia all the time. There is an element of jet lag. It takes so long to get here, so sometimes that does factor in these long days. But even the best of the best miss things every once in a while. You get locked in on a certain thing, but just got to move past it, go to the next game, and figure out how to win your next one.
It's pretty hard to play a perfect game of the Pokemon TCG. So many different decision tree points. Maybe it's a little easier to play a perfect game when you're playing Sarah Ledge, but with Dragapult.
Dang, bro, Chip, you don't gotta cook him like that, bro.
I will say for this matchup specifically, the Dusknor builds of Dragapult are typically a lot harder for Sarah Ledge to handle, and for the reason that we saw potentially happen in that Game 1, they can wipe you out completely of a Sarah Ledge attack. So that was a huge miss from Taylor, not getting either a 4th Char Cadet that turn or being able to evolve into a Sarah Ledge on that turn as well. 2 big misses that really left him susceptible to the board wipe play.
But it is a best of 3 series. Natalie is down 1.
Oh my god, dude. Natalie being down game 1 and then having all these mulligans. This is like the point where you're like, just get me out of here, right? You're going on like your 3rd mulligan. You're on your stream match. You're having a great day, but you're down game 1 because of maybe because of a misplay, and then game 2, you're giving your opponent like a freaking 10-card starting hand. All out Blitzel 7-0. Sheesh.
Take Natalie a while here to find a basic Pokemon.
Yes.
She has chosen to go first here, and I don't think she was super pumped about her opening hand. Taylor's going to have a few extra cards to work with on his first turn, and Natalie will be going first here. Let's get back down to the stage for this game.
Another Fez open. Oh my god.
Once again, and that Pokepad being played right off the rip.
Yeah, oh, yep, looks like that might be the only item card being played this turn. Did get an energy attachment onto the Dreepy at least.
It looks like maybe 3 or 4 mulligans that Natalie had to take here. Looking at these prize cards on her side.
Yeah, it's chalked, bro.
Perhaps a little
it's chalked.
Concerning.
I think Natalie had to win that last one.
Resource. Only playing 2 copies this weekend is she. So those are the biggest ones to me that stick out. Not a strong turn, but does at least.
No. Yeah, those are the games going first you just really hate. 2 Char Cadet prize, though, for Taylor is pretty significant. That is significant.
mulligans from Natalie, and that's really a big boon for this deck that wants to get as many energy cards in the discard pile as possible. You can have a much bigger hand to potentially Carmine away on the first turn and really start getting up to big numbers. You noted it in the last game, Chip, but we didn't even see Taylor's A-Spec card in the first game. It is that Brilliant Blender card that is really designed to go with Ceruledge EX. Get to search your deck for 5 cards, put them into the discard pile. Usually it's just 5 energy going into the discard pile. We didn't even see that the first game, but this is one of the keys to getting off to a hot start for this deck.
Ultra Ball discards a couple of fighting energy on Taylor's end. We'll find out one of the 2 available Charcadets. And prizing 2 Charcadets, never great with a deck like this, but especially bad in this matchup where Natalie can really threaten Taylor's bench through the use of Dusknoir, through the use of Phantom Dive, or even Dusclops, perhaps targeting down Charcadets before there is a chance for them to evolve up. Do see Taylor get his attachment to the Charcadet, and now has Lunar Cycle to utilize. Looks like Explorer's Guidance also waiting in his hand at this moment. Got a few search cards found off of that Lunar Cycle. In order to deliberate, we'll go with the Pokepad initially here, searching for any Pokemon without a rule box, adding it to the hand. Maybe Charcadet number 2, or perhaps Drillbur gets into the mix early here.
Time to do some digging.
This is such a funny card to me. Yeah, I think when it came out, the obvious combination that people thought of was it paired with, Koraidon EX from Scarlet and Violet base set. Discard the energy, throw them back into play. Well, Koraidon has long since left us in the standard format, and Drillbur still finding its way into decks here, thanks to that synergy alongside Ceruledge EX.
Yeah, and this kind of deck did lose a lot of its tools to the rotation. You mentioned Professor's Research, your best way to discard your hand and draw 7 cards off of that. You are missing Earthen Vessel, which is a way to not just discard cards, but get more energy cards into your hand so you can discard more of them.
Squawkabilly EX, a huge piece that left this deck as well.
Yeah, but Taylor's still finding a way to make it work.
That is evident by his 6-0 start thus far on the weekend. He does choose to use the Explorer's Guidance as his supporter here for turn. Found himself another Ceruledge, so what he can do here off this Ultra Ball is get another Charcadet, and then I think he's got Carmine in hand where he'll be able to evolve both his Charcadets into Ceruledge next turn.
This start is blazing hot for Taylor. I mean, blazing hot. This is not the kind of start... Yeah, this is not the kind of start you want. Playing against an aggressive deck like this, going first, feels really tough.
And so being able to discard the energy from the bench Pokemon means your opponent won't be able to attack on the next turn.
And this is a massive flip here. Natalie does hit a Tails. It looks like she has 3 Crushing Hammers in the hand, so 3 opportunities to make this happen. The first one fails. The second one here is going to also fail. Crushing Hammer number 3 played. She really needs this heads in order to slow Taylor down, and she is able to make it happen here, getting rid of that energy card, but nothing else available, Kyle. 3 Crushing Hammers in hand and nothing else. Natalie passes over to Taylor.
It's chalk, dude.
Ooh, that's not a good turn. No Dracloak, no Pokepad, no Ultra Ball, no supporter cards.
So bad. It's over.
The Crushing Hammers, but that's the cost of playing cards like
it's over, dude.
Instead of your consistency cards. Oof, this is going to give Taylor, a lot of grace in
the Brilliant Blender. Oh my God, yeah.
The Brilliant Blender.
Look through the
Yep.
discard 5 cards.
Brutal. Just brutal. Sorry, Natalie. Yep.
Is also your draw power in this deck through the end of the game. So maybe we'll see like some, maybe a Fighting Gong or something get discarded instead, an extra Pokemon in there.
Yeah, you can't go too crazy. Players who are around for Battle Compressor, of course, will remember some of these decisions can get a bit agonizing as the game goes on. You kind of know.
Thank you, Puka. Thank you, Puka, for including us unks who remember Battle Compressor, but I'm sorry to break it to you, Puka. Nobody remembers Battle Compressor anymore. It's just us because we're old.
As well, ones that Taylor just doesn't want to see anymore.
I think something I would have really liked to have seen from Taylor last turn is, as opposed to attaching to his benched Char Cadet, that's like the autopilot move, right? I need to attach to my Char Cadet so I can attack with Sarah Ledge next turn. An attachment to the active Lunatone and retreating into a Char Cadet would have been an excellent way to play around the potential of your opponent's Crushing Hammers, slowing you down, because Natalie has guaranteed bought herself a turn, and he will do that now, making it perhaps a little bit of a correction. And
it's funny that this is going to backfire now, because the only supporter card Natalie has is Boss's Orders.
Oh, my goodness.
But, I mean, the longer the game goes like this, you got to think Taylor is probably favored. When you get to this critical mass of energy cards in the discard pile before, even a Dracloak comes into play.
It's over.
Once Taylor starts attacking, I mean, it's just going to be
It's
rough.
over. It is over.
There's the attachment of a fire. Now a pass. Natalie top decking Monkey Dory. Not much working. Just a pass for her once again. Drawing now on Taylor's side. We'll be able to retreat to the Lunatone. Into the Sarah Ledge. Boss's Orders takes out the lone Dreepy. Abyssal Flames sends it to the discard pile. Taylor strikes first. Takes his first KO. And Natalie.
Low key, the boss was incorrect. Yeah. Low key incorrect. Yep. No. Not correct. So, yeah. You got to just take out the Fez there if you're Taylor, because I understand the allure of knocking out the only Dreepy. That is the temptation. But you got to knock out the Fez there, because you're going to give Natalie the draw with the Fez. Not to mention your 2 retreat guy is most certainly about to get confused, right? So like Natalie's already not doing anything. The only way that Natalie starts to do anything is if you give her Pheasantipity. And by taking a 1 prize knockout with the Sarah Ledge, that's the best thing that Natalie could have possibly hoped for, I think. So Taylor, I understand why you made the play, but it's not the right play. Definitely.
Now a Sarah Ledge being hit for 200 can be cleaned up with 60 damage out on the bench, though. You mentioned we've perhaps reached a critical mass where it may not matter anymore, as Taylor has just churned through the deck so efficiently here.
I wonder if we'll see a Mind Bend from Monkey Dory as well.
Of course we're going to see a Mind Bend.
Deck lost to rotation, a big one.
That's what we got.
Energy that it did play. A great way to get out of these situations, because so often whenever you're being the aggressor, these slower setup stage 2 decks try to slow you down with the confusion of Mind Bend.
You can see Natalie trying to piece it together. What is my way to come back in this game? Down 2 prize cards already. So many energy in the discard pile. You got to think whenever a Dragapult EX comes into the active spot, it's probably going to get knocked out in 1 hit. So you don't have a lot of time on your side. You don't have a lot of prize cards left to give. So that's where things like Dusclops, Dusknoir may not be as effective.
Can we get an energy check here for Taylor's discard pile? It looked like there was quite a few down already when Natalie just took a look. I know that it looks like any EX Pokemon is going to be KO'd, but I'm starting to wonder if Taylor is perhaps running out of energy to future retreat Pokemon, if Natalie could eventually find herself in a position where her best play is to try to stall something out into the active spot. Looks like there is 16 down right now, 1 on this active Sarah Ledge. Something Taylor's going to need to be mindful of.
Yeah, now it does play 3 Night Stretcher. So those are more ways to get energy cards from the discard pile, so it's pretty hard to run out of energy. It is possible, definitely. But yeah, I mean, Natalie also has access to Badoo, Itchy Pollen.
Yep.
Can get into a spot where, you lock your opponent out of Night Stretcher and maybe trap something in the active.
Certainly a possibility. It will be a Mind Bend right now here for Natalie Miller. And this also, math, is very relevant, as now that Sarah Ledge is able to potentially be KO'd by... Oh, here comes a Pokemon catcher, and it is another heads here, Kyle, bringing up the Pheasantipity that Taylor pushed out of the active spot.
It's all right. There's no way you flip 2 heads in a row. No shot. I think there's only a couple energy left in the deck here. Oh, yeah, he's going for it. I mean, dude, what else is Sarah Ledge here to do? Like, we're attacking. We attack. No, you gotta be joking me. You gotta be kidding me, brah. No shot, dude. No shot, dude. No shot, dude.
Heads on the Pokemon catcher. Heads on the confused flip. And
Yo,
now
check
just
his
two
PC,
prize
bro.
cards
Check his
remaining
PC.
to go off to a 7-0 start. What can Natalie do here to come back?
It's going to start with the Dracloak
Yeah,
in
the red dice are cracked.
Also leading to
Not
a
enough people talking about how broken the red dice are. The red dice are absolutely cracked.
I think just a little bit of a question of the use of Recon Directive here. She's got those 2 cards, was thinking through what to grab. Looks like Ultra Ball and Judge both being potentially considered.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the talk is here at the table. Obviously a tense moment for Natalie, having to try to find a way to dig out of this hole, knowing that Cerulege EX.
I think we're just making sure that those are the 2 cards that she did see off the Dracloak, because I think she like added one to hand and then pulled it back for a second. Just making sure those are the correct 2 cards. Did look like it was all okay to me. See if we can get word here shortly. She does have a Lilies in hand. Looks like it's actually Crispin and Judge as the 2 cards offered up.
All right, so looks like this is all good to go.
I feel like you're beyond the point of using Judge here.
Crushing hammer. Oof,
yeah,
this one is
no.
tails as well.
Ultra Ball in hand. There's a Psychic Energy attached for turn, and
no, I feel like Judge almost like doesn't matter because you're just hoping that Taylor's kind of like stalled out.
6 prize cards remaining.
Yeah, I think it's probably got to be the unfair stamp. If you can attack, unfair stamp, hope your opponent doesn't find one of those final fire energy cards or night stretcher. I think one of the issues is the deck has been thinned pretty significantly on Taylor's side.
Brilliant Blender getting rid of that Pokepad, a potential card.
Well, there's stamp. Okay, so now you just go stamp knockout, right?
And
say
find
like
herself. That unfair stamp goes with the Recon Directive first, however. With
you can find a Dusclops here as well. You can potentially take out the Lunatone or Solrock and really limit the number of cards that Taylor is able to draw off of an unfair stamp.
Maybe Natalie checking the fighting energy in the discard pile here. That's a consideration. How many fighting energy does Taylor play in his deck? Should a bunch be already discarded? Maybe she thinks he doesn't even have access to using Lunar Cycle anyway.
So many question marks here still.
Worth noting as well, I guess another
I almost
point for
feel
taking
like
out a Solrock or a Lunatone would be, you know, if Natalie was to ever use a Cursed Blast.
I think
the
that
Solrock.
I almost feel like Natalie should leave this thing confused in the active. I don't think that there are any switch cards. Like I think that I think that the Sarah Ledge is kind of stuck here confused. So I almost feel like you can kind of just let the Sarah Ledge almost, you know, try to kill itself. Yeah, I like this play. This is the play that I was thinking, yes. You just hit it again, and don't put Dragapult up. Don't give Taylor the out to, like, potentially win the game yet, right? Don't blow up a Dusknoir or anything. Force Taylor to flip another heads. There's no way he flips another heads. He's got like freaking double heads in a row. There's no way he gets another heads in a row, all right? This one's tails. And then you can like almost knock out this Sarah Ledge with Monkey Dory only. All you need is like a couple tails flips in a row, and then and you have to like let it try to kill itself, right? And then you are going for like the double Sarah Ledge knockout with like a Dusknoir. That's like kind of the angle, right? Like you kind of have to let that. You have to let that like try to happen. And I'm not saying like it's not like a good odds route, but it's your route, right? You got to just hope that there's a tails here, and it's another head. So like you're cooked here. I mean, it's crazy, right? Gotta
Pushing
have
all the
tails
chains
there.
in
Have to
this
have
one.
tails
This
there.
feels like too high a mountain to climb. Pablo is across the way shaking his head at us right now.
What is with all the coin flips today on these big attacks? We had the Pheasantipity in the previous round. Now we got Confused going on. Yeah, I mean, Natalie needed one of these to not succeed, right? The knockout on the Pheasantipity was huge. I don't know if there's a way out for Natalie at this point. I think there's still an energy card left in Taylor's deck. You could look at a way to, get back your Badu, Boss's
I
Order
think
or
it's
something.
cooked. Yeah, I don't think
Itchy
it's
Pollen and
happening.
hope that your opponent doesn't have any energy left and they just deck out and lose. Although I don't know if there's anything that can withstand enough Itchy Pollens.
All these Pokemon are weak to grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is Natalie's
The
out
Itchy
now.
Pollen
It's
is
just
too
boss pass,
powerful.
right?
Natalie's just going to attack Boss's Orders and hope to stick this Lunatone active, and Taylor has the attachment to retreat. Sarah
Crazy.
GX will take down Dragapult. And
Crazy game. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I think Natalie missed a key window to win game 1, and then game 2, Taylor was clearly the main character there, right? With all the flips going his way. I mean, the Pokemon catcher heads into the confusion flip heads into the other confusion flip heads. It was kind of just, it was all the Taylor show for sure. And that was a really tough one for Natalie. But again, I think she did have the option to potentially sweep all of his Charcadets out of play. Charcadets and Sarah-Ledge out of play there in game 1. Didn't take that opportunity to do that. So, yeah, tough one there for sure. But, got to see a Sarah-Ledge advance to 7-0 here at the North American International Championships. That is pretty crazy. A Sarah-Ledge deck. Really? Sarah-Ledge. 7-0. Crazy.
turn here from Natalie. Maybe had an opportunity to clear out any potential threat of attacks. Did not quite get there. And Taylor will jump ahead in this game as he was able to establish the second Sarah-Ledge EX, and that was able to carry him the rest of the way to victory.
Yeah, maybe a different target for the Curse Blast. Could have been a different outcome for the first game, and then who knows how this match plays out. The second game, I think, just tragic for Natalie. Just trying anything. A miserable starting hand. Your opponent flips heads on Pokemon catchers and confused flips. You just try everything in your power.
We're already
And Natalie
7-0 with the Crustle again, dude. Oh my god, again. Back at it again with the Crustle.
Nearly every flip went Taylor.
Justin Newdorf, 601.
Even the crushing hammers, Natalie was forced to expend all three.
Brad Curcio, 601.
Taylor down for that game too, and Taylor can hold his head high as a 7-0 starter here at NAIC with a deck that I don't think many of us expected to have a big showing this weekend, but you can see the appeal, you can see the draw of playing a deck like this to a major tournament.
Yeah, I didn't see that one on the metagame graphic when we did that earlier.
It wasn't there. Well, it was up at the top. It said other decks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was in there.
Good call, yeah.
Lance Bradshaw, 6-1 now.
And I do want to know, we can see when players put comments on their deck lists for these events. Players do tend to put some interesting things in there. I'll say Natalie's was LOL, flip heads, I win, GG. But I think that might have been Taylor's for this round.
Yeah, it was definitely Taylor this time around. The flips on the Pokemon catchers were huge, and really in that game too, if a couple of Tails flips had happened on those confusion attacks. I mean, Natalie's right there in there, especially after Taylor expended a Pokemon catcher to go after a Pokemon and he needed to flip 2 heads there to have his ideal outcome that turn. And you know what? Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it's your weekend. And that's one of the factors of winning one of these major tournaments. You got to play really well. You got to pick a great deck. It's got to be your day. Who knows? Maybe it is Taylor Cook's day.
Maybe. Still a lot of rounds left to be played, of course. We're only 7 rounds in. This is the best you can start off, but I mean, there's still a long ways to go. Of course, Natalie's still off to an incredible start as well. 1 loss does not take you out of the running by any means. And so we might be hearing from her as this tournament progresses. But yeah, we'll continue to follow Taylor and see how far he can continue this hot streak.
And we may hear from him right now as Amy is standing by on the stage with our winner from Swiss Round 7, Taylor Cook. How are you feeling?
Taylor is here with me. Thank you so much, guys. Of course, bringing the fire, Mr. Cook with Ceruledge. How are we feeling going undefeated with this extraordinary deck?
Honestly, I'm shocked. I thought Ceruledge was a good matchup into the meta. I avoided some bad matchups that I didn't want to see, and I hit a lot of Dragapult, and that's what I wanted to see today.
Incredible, you can't complain at that. Were there any decks you didn't want to see today?
Yeah, I was really dreading seeing Alakazam or Slowking. Those are a little tough.
But you haven't seen those thus far?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, hopefully you'll get in the clear and continue with some great victories today.
Yes, hopefully we can avoid it, and let's see what day 2 brings us.
Have those coin flips been treating you well?
Oh, extraordinarily. Made up for earlier today. I was flipping tails a lot earlier, so.
What was the process of picking Ceruledge and going with the risk of those Pokemon catchers?
I haven't been playing a ton of Pokemon the last year and a half. Ceruledge is a pretty easy deck. I feel like currently in the meta, you need to play a supporter to play the game. So I feel like you can't always boss, especially when you're playing Ceruledge. So I decided to throw 4 Pokemon catcher in there because Gusting's always nice, but I can't always play boss.
You're absolutely right, so why not go for something a bit risky, but it's paying off today. How is your run to Worlds looking like? Are we going for it?
This is my first tournament. I have played 1 challenge before this.
You're kidding me! And these are your locals?
These are, yes, these are all the guys from Nebraska.
Beast mode! Beast mode!
Coming to an event and absolutely crushing it thus far, taking down
Beast
Nancy
mode!
Miller. You've done incredible thus far. Have you got anyone to shout out specifically?
Yes, I have a big list. My friends Alex and Courtney, I know you guys are in Japan right now. Colin and Mackenzie, thank you guys for tuning in. My sweet girlfriend Vivian. Danny, who's in the crowd right there. Aaron Trimble, you gave me some cards. Casey Largent, you gave me some cards. Will Hoskovic, you gave me some cards. And Ellie Davis for supporting me through it.
You know what? With such an incredible list of people supporting you, I have no doubt that we're going to see some more of you, not only in this tournament, but going forward.
Thank you so much.
You are so very welcome. Thank you for showing us the power of Ceruledge. Thank you so much. We're going to jump back into the action, and I wish you the best of luck.
Congratulations to Taylor on an incredible start. Love to see the crowd showing up. You called it out, Kyle. That's what these big events really are all about. The community, the camaraderie, and getting to see a friend from your locals have a deep run. You know, maybe your day hasn't gone so good, but you get to be there to cheer them.
Yeah, that's hype, dude. That's hype. That's hype. Major congrats to Taylor. That's it's pretty cool seeing him do so well. Obviously, pretty newer player, doing fantastic at the event. I mean, you've got 3,750 players. Decent chunk of those players are not going to be like, you know, regional grinders. I mean, like a significant chunk of those players are not regional grinders, right? So, pretty cool. Pretty cool to see him just pick up a deck and doing pretty well with it. Going into round number 8. Curious to see how the rest of this tournament shakes out. It's been, let's see, we got 4 ties, 7 rounds. 4 out of 7 rounds have been ties. But we've seen some exciting wins as well. For sure. Yeah, Rahul is, I mean, that's insane. The finalist run at Indianapolis to 7-0 here. That's crazy for sure. Ian Robb, 6-1.
out on a few other instances because Pokemon is a game of information, right? And every turn you gain new information and your decisions need to change. So that definitely is something that affected the outcome of this game. And speaking of decisions, right, clutch decisions, this was another big one, right? The boss's orders onto the Dreepy as opposed to taking down the Fezandipity. You don't know what's in Natalie's hand. You haven't seen it. But you do know what isn't in her hand. There's no draw supporter. There's no Dracloak. There's no help, right? Natalie has not been doing anything but try to buy time and stall out the game. So
am I streaming the whole event? Actually, I was just thinking to myself, I think this is a good time for me to bow out. I think I need to go get dinner. I'm like starving. All I've had today is a couple of peanuts, but I am planning on streaming tomorrow, so I think that I'll bow out for the last 2 rounds today. I see Tim Danklin is streaming, so I think we can raid Tim Danklin over on Twitch. And if you're watching on YouTube, it looks like Tim Danklin has got a little watch party going as well, so we can raid Tim. And then I'll be back with more of NAIC watch party tomorrow, okay? So we'll be back tomorrow, folks. Been a lot of fun, but I've been live for like 10 hours. So like, yeah, I'm going to go eat dinner and get out of here. But I'll be back tomorrow with some more watch party, NAIC. It's been a ton of fun. All right, everybody go tell Tim Danklin hello. We'll see you tomorrow. Later.